gentlemen, the middle of the week and it's looking good. A warm welcome to all who are watching us on Business Today television. We will start with the chart of oil. Crude oil prices, ladies and gentlemen, have slipped below $80 a barrel. That's very, very good news for the Indian economic balance sheet, the rupee, as well as stocks as far as Dalal Street is concerned. Let's look at the chart of the oil right there in front of you. What you see is a downtick. This is below 200-day moving average, and we've last seen these prices in early April, actually March, 4th of March. So what you see is a multi-month, 3.5 month low on oil, and once it consolidates below 200-day DMA, ladies and gentlemen, this will indeed be good news. From $160 a barrel, we are down to 80, and that's because of the imminent ceasefire deal between US and Iran. So once you see the back end of the Mideast conflict, that will be good news for Indian importers of oil, which has now halved. That's very, very big news for Dalal Street as well. Now, let's look at the Nifty. You have strength coming in over the last 3 trading sessions. I'm wondering if we can show the 75-minute chart of the Nifty PCR. I'm requesting you to kindly show that chart. What you see is gains, a 1,000-point rally in the last 3 trading sessions. There was short covering yesterday on weekly expiry. Monday was a blowout early morning. Thursday and Friday were also suffused with gains. So what you see on the Nifty is gains likely ahead because of weak oil and strong rupee. Where is the Nifty headed? Most likely you will see 24,200 and then 24,300. That's because a lot of pent-up buying demand is most likely to come back. With that background in mind, the support will be at 23,800. We will also show you the daily chart of the Bank Nifty. Remember, Bank Nifty is the one that led the markets higher, and they've done a phenomenal job in terms of balancing the market in terms of the weakness in the IT sector. So Bank Nifty probably should be headed much higher. Although it's rallied 3,000 points, it should pause a bit, but all strength across the board as far as markets are concerned. Now, because oil prices are down, we look at the Nifty Auto Index. This one was beaten black and blue. Apart from the Nifty Auto Index, you have strength in the Nifty Core Housing Index, the Nifty Mid Cap and Small Cap FinServ indices. Please keep an eye out on these. So within the auto space, I am looking at Ashok Leyland, Eicher Motors, Maruti and Hyundai. From the auto ancillary space, I'm looking at tire maker Carbon Black and Philips Carbon Black, Goa Carbon and Philips Carbon Black. These two should be doing pretty well. And of course, you will see a lot of strength coming into stocks such as AB Capital, L&T Finance, Yes Bank, Yes Bank, and of course Bandhan Bank. These are components of the mid and small FinServ index, 30 of them. And out of these 30, the strongest charts, ladies and gentlemen, belong to Bandhan Bank, L&T Finance, AB Capital, and of course, Yes Bank. AB Capital is already at a record high. Amongst the strongest of stocks, ladies and gentlemen, is Usha Martin. Please keep an eye out on that one. And you will also see the PSU banking setup coming back in full force. So my bets would be on Canara Bank, 132 rupees, Indian Bank, 853 rupees. Keep an eye out on these two. And also within the defense slash quality pack, you will have Mishra Dhatu Nigam Limited. Please keep an eye out on that one. Joining us on the show is Abha Bakaya. Good morning, Abha. Sunshine's here.
Morning, Shell, and nice to see such a variety of stocks and sectors that we can focus on in today's session. And looking at 24,000 on the index as well. Nice strong day yesterday, or this week, in fact, 130 odd points, closing just below that 24K mark. So really, it's all about what we might go ahead and see. You know, it's not just consumption. We're looking at infrastructure. We're looking at energy. HCL Tech was clearly the star yesterday. A lot of excitement around that Sarvam launch, Sarvam acquisition, and given all the concerns around AI and sovereignty, it continues to be in focus, up over 2% in today's trade so far. Financials have been in focus, of course, and we've been seeing, for instance, a Bajaj Finance and a whole host of others that have been looking particularly strong on the back of that as well. On the F&O side as well, I think we saw a pretty strong day yesterday, Shell, and a lot of strong volumes. Let's pull up the FI number as well and see whether that continues to be in the positive at this point of time. But that's really the setup and a whole host of positive cues to track going forward right now in trade. Let me check if our guest is with us as well this morning. Aditya is with us. Yes, Aditya, good to have you with us. What's your view? What should we track as we head into trade this Wednesday?
Morning, ma'am. Well, if we see overall structure for the market, in definitely in last 3 trading sessions, the structure for overall market has improved a lot. Nifty has rallied almost 3.5%. And now, if we see now, Nifty is trading near its resistance zone, which comes in the zone of 24,000, 24,050 odd levels. But the positions which we are seeing, it indicates that we can see some more short-cutting moves from these levels. And on higher side, Nifty had potential to move towards 24,250 to 24,400. Yes, it will take some time. We may see some consolidation at current levels, but overall structure is positive. And if Nifty sees some profit booking of 50 to 100 points in next 1 or 2 sessions, I think that kind of dip can be used to initiate long positions.
Okay. Which are the specific stocks that you will have on your radar, Aditya?
It is showing some reversal sign. Particularly, we see Bharat Dynamics. This stock has seen a sharp correction from 1480 to 1230 in last couple of weeks. Now, in last 2 weeks, we have seen some pullback in the counter. I am expecting that the stock on higher side can move towards 1275, 1280. At current levels, it can be bought with a stop loss of 1210 and target of 1275 to 1280. Second stock will be from real estate sector. Real estate other stock which we are looking for. The stock has already seen a big rally from 560 or levels to 630. But structure is still positive. I'm expecting the stock can move to a 660 with a stop loss of 614. One can buy at current levels.
All right. I think Shell had a few stocks on his radar as well. Shell, you want to pick up any of those with Aditya?
Good morning, Aditya. Warm welcome. I would urge your attention on the mid-cap and small-cap fin services sector. Lots of strength coming into NBFCs like L&T Finance, AB Capital, even the bigger ones, Bajaj Capital, Bajaj Finserv, my apologies, Bajaj Finance and Shriram Finance are doing pretty well. What would be your top pick in this space?
Well, definitely means if we see means the NBFC space, it has clearly seen a good traction in last 2 trading sessions. And means we are seeing some good pullback. Most of the NBFC stocks have given a breakout or on the verge of giving a fresh breakout. So they look positive at current levels and can be bought. Our top pick remains Shriram Finance. The stock has seen a good move, but overall structure still looks positive. And we can still see some more positive move of 5 to 7% in Shriram Finance on current level. So structure remains positive, and for upside target of 1,040, 1,060, it can be bought.
Okay, so clearly financials are going to be the way to go. Real estate was the other pocket that was fairly active yesterday. Strong moves coming in on that front. We also saw cement moving, starting to pick up with the oil cooling off. So real estate, we had IT, we had cement, L&T, For example, some of these pockets that were looking interesting in yesterday's trade. Let me get a view from you on L&T as well as some of the cement counters, Aditya. Okay, it's disconnected. Shell, what do you think? Is it too soon to call a market rotation? Maybe this is just the market finding opportunities right now, or of course reacting to the war relief. L&T itself has been up about 7%.
I think there is a sectoral profit booking that's happening in metal and pharma and healthcare. To some extent, even stocks like ONGC and Oil India. So that's done. That's because naturally we had seen these two metals and pharma hold us in good strength in the past 3 months. So money is rotating out of those 3 or 4 major sectors: healthcare, pharma, metals, into banks, into NBFCs, and into auto stocks. Auto simply because oil is now cooled off.
I was just going to say
that is what the sectoral rotation is telling us. Please.
No, we were discussing yesterday that auto, I mean, how much more room on the upside is there at the moment, given that we might see inflationary pressures and, perhaps margins on the upside may be limited.
Well, those are things that worry fundamental analysts. What I check is money moving in. And once stocks start to rise, then all fundamental analysts come together and give us a reason. Now, money is moving into autos, whether we like it or not. They have been beaten black and blue, and they show strength. Therefore, all tire makers, all ancillaries of tire makers like Philips Carbon Black, Goa Carbon, Ashok Leyland, Motherson Sumi in particular. Motherson Sumi is India's largest auto ancillary by any measure. So those are stocks that need to be looked at as far as gains are concerned. As also Mahindra and Mahindra, and in the second rung Maruti and Hyundai. So that's the hierarchy of stocks that are likely to do well in the auto ancillary, tire and tire ancillary space, Abha.
All right, that's on the auto front. We've got, I think, a brokerage view coming in on Polycab. Let's take a look at that. Citi has said that domestic demand has rebounded, and secondary sales have also improved. Channel inventories have returned to normal levels, so that one is looking interesting there. That's a view coming in on Polycab this morning. In terms of other newsmakers as well, let me just pull up a few for you. We'll of course continue to track a few of the stocks and news in tech, like I mentioned, not just HCL Tech, but we've got a few others as well that continue to stand out, and so IT might remain a theme. In fact, we've got Cognizant, for example, talking about further action when it comes to the IT pack as well. Lots of positive commentary coming in, and just pulling up for you. Yes, 1 second. I think we had FIIs pumping about 1.84 billion into Indian bonds in June. That's the highest in 16 months. So that looks like a nice turnaround that we're looking at there. Kalpataru, Titagar Rail, Chambal Fertilizer, Swiggy, Bharti Airtel, Titan could be some of the names in the news. We'll keep a search, a check on some of these. I just want to pull up some of these charts as well. And I think they're also all different reasons, but some also on technicals, which is perhaps why some of these are in focus. Shell, just going to run through some of these names again in case any of these stand out to you on the charts. But a Kalpataru, a Titagar, for example. Let's take a look at. I don't even want to talk about Swiggy, regardless of what the what the charts are saying right now. But I don't know why there's still a lot of buy calls on that one. Telecom we've spoken about a fair bit. Titan, while expensive, is still attracting buy calls. Mahanagar Gas as well, and Aditya Birla Capital. So some of these on the charts, Shell, are looking good.
Yeah, Abha, KPIL, which is Kalpataru Power, is in strength on many parameters. And did you mention Swiggy? Did I hear that
Yes,
right?
I did.
Okay, so Swiggy is something that value buyers will prefer. This is, of course, not meant for momentum traders. Swiggy is now available at 259, I believe, much below its listing price, which was somewhere like 390. And let me go back to my notes and find out what was the IPO price of Swiggy. That is the most critical part. The IPO price of Swiggy was somewhere like, just a moment, it's right there on my screen. It'll take a while to come. It's trading below its IPO price, and for people like us who really are in the long term, Abha, this is really good news. The price of the IPO was 390 rupees per share. This is value buy. There are only two players in the food delivery market, Eternal and Swiggy. Even if they have 50% each, you're looking at a huge upside over the next couple of decades. So Abha, for value pickers, it's Swiggy and Eternal.
Okay, there's a report, Shell, that says Reliance Jio to file DRHP for $4 billion IPO before the AGM on Friday. What are you hearing on that front?
Yes, so that's breaking news that's coming in. It should be good news for all those people who have invested in Reliance Jio. Remember, in the downturn of COVID, so they will get to sort of exit. Plus, it will also add one more player in the market. Remember, Bharti is the only major listed player in the telecom space. Another one is Welcome. Reliance Jio is bigger than Bharti, so its Welcome should be in equal measure. And Bharti has created immense wealth over the last 3 years, as also since its listing in 2001 of February. This is really good news, and it adds one more mega cap to the Indian basket of quality stocks. Abha.
Absolutely. We'll talk more about that with our guest shortly, but that's big news. And actually, given what we've been seeing with the Vedanta demerger, now the Jio announcement, I mean, that's huge value unlocking that we're seeing across the board on Indian equities. Mega issues there. And I think it gives you a sense of the scale that we're looking at right now. Talking about some of the other movers, fertilizers have been in focus. Again, this is, of course, on the back of the West Asia war cooling off. Petronet was up because, and GAIL also, as Qatar plans rapid LNG production restarting. So all of those are, of course, West Asia related. From IT, I was mentioning that Sonata was up, up about 19%. That was one. And that's from an NCLT, not for an Encore IT merger. And then we also had Coforge, for instance, that was very much buzzing yesterday. Pharma, as Shell mentioned, different reasons, but also, of course, that entire cough syrup rule coming in. So a little bit of, just moderate trade on pharma, apart from a structural cool-off as well. I think we have Gaurav with us. Gaurav, let me get a view from you on Reliance. We're counting down to the AGM, and we're hearing about the Jio IPO, which is much awaited by the market.
Very good morning to you, Abha and Shell. Yes, the Reliance Jio IPO is pretty much on cards now. We should hear certain details coming in from the AGM as well. Another NBFC being listed now, a bigger one indeed. So I think these are some good positive developments coming in as far as the Reliance investors are concerned. Good value locking is there. We have seen of late whatever larger conglomerates, whenever they have divested their businesses and relisted them as separate entities, they have done good. Recently, it was Vedanta that has merged out four entities now. Previous occasions, also many of the larger companies have done so. So Reliance is most warranted, the biggest listed entity in Indian stock exchanges. Reliance Retail, the Geo business, is, whenever these things come in, they themselves in individuality will be giants. So I think this is great value unlocking opportunity for the investors. One should hold on to Reliance for now.
Okay, a hold on Reliance coming in. What did you make of the move on HCL Tech yesterday, Gaurav?
I'm still having a cautious approach on the entire IT pack. We firmly believe that such news of partnerships, amalgamations will be seen. We have already heard a lot coming in from major companies. Recently, it was HCL Tech. But I think the headwinds are still there. There won't be a smooth scaling upwards. Many resistances are placed for HCL Tech also. Though these are welcome moves, but in the immediate near term, if we are looking at it, I think there won't be much of cheers here. But from a longer term, at least 2 years horizon from now here on, they can be value creation. But still, I'm maintaining a cautious stance on the entire IT pack.
Shell, would you like to come in?
Yeah, hi Gaurav. Good news all around as far as the markets are concerned. Any view that you may want to share on beaten down NBFCs? What would be your top pick in the NBFC sector?
Hi, Shel. Very good morning to you. NBFC's segment fascinated us from the past 2 years. We have been maintaining a clear-cut bullish stance on Shriram Finance even when it was rising, and when it was tumbling, we have maintained and accumulate. We still maintain and uphold the bullish stance for Shriram Finance. This is among the larger players. As far as the mid and small cap space is concerned, we are also bullish uh, on the smaller and the middle housing finance companies, something like Aadhar Housing Finance, PNB Housing Finance, and we believe that the later half of this financial year, these companies should gear up now. When there are now subsiding the expectation of a rate hike, a moderate inflation is what we are expecting henceforth. Crude is coming down. So I think this will be a sweet spot. The housing finance space should perform in the later half of the year.
From the financials, Gaurav, what else is looking good to you? Because we're seeing a pickup across the board.
Names like Indian Bank, Federal Bank, City Union Bank, these are some banking stocks that we are very much bullish at. Bajaj Finance is also at an attractive level now. So from a medium to longer term perspective, one can keep an eye on it. I've already said that Shriram Finance remains our best pick for the moment. We have been long-term investors of it, so general disclaimers also that our clients will be having position and holding in this stock. Overall, finance space looks really attractive now.
Okay, and what about the move that we saw in real estate yesterday? What are you making of that?
Again, as I've mentioned that when there are lesser hopes of a rate hike, it benefits the real estate segment at large. Inflation settling down will also help the real estate segment. The cost of raw material is likely not to rise that quickly as it was expected, say about a week or 10 days back. Cement cost, the transportation logistic cost have actually skyrocketed due to the crude oil rising. So therefore, something like a overall reality, which has been a good performer of late, a DLFs look really attractive. So I won't be surprised to see a further uptick in the real estate stocks. But for a case scenario, we are not very much invested into the real estate pack as of now. But these two stocks look fairly attractive from this pack.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now 4 minutes away from pre-open. The GIFT Nifty is showing a flat opening, nothing to be worried about. Remember, in the last 3 trading sessions, the Bank Nifty has gone up by 3,000 points and the Nifty has gone up by 1,000 points. So around 24,000, there is a very, very strong resistance for the Nifty. You just might see a sideways consolidation band on the index as it takes a breather. But strength is seen in the auto space, the financial services space, especially mid and small cap NBFCs, even large cap NBFCs are doing very good. Core housing is in top shape, but there is continued profit booking expectations on the Nifty Pharma Index, the Nifty Metals Index, as also the energy pack of government companies. Now, we will also keep an eye out on oil prices. This is the biggest trigger that we have. Oil has slumped much below 200-day DMA, much below $80 a barrel. What you see is an early March price on low that makes it a 3-month low on oil prices. All this is very, very good news for Indian equities. We continue to focus on stocks such as within the auto space, Ashok Leyland, Eicher Motors, Maruti and Hyundai. Within the auto ancillaries, it's TI India, Tube Investments India and Motherson Sumi. And within the ancillaries that supply raw materials to tire makers, we are looking at carbon black companies, Goa Carbon and Philips Carbon Black. There is strength in the NBFC space. Look no further than the 2 small ones, AB Capital already record high, L&T Finance trying to catch up and Bandhan Bank. These are stocks that are likely to show strength. Let's get Gaurav's view on Bandhan Bank. Gaurav, any view that Globe Capital's research team will have on this small cap private sector bank?
So far, but the stock looks upbeat. The performance is very good. Stock is trading near its high, which is very much unlike to other private sector banking players. Very less players are able to match the pace of Bandhan Bank of late. The financials also are very much attractive. The company came up with a whooping set of numbers for the March quarter results. The profits actually have doubled on a quarterly basis, but from an overall year-on-year perspective, there's a slight bit of disappointment here. So overall, things look good and optimistic for Bandhan Bank. We are constructive on it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Bandhan Bank, should it work out well, is a swing trade. Remember, somewhere in 2018, at the peak of the private banking mania, Bandhan Bank was 733 rupees. It is now sort of languishing around 216. But in the last 3 months, since the low of April, Bandhan Bank has moved up from 148 rupees to 216. So this is something that you need to keep an eye out on. That's how structures are. Before we let Gaurav go, one final view on the market, Gaurav.
Share markets look really upbeat here. The continuous slight decline in the crude oil prices strengthening of rupee. These are all positive signs for Indian economy, and they will eventually boost sentiments and bring jubilation all across the markets. That's exactly what we are witnessing. A further up move towards and beyond 24,000 odd levels is pretty much warranted now. This is just a psychological level that is due to actually be breached. Once that is taken out, we will quickly see a run up toward 24 200, 250 in the immediate near term, and thereafter 24 200 as well. That is pretty much possible, if not this week, by
Right, sir.
next week.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the pre-open is within us. It's a 113-point gap up on the Nifty. This is indeed good news. Let's look at the contributory stocks that are doing well in the market. What we have in front of us is a 117-point uptick on the Nifty, and the gainers include Bharti Airtel, 42 rupees higher, HCL Tech, a rally of 36 rupees, TCS 28 rupees higher, and of course you have strength in Asian Paints, M&M and L&T. That's how the markets are as far as the opening trades are concerned on the Nifty. A quick look at Nifty laggards. SBI Life 16 rupees lower, Axis Bank slipping 13 rupees, Apollo Hospitals, Ultratech Cement and Shriram Finance are down between 3 and 10 rupees. We'll very quickly look into the FNO space. That's the critical part of the market in terms of how FNO stocks are shaping up. It's LIC Housing Finance, my apologies, LIC of India, which is at 421 rupees, 2.2% higher. Inox Wind 1.7% higher. HDFC MC, Coforge, SBI Card, Wipro, TCS in strong gains. And of course, in terms of losers, you have Zydus Life, Glenmark Pharma, selling pressure on Pidilite as well as Bharat Electronics. We'll be back shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Stay glued. It's going to be a good market today as well. Thank you.
Priyank Kharge ups the ante. The Karnataka Home Minister has written to the RSS demanding a reply from the Nagpur-based outfit on its legal status and financial details. In the letter, the minister quoted an annual report by the RSS decision-making body Akhil Bharatiya Pratinidhi Sabha and said the RSS has 4,127 daily shakhas, 1,389 weekly milans, 60 monthly mandlis, 2,194 Samajotsavs with over 19 lakh participants in Karnataka. He added that RSS held 562 route marches with over 2 lakh uniformed participants in the state. Kharge claimed that an organization with such scale and influence must clarify its legal status, registration, office bearers, funding, etc. He urged the RSS to register itself in its centenary year, pay applicable taxes and function transparently within the constitution. After taking over as Home Minister of the state recently, Kharge has been persistently raising questions on RSS functioning.
I have raised some legal issues, I have asked some constitutional questions. Let Mr. Mohan Bhagwat answer, let the RSS answer. Why should I answer? They are the ones, right, who are not registered.
RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat, speaking at an event in Kerala, reacted to Kharge's statements, dismissing them as a gimmick.
This is politics, and all these gimmicks are being tried. We will do that. We are used to it. Hindu Dharma is not registered. Many things are not registered. Those who want to have funds from the government, they require registration. That has to be there. Over 100 years, nobody told us that you must register.
Interestingly, successive Congress governments at the centre for many decades never insisted on RSS registering itself. Kharge's demand therefore sets the stage for a face-off between the Karnataka government and the RSS, which Prime Minister Narendra Modi has described in the past as the world's largest NGO. Bureau Report, India Today.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only.
This investment guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the
And as per sources, we're learning that the Rebel Sena UBT MPs are likely to reach the Lok Sabha Speaker's residence in a while. So earlier there were reports that the Rebel Sena UBT MPs were to meet at Shrikant Shinde's residence in the national capital in the presence of Eknath Shinde and then go to the Lok Sabha Speaker. But that meeting does not seem to happen. And what we're learning now is that the Rebel MPs are likely to reach the Lok Sabha Speaker's residence in a while. So that is the latest that's coming in. Remember, the Sena UBT has already written to the Lok Sabha Speaker to not give recognition to any of the breakaway faction, and there's no breakaway faction. Sena UBT is the single recognized party. That is what has been mentioned by Arvind Sawant in the letter to the Lok Sabha Speaker, and he has also urged the Speaker to maintain status quo and to also hear Sena UBT stand before taking any decision. On the other hand, we're learning that the MPs, the so-called rebel MPs, are likely to reach Lok Sabha Speaker's residence in a while. And let me now go across to Abha Bakaya of Business Today TV with all the updates of the markets in this business show. Abha, over to you.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said! Well said! Well said!
SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Good morning. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Let's take a look at the headlines. Big day for trade and political diplomacy. First formal bilateral talk between Prime Minister Modi and US President Donald Trump after Operation Sindoor and tariffs. Trade deal, energy imports and defense to top the agenda. Big financial sops likely for Iran in the peace deal. Reports say the Trump administration will offer a $300 billion development fund, unfreeze the country's assets, and allow Iran to sell oil immediately. Pizza Hut changes hands. Yum brand splits it and sells its global operations to private equity firm Long Range Capital. China operations sold to Yum China Holdings. Total deal worth $2.7 billion. Investors boost SpaceX to a higher orbit. It's now the 5th largest company in the world by market cap, more valuable than Amazon. Elon Musk has added more wealth in 3 days than what Larry Page, the 2nd richest man in the world, is worth. Wall Street ended mixed ahead of the Fed decision. Dow Jones hitting a record high, while the Nasdaq slipped on profit booking in chip stocks. Asian markets traded mixed as easing West Asia tensions dragged Brent crude below $80 a barrel, the lowest level in 3 months. First up, a look at the currency. Rupee up 10 paise at opening. It's now at 94.46 versus 94.56, so looking good on the rupee. Precious metals slightly lower at open. MCX gold down 400 rupees only, and MCX silver down just about 300 rupees, steady at 2.5 lakhs per kilo. So that's some of the key metrics we're tracking for you this morning. Shailendra Bhatnagar and Sharad Avasthi joining us on the show. Sharad, good morning. What's in store today? How are you viewing the climb to 24,000?
Yeah, I think it's just a fresh start. We recently looked at various, cross-asset ratios, etc., and our technical desk has come out with an interesting report. So I think we are looking at, Nifty Brent, Nifty S&P 500, and Nifty USD INR all seem to suggest that we have more or less bottomed out. So standalone bottoms weren't really working because of the Trump dilly-dally. So right now, I think finally these three things are again confirming that most probably we are going to see a strong revival from here. So we are working with initial targets of around 28,000 over the next 12 months. This is from the technical research desk. And on the fundamental side, I think as I've been reiterating that it is very difficult for both these countries to continue with the kind of economic impact that this war is having on both of them. And I think high probability that we will try to solve this out. And if that happens, I think with another percentage drop in currency, even the currency bulls would come onto the stage. So most probably the currency would start appreciating. And if that happens and the war is out of the scene, oil prices are coming down, then there is high probability, that, FII flows would also come back. That's been one painful area for us. So I think it's a very good situation for us. Quarterly results have been good. Most probably next 3-4 quarters will be good. Advances growth are happening at a very rapid clip finally. So we don't see any kind of problems right now. I think we are firmly in place for a very strong rally from here on.
All right, and above 24,000 in the pre-open as well, up about 50 points on the index. Big breaking news for you this morning is on the Jio IPO. Let's bring you up to speed with that. Jio IPO papers are likely within days. They may be filing their DRHP this week. That's according to the Financial Times. A $4 billion IPO plan gathering momentum. It's something the markets have been watching out for a long time. The DRHP is likely before Friday. That's the RIL AGM. That's the big story this morning for you, as reported by the Financial Times, that ahead of the AGM, Reliance is preparing the IPO papers for Jio, and that it may be likely ahead of the AGM or on the AGM, and that we will actually see them file that DRHP. It's a $4 billion IPO and one that will have immense value unlocking for the giant. Sharad, let me get your view in on that just ahead of market opening, but that's the one going to be a huge boost for Reliance Industries.
Yeah, I certainly think, in valuation terms also, if you look at Reliance, it is trading at very subdued valuations. The Hormuz issue normalizing is something very positive for the petchem side of the business. I think Jio has some ARPU leverage also that can come in over the next, 1.5 years. And the FTTH part is doing well. So we are working with targets of 1850, and I'm very positive about Reliance.
All right, fabulous. Let's take a look at the opening trades for you. On your screen, let's just pull that up about 30 odd points on the index, just above 24,000. And while all our technical analysts have reassured me that it is not a resistance level, I'm going to reconfirm that with Shell, because we're not jumping ahead of that right now, but holding steady at 24,000. Perhaps there are still some concerns the markets may have. We have on your screen, IT is up about 0.5%, continuing its trade since yesterday. Auto is a little quiet. Let's bring up financials. Let's bring up banks. That's where some of the momentum has been building. So let's take a closer look there. Broader markets intact. Let's also take a look at financial services is flat. Let's pull up banks, both PSU private, to see if action there. So maybe the lag in the market is coming in from the banks. Let's pull up the index gainers and losers as well. A little bit of action on the PSU side, but the private side is pretty quiet today. Let's pull up the index and also take a look at individual names this morning. IT continuing its up move, so that's one clear trend coming in for you. We've also got Trent, ICICI Bank, some of the other names on the upside this morning. Sun Pharma, for example. On the downside, let's take a quick look at what else is perhaps holding the market back somewhat this morning. And on your screen, we've got RIL actually trending lower. Bajaj Finance, Axis Bank financials. It's the financials that are pulling weight on the index. So I would clearly call that. And of course, some amount of profit booking in metals like in Hindalco and so on, for instance. iShares has also been playing quiet for a little while. So advanced decline ratio is intact, but we're not seeing any runaway games. The index is quiet. Broader markets are a little more active. Mixed bag on financials. But we would have liked to see more activity there, wouldn't we, Shell? Good morning.
Good morning, Abha. But see, 24,000 is a very, very critical resistance. A lot of call writing here has pushed us back several times in the last couple of months. But I'm fairly confident that this time you'll see 24,000 being taken out by bulls. Let's wait for the first 15-20 minutes and let us see how it shapes up. But a 3-day rally has taken us 1,000 points higher on the Nifty and 3,000 points higher on the Bank Nifty. Probably this is a time to rest and look at beaten down sectors, especially the mid-cap financial services and the mid-cap auto space, Abha. Be sure that oil is down and rupee is up. We shall overcome 24,000.
All right. Positive as always. Sharad, while one is, of course, clearly optimistic, where would you put money right now? Because some sectors are cooling off and some are still hesitant to completely jump ahead. What would you find attractive at these levels?
I think IT certainly will make the cut where valuations look very attractive to me at this point in time. Real estate as a pocket looks very good. I think this oil going down as a theme should work very well for OMCs. So within that, HPCL, IOC, BPCL, all three might be very good bets for decent appreciation from current levels. And one non-basically frontline theme would be the alcohol stocks. I think they've corrected substantially. So once normalcy comes back, I think that is one space that you could look at. So these are the 3-4 sectors we are largely looking at. And within banking, I think insurance is attractively valued at current prices, and even the smaller banks or the MSME microfinance players, that is something we are aggressively looking at.
All right. I want to go a little deeper into the financials, Sharad, because, break it up for us. We did see action yesterday when it came to some of the financial services counters and on the PSU side. But it's been a mixed bag, so to say. If you had to really go stock specific, where would you look? It's a large basket, smaller than before, but still a large basket.
I think on the private bank side, if you are looking at safer returns, I think HDFC Bank is a no-brainer at these valuations. We are working with targets of 1,050, 1,100 on the stock. If you want to take a mix of, a bit of risk because of corporate governance issues that have been cropping up, I think that IndusInd Bank makes the cut because we think the microfinance and the MSME part of the business should do very well from here on across the sector. So IndusInd could benefit out of that. Bandhan is something that we are aggressively looking at. I think the microfinance part of the business should do very good. The way they are spreading out across the nation, that should help them. So these are 3-4 stories we are looking at. And within power finance, I think PFC remains our top bet. We believe even the REC merger should be very positive for them. So long term, we are very bullish on PFC. So that is something we are aggressively looking at. And maybe some of the smaller banking names, some of the small finance banks, etc., they might also be looking good.
Sharad, what did you make of the Vedanta demerger and the kind of unlocking that we're seeing on that front? Clearly, that Vedanta Aluminium clearly seems to be the one big prize. But what did you make of the demerger altogether, and how are you approaching it?
I think we failed to find value for most of these stocks for a period of 1.5, 2 years. So we have not recommended to buy or hold any of the demerged entity or the combined entity as well now. Yeah, if you're looking at the long-term themes, 4 or 5 years, what they are planning to do in case they can pull it off, I think then they are very good bets. But 1.5, 2 years, we failed to find any merit in buying any of the stories, basically. So we recommended a blanket sell across most of them. We found it difficult to, sustain these valuations.
Okay, Vedanta Iron and Steel up at about 5% right now. Vedanta Aluminium is down, oil and gas is steady, and iron and steel is the one that I think the markets are finding attractive at about 23 rupees right now. Power is also steady at about 40 rupees. Shale resistance is key, and Nifty struggling to hold above 24,000. And Reliance actually is weak today. So either the markets haven't completely caught on to the geo news or waiting for it to unfold. Not sure which it is, but it's actually selling a little further and down about 1% right now.
Yeah, Abha, I wouldn't be too worried because IT is clicking in, just as my very dear friend Sharad pointed out on IT stocks. So Infosys clicking in 1% higher. TCS, Tech Mahindra in gains, and amongst the smaller pack, you have strength in Persistent, HCL Tech, L&T. Actually, Abha, the pivot yesterday was the 10% stake purchase that HCL Tech has done into Sarvam. That is the AI play that we are looking at. I think a 6-year low on stocks like TCS and HCL Tech provide opportunities for long-term players to get into these stocks. These are cash-rich, debt-free global companies where valuations have been beaten black and blue. Yes, it's a dark phase, but this too shall pass.
In fact, the Sarvam founders talking exactly about that, the global leverage, the infrastructure leverage, and the urgency to also build something that is sovereign here in the domestic market, particularly given the concerns that we're seeing on AI and the new Mythos models being banned and so on. So a lot of action when it comes to the IT space, and today as well, the index up a nice strong 1%. A lot of hopes that some of the domestic models will actually start to take hold and accelerate from here on. OMCs are looking good right now, of course, again on the back of what's happening on oil. We've had some action in energy names like an Inox, a Suzlon. We've had some action in cement. Real estate has been really good, not so much today, but yesterday. Today everything's holding a little bit steady. But L&T has been very strong over the past week as well. Sharad, what are some of the other, shiny stocks that are catching your eye in terms of the kind of move we've seen in the past week? L&T for one.
L&T would be one. I think major movements last would be into I think IT, something that is recovering. Reliance had recovered a bit, but it has come down. Trend, etc., have moved up substantially. So I think on the high beta side, Dixon is something that you could start looking at. I think that is something that could shine in the days to come. And most probably, most of the consumer durable stories could also do well, with the rupee probably appreciating. I think 1.5% more, you will have more confirmation that probably the rupee is going to strengthen against the USD across the board. But I think Dixon is a high beta story that you can look at. Indigo could be good, I think, with falling oil prices. The correlation could be there. And domestic passenger traffic, etc., is not a problem. My only issue with Indigo is the international expansion and the premium side of the expansion, which could be cash flow negative for the company. So that is why. But I think, yeah, theme-wise, that could do very well. Paints as a sector could do very well, I think, because of lower oil prices. And I think one more sector that we are largely looking at is tires. I think valuations are very attractive across the board in tires. So that could be something that could benefit out of, lower oil prices, resulting in lower SBR and raw material prices for them.
All right. Well, talking about Indigo, let's also discuss Air India. They have introduced no meal fare, cheaper tickets. Fewer perks, free tea and coffee are still included and available on select domestic routes. Airline is now taking on low-cost rivals. Richa Sharma is joining in. Richa, I don't know what to make of this. I'm feeling so disappointed at the last sort of full-service airline also now resorting to cost-cutting measures. Of course, at a business level, key for Air India, which is under a staggering loss right now.
Good morning, Abha. So what we know is that they have introduced a new kind of segment, which is called a basic segment, where you can opt out, a passenger can opt out of the meal thing. They'll get a coffee and tea. And what they have seen is also because of the airfare rising, so they would wanted the passengers who don't want to opt for the meals can do away with it. And what changes does it bring in the airfare is around 500 to 600 rupees. And to start with, they're planning to introduce on 620 routes. So some of those routes would be shorter flights, like 1 hour, 1.5 hour flights, which are within that range. So like Bangalore, Hyderabad, Delhi, Amritsar, Delhi, Chandigarh. So smaller flights where passengers may not even want something to eat or munch kind of thing. But still they would have an offer where they could buy those meals 24 hours before. So those are the things, and this is also done as a kind of a competition they are facing from Indigo. So they would want this segment to be introduced so that more passengers, don't look at the airfare and they would want to travel Air India. So this was the whole idea behind this restructuring or, unbundling of meals in a full-service career.
All right, Richa, thanks for that. And, it's a clear move from Air India. It's the most natural step for them on cost cutting post the kind of hit they've had after the West Asia war and over the last year. All right, we'll leave it there for now. Sharad, thanks so much for joining us. And we'll, of course, be back to take you through market closing a little later on the show.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said! Well said! Well said!
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV. gentlemen, a warm welcome. Wednesday starts on a good note as far as Dalal Street is concerned. Nifty back above 24,000. Remember, this is the fourth day of gains. Already the Nifty has rallied 1,000 points. Bank Nifty has rallied 3,000 points, all because oil has slumped. Now definitely below $80 a barrel, definitely a 3-month low, and more importantly below 200-day DM. Nothing could be better. You also have strength coming into the rupee. Let me just give you what the number is. It was 10 paise in strength in early morning's deals. Let's see it now, 23 paise higher versus the dollar. That's good news, and that essentially means that equities will be better. Lower oil and a stronger rupee are two very, very strong catalysts for Dalal Street. Nifty mid cap 100 index is 154 points higher. Small cap index is 100 points higher. Advanced decline is 2:1. 1900 shares are in the green versus 800 that are in the red. The top gaining index, ladies and gentlemen, is the most beaten down. Nifty IT index, go for it. It's really, really in strength. What are the top gainers in the market? Brigade Enterprises 6% higher. Newgen Software 4.8% higher. Car Trade 4% higher. Tejas Networks 3.7% higher. These are amongst the gainers. Tire makers JK and Apollo Tire in top shape, 3.5% higher. And you have an all-time high on Bellrise. This is an auto ancillary company, 241 rupees. That's gain coming all around. Look at Coforge, look at CG Power. Both of them are up. Joining us on the show is Mr. Gaurav Sharma from Globe Capital. Good morning, Gaurav ji. A very warm welcome. How are you looking at sentiment in market today?
Shalenji, very good morning to you. Sentiment is very much positive here. Things are looking optimistic. Crude is settling down. We see a further slide coming in crude in the coming sessions as well. Rupee is strengthening. So what I'm trying to say is I think good days are back for Indian equities now. The smile at your face clearly, confirms and concurs with my thoughts. Because whatever we say, the green is clearly fascinating color for people who are into equities. The sectors are turning gears now. The beaten down sectors which used crude or petroleum products as their ingredient or maybe a raw material are coming back into action. May it be chemical. The fertilizer segment was also very deeply impacted due to the logistics issues arising from the Gulf side. Tire companies are also being benefited from it. Other segments like the oil refineries are clear beneficiary of it. The airlines, again, a clear beneficiary of it. So these are some segments which are attracting buying now. Other segments and spaces that have already performed are still looking attractive and they haven't lost their charm. That is power and power equipments, ancillary. The autos are gearing up well now with crude coming down. Hopes of maybe in some time when the government feels the short coverings is done by the OMCs, we might see a cut. And we should hope a cut coming in from petrol and diesel prices, again, that will benefit our auto industry. So these are the whole lot of things that are directly being benefited out of the ongoing settlement and things and the dust getting settled in the West Asia region.
Okay. Well, there are buys all around the Nifty now, 54, 55 rupees higher. Small cap index is 94 rupees higher. Let's look at some other data. I'm looking at car trade. This is something that I've highlighted in the early morning pre-open space. 111 rupees higher, 4.6% up. You have Bellrise at a 52-week high and Varun Beverages. Varun Beverages, of course, is a pure summer play. So please keep an eye out on this one. Profit booking continues in GIC Ray. This is the government insurance PSU where you have an open offer coming in, so keep an eye out on that one as well. Strength in Gillette, 234 rupees higher. Strength in Gravita, these are two volume buzzers on the long side, but DOMS, this is a stationary company, down about 67 rupees, very heavy volumes today. 25, 26 times the 5-day average in terms of numbers of share traded, which is 51 lakhs. So that's the state of play, ladies and gentlemen. Swiggy, multi-year low and almost dramatically lower than its listing price, dramatically lower than its IPO price. Gauravji, what is your research team talking about Swiggy?
Shalenji, we are bullish on Zomato. We do not have a coverage report yet on Swiggy. But my sense is these are times that Swiggy will witness an uptick. It is very much beaten down now, and it is just majorly two players delivering food to your house, office, whatever it is. So this is a growing business, and the upcoming the Gen Zs are completely into these kind of business. So I expect the numbers should actually turn out in coming quarters. Although still the company is into loss now, deeply into red, but early signs of reversal are visible. Short-term traders who are willing to take some bets for quick money, I think this particular stock can give it. A rise towards 290, 295 looks very much on cards now. Therefore, a small stop loss should be taken, and one can take a long position here. I'll advise traders to buy the stock on the rise rather than taking dips to accumulate, because momentum is most needed. It is a beaten down stock, completely in a downtrend, so it is a reversal play, yet being little riskier as of now.
Okay, wonderful. Given the strength that we are seeing in the market, Gauravji, what is your research team come out in terms of good large caps to get hold of at current levels?
We are very much positive on companies like Bharti Airtel. We have already released a report on it. We remain constructive on Larsen and Toubro all throughout this war period. I have been mentioning this on various platforms, including yours, that this company is beaten down due to the ongoing war. Once this thing settles, this will completely be a clear beneficiary, because this company will get the reconstruction contract. It is only the timeline that may vary, because these are long-term contracts. They last from 2 to 5 years. So considering the existing order book too, the company is at a very good shape. Still, it is trading lower from its highs. We see a new high in the next, say, by the next quarter for this company. Therefore, this is one stock. Other than that, from the auto space, we remain very bullish on Maruti now, citing the kind of monthly sales figures the company reported, the kind of results the company have posted in its previous quarter, and the flex fuel vehicle and the EV vehicle they have recently launched. So the entire arsenal, entire pack is ready. Therefore, these are the three large cap companies that our research team is currently focusing, and we have recommended it to our clients as well. So a general disclaimer as well, that our clients may have a position in this stock.
Okay, fair point. Almost 9:40, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a tech day. Very, very strong rallies happening on Coforge. Already about 1497 is what you see on Coforge in terms of gains. You have a strength coming into Persistent Systems, reclaiming 5,000, 5,1999. Tech Mahindra in gains 1474. L&T Mindtree, TCS, Infosys, all of them are showing signs of strength. Within the option space, you have Trent. Trent futures in top shape. Let's see what Trent is doing. I haven't seen the stock for a very long while. Yes, it's now trying to climb above 200-day moving average. What you see is 2942, actually 3,000 rupees, 104 rupees higher, and this is the highest since 31st of October 2025. So it's a 7-month high. Keep an eye out on Trent. Both 2960 and 3000 option calls are doing very, very well in the market. So the stack is working really well. You have a strong move coming into Trent June 30th 2940 call, which is at 102 rupees. You have strength coming in at 2960 call, and you have strength coming in at 3000 call for Trent. Voltas in top shape, 1400 call for Voltas is also doing pretty well. So it's the summer theme that is coming back. Remember, there are no rains. Voltas is 3.5% higher. Gauravji, a view on this one?
Voltas you're talking about?
Yes.
So yes, a good uptick seen in today's trading session, 3.2% up, 1% of OI increase. Volume is also very much decent. The summer thing is playing up well. A lesser, so far it is a 60% lesser monsoon that India has seen. Therefore, a positive sign for the AC manufacturer companies indulged in the business of air conditioning and ancillary business, may it be Blue Star or Amber Enterprises. Specifically talking about Voltas, it is looking good. A rise towards 1480-1500 zone is pretty much possible. You have also mentioned about Trend. This stock is looking very attractive at the moment, Shailji. Currently over 3% of a rise as far as price is concerned, and 1.5% so far of a rise as far as OI open interest is concerned. Clearly rising price with rising OI, a bullish scenario. Stock is looking very, very good on charts as well. The recent numbers were also promising, indicating us that a rise from here on is pretty much likely. 3200, 3300 is very much likely in the near term itself. Existing shareholders, the people who have a long position or viewers, they must hold on to their position.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think the rally on the Nifty has started. Now we are at day's high. What you see is up 64 at 2454. This is the highest we have been since 26th of May. And more importantly, at this point of time, the rupee is in strength and oil is falling. Now what next for the index? Very simply, you are looking at 24,100, you are looking at 24,200, 24,300. We need to see whether call writers are wrapping up their short positions on 24,000. Only time will tell, but so far it is looking good. Before we bid you goodbye, Gauravji, your final view for the market today?
Looking very positive. The levels you have mentioned, I second your thought. 24,200 is very much on cards. This is the immediate level that I am eyeing at. This also is the level where the 100 period exponential moving average will be surpassed, and market will head towards 24,400, which will be closer to their 200 period exponential moving average. And if that is also surpassed, we will head towards more highs. So 24,200, 24,400 looks pretty much optimistic, pretty much possible in the immediate near term, maybe a week's time or so.
Okay, so Gauravji, thank you for your time as always, such a pleasure. We'll wrap it here, ladies and gentlemen. It's looking good. The first half an hour, Nifty has consolidated above 24,000 after slipping a bit. Remember, this is the fourth day of gains, and they come on the back of a strong rupee and a weaker oil prices. Oil is below 200-day DMA. Nothing could be better for Indian balance sheet. below $80 a barrel. This is a 3-month low on crude oil prices. They should fall even further. Rupee is strengthening and strengthening for the better. This is adding quality gains to Dalal Street. A strong rupee and a weak oil is all that we need to get over the most immediate crisis that we have seen. Today, techs are firing. There is strength in the auto space, there is strength in the financial services space, there is profit booking in some metal stocks, and there is profit booking in pharma stocks. It's looking good. We'll be back shortly. Please stay glued on Business Today television.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment guru tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said! Well said! Well said!
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m.
Only
on India Today.
A very warm welcome to all who are watching Business Today television. Ladies and gentlemen, it's turning out to be a good day not only for Dalal Street but also for broader investors who are in the business of turning small amounts of SIPs into a lot of wealth over a certain period of time. Data from mutual fund industry body AMFI shows that monthly SIP numbers are fairly constant, well above 30,000 crore rupees per month for the third month in a row. But there are certain pockets of the mutual fund industry that have shown signs of fatigue after many investors, millions of them, have waited for about 18 months to 2 years with next to no returns. What does this data tell us? What are the possible points of pain, possible points of strength? To discuss this and a lot more, we are joined by Mr. Dhirendra Kumar, the CEO at Value Research. This is a fund tracking agency and one of the pioneers in sharing data across many platforms. Namaste Dhirenji. As always, Namaste. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
How are you reading the latest missive that has come from AMFI in terms of SIP data and some stoppages in equity mutual funds?
No, I'm not looking at it as any kind of deceleration. In fact, the SIP numbers are very solid, rock solid. In fact, most of the decline that we saw was 2 months of lump sum investments made by investors in mutual fund. In fact, SIP numbers have grown.
Yes.
If you look into the finer details. So I don't see it alarming. And in fact, for second month in a row, the SIP number has crossed 30,000 and stayed there. That is a big thing. In fact, many investors looked at 2 months of deceleration as or a decline, and there was a scale of withdrawal, but that is more of about the lump sum flow that was into mutual fund. SIP is still very encouraging, and last month's number, it is primarily on account of the corporate overall decline in asset.
Okay. Dhirenji, the rock solid SIP number that you mentioned, 30,000 crore rupees, comes also against the backdrop of perhaps the most vicious short-term downturn that most of us have experienced in Indian equities over the last 30 years or so. Would you try to put that in that context too?
No, I would like to uh, bring to your attention that good market performance draws investors, and many new investors. In fact, most Indians still don't invest in mutual fund. They still haven't opened the bank their SIP account, and despite this deceleration or the little decline, which is a very nominal amount, but besides that, 1 lakh new SIP accounts were added.
Which is heartening, especially at a time when markets have corrected very sharply, and many observers, including you, had probably for the first time questioned the continuance of the good times that we've had on Indian equity markets, of course, after a substantial uptick.
Yes, but this is almost like SIP is like a standing instruction to your bank account that keep investing. And most investors are still very new in the cycle. It is quite understandable for investors to not be very happy if they have started recently. They have only seen the upside. And despite that, despite the turbulence in the market, despite the volatility, despite all investors who came in the last 1.5 years with huge expectation, despite not getting returns of a meaningful scale, which is over and above the fixed income, still they're sustaining their SIP. I think is a very encouraging sign.
Absolutely. So that takes care of the SIP debate. It's rock solid. It's helping not only the markets tide over uncertainty, but it's also definitely in the long term creating wealth. The other possibly headline was a modest withdrawal in gold ETFs. Gold is something that you haven't been very, how should I say, aggressive about. It has to be a part of the portfolio, nothing much, but the hedge has turned into a bet.
Yes, this hedge actually, investors, Indian investors are fond of gold. The gold available in the financial form, first the sovereign gold bonds, and then these gold ETFs, gold funds, and then silver funds. All these things added together, they democratized the ownership. It was possible for investors to have it in a very easy way. And then the emergence of fintech and our ability, the seamlessness with which you can invest, that democratized it even further. And then the most favorite hobby of Indian investors, or for investors globally, is to chase most recent past performance. And what happened was gold on a surge, and gold on a surge for a different reason altogether. We thought that it should be in the financial framework. I have said for all these years to my greatly disappointing many of all my readers that gold is not a productive asset. I simply followed Warren Buffett, and then what happened? All the central bankers queued up. What happened after Ukraine was that everybody thought that de-dollarization, they have to have some asset which can hold value, and they didn't need to de-risk themselves. And everybody queued up to buy gold, and today gold happens to be the second largest asset of central bankers globally. With that in mind, and then everybody thought that now the war has broken, gold will go up, and gold witnessed the biggest decline never witnessed before. That was actually a wake-up call for investors. That has shaken investors. And for the first time in the month of March, Indian investors invested more in gold than equity SIP. And that was like catching a market peak, catching the market gold prices at the peak level. That has been very hugely disappointing. And anybody who came just to ride it at the very opportune time has been so disappointed that they are pulling out, and that is very natural. Add to it the call by our Prime Minister that we should not buy gold because every gold purchase leads to, forex outflow. And I think a call from the Prime Minister and the understanding and the price shake-up post and the big disappointment that now can only go up because the war has broken, that did not pan out as expected. So short-term investors who were chasing recent past performance, they have been disappointed, they're pulling out, and I think they will take some lesson. At the same time, any investors who accumulated gold over a period of time, 1 or 2 years, they started that, okay, let me have a small part of my portfolio, 5%, 10%. Because of the appreciation, it has turned out to be very large, very sizable. And if you have made any allocation, and that allocation is useless if you don't rebalance it, and a good part of the gold realignment could be a result of that rebalancing.
So essentially, we are only focused in creating long-term wealth in this particular section of BTTV. So for those who climbed into the rally in March and are now exiting, well, that's fear and greed, which we've seen over many editions in different asset classes. Keeping that aside, at this stage where gold has sort of calmed down, and with the hindsight of experience, would you suggest that the percentage allocation to gold in the overall fund portfolio be raised?
No, I would say that any investor should not have more than 10% in their portfolio, generally speaking. And if you don't have it, build it up gradually. Ideally, you should have even lesser, half of that. If you don't have it, build it gradually. Don't try to time it. If it has gone past that, realign it, redeem gradually to make it bring it to a level where you will be comfortable with it. Don't try to be tactically build a position or try to benefit from it, because we have not seen the worst or the best of it. It could be that the worst might still be ahead. I'm just wondering that the scale of investment made by central bankers, if 5% of it for some reason which will be not in any investor's control, if that comes back to the market, what happens to gold prices? Because we have seen the 200% surge in prices over the last 2.5 years, and 5-10%, and the position has been built gradually. And whenever a central bank needs money for their own productive economic use, that will happen in a hurry. And when that happens in a hurry, when you sell in desperation, you build gradually, you build deliberately. And when we see the reversal, I don't know what will be the short-term impact, and that will be a massive blow to individual investors, because our understanding of gold is that this is gold. Yes. And it may not be so.
Yes, Shakespeare actually said it many centuries ago, all that glitters may not be gold. Let's see how it goes on, but it's an important lesson to have learned, that a rally that has sparked such fantastic returns turned actually a hedge into an investment. Be that as it may, we'll see how it pans out. Because you are a veteran of many a bull and bear markets, how do you see this Hormuz disruption, which is now sort of getting, it might just open up in the next 1 month or so. The war seems to be heading towards a closure. Oil prices have cooled substantially. How do you see the Indian markets from now on? Is the worst behind us?
I hope so, but I don't know. But I think the biggest promise that I see is that despite all the turbulence in the market, we are witnessing for the first time a very nominal part of Indian investors' savers' money pouring into mutual fund, through equity, through SIP. And despite all these turbulence, we have seen the 63rd month of positive inflows. And this could just be the beginning. Most investors, most savers in India still don't have equity exposure. They have some NPS, and then the mandatory savings, a small part of it comes to equity. EPFO has started investing a small part of it, 5-10%. And nobody has any meaningful exposure. The net result, and 63rd month of straight surge in equity SIP money. uh, when investors experience, no Indian investors has ever experienced except for somebody on the periphery, except for somebody who is extremely evolved, that who is a regular systematic investor and with his small contribution is able to, with his small cash flow, is able to build something sizable. And a lot of those investors and all those investors who have invested through these lean times, they will see the certain the surge and the impact and the wealth effect. That will be a great reinforcing thing, and this will snowball into even larger. The snowball effect of that will start getting triggered. And not to say that great credit should be given to, and of course, over the long run, earnings drive prices. And Hormuz clearance or all the disruption and oil prices, and these are things, it happens. If it was not there, then something else will happen. There'll be, we have about 5-6 things to worry about. We have the American presidency, which is the biggest worry. Then comes this. Then comes AI disruption, and we will have the doomsday proponents who will be calling something or the other every other day. We have seen these concerns, and in my 35 years of running value research, there have never been 6 consecutive months where things look normal. And despite the market has gone up from 4,000 points to 70,000 points, with 40% decline, we saw the worst in 2008. After touching an all-time high of 20,000 on Sensex, we went down to 8,500. Yes. The finest of equity flexi-cap fund, multi-cap fund, it went down in value by 55%. In fact, the nicer ones went down by 55%. The not so good ones actually went down by 75%. Imagine your 100 rupee becoming 25. So when I look at this, I think these are great opportunity, and somebody who actually is able to tide over these and has been able to stick around will emerge as a much stronger, desirable investor who will give strength to the market and to his own wealth. Everybody acts in his own best interest, and they would have experienced it to stick around.
Absolutely. Before I get into a separate section of Q&A, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions on what now. At this point of time, if a new investor whom you wish to attract into this kind of a market were to start their first step into equity mutual funds, what is the allocation that you would suggest?
I remember, Sharendra, you asking me this question and these 3-4 questions all the time.
Yes.
And my answer remains the same ones, the same boring ones. If there is a 25, 30-year-old person getting started with his job, saving some 5,000-10,000 rupees, deferring his consumption right now, he can well start with any fund. No excuses. Start tomorrow or start right after this program if it is not 3:30. Because there is a great value of starting early. And don't wait for my advice. Start with a small cap fund, start with an index fund, start with a flexi cap fund, anything. And make sure that you are just setting up your SIP, carrying on for 12 months, not looking at value every day, and things will fall in place. You have all the time in your life where things will pan out, and falling in habit is the critical thing. If you are a 35, 40-year-old person who has always done fixed deposit, recurring deposit, only your provident fund contribution, and now you are faced with a surplus, you will be naturally scared of the market. Start with something like aggressive hybrid fund. That will be a steadier take on growth. It will help you stick around. My whole focus for any person getting started is to invest in a manner that you fall in habit of carrying on with your investment. Investment is not an event. It's a process. You earn, you save, you spend, and then you invest. And invest for the long run is the allocation. So is the allocation which should find its way into equity. Equity mutual fund is the finest way of doing it because you are able to do it with your 5,000 or 500 rupees or 50,000 rupees every month. Second, you are able to get instant diversification. Somebody else is keeping an eye on it. It is extremely transparent. Just in case you need the money, you can get it in 48 hours. And if you start early, you fall in habit of how to manage yourself, because successful investing is so much more about how do you deal with yourself through these times than, everybody's so focused on meeting me to find out which is the best investment which will work in the short run. And I really don't have an answer for it.
I understand. These same 4 questions I have asked you over 25 to 30 years, simply because
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is What's Hot, a show that focuses on the biggest buzz on the D Street. When we look at the markets, they are in a positive mood. You can clearly see as we hit the midweek trade, 24,000 is back upon us on the Nifty. We're up by about 56 odd points. Most of the sectors are also trending positive, led by IT names. That's up by 0.6%. You're seeing broader markets also hover higher into the green, FMCG space, oil and gas, pharma. These are the other pockets that are showing you some strength in the session today, but where the pain is being seen, real estate stocks. Of course, there's news flow with the BMC water curbs coming in. That's the key point because of which the sector is down. You have profit taking in PSU banks and metals as well. So it's a divided action at this point in time, but on the index level and on the broader markets level, we still are holding on to some positive momentum gains at this point in time. When we look at the key pockets that are in focus in the session today, you'll be able to see that the stocks like Trent are higher, NTPC, Axis Bank, however, are down, Adani Ports, Bajaj Finserv, Power Grid. These are the stocks that are actually leading the losses as far as the markets are concerned. When we look at the kind of gainers that we are seeing, it's Eternal, it's Trent, the kind of gains that we are seeing right now on the markets. You also have names like Tech Mahindra, Infosys and Sun Pharma among those gains at this point in time. Anywhere between 1 to 3 odd % kind of moves can be seen. Nifty Bank is flat with a negative bias at this point in time, but 0.3% gains on the broader markets is getting us the focus there. But the broader market winners, you can clearly look at some of the stocks that are inching higher in the mid-cap space. IDBI Bank is up by 5%. Dixon Technologies is up by 4%. Voltas, Apollo Tyres and Nykaa, these are the stocks that are definitely hovering anywhere between 3 to 5% higher in the session. But we also have some weakness in the mid-cap space, like you have Oberoi Realty, that's down, Supreme Industries, Astral is down in trade. You have Fact and Bandhan Bank among those top losers as far as the mid-caps are concerned. Let me actually go across to our guest now. We have with us a very special guest joining in. Subdeep Bandyopadhyay joins in as a market expert on the platform. Thank you so much, Subdeep. Good morning to you and good to have you with us as always. Well, first up, I want to take a view from you with regards to finally the war ending. The deal is expected to be signed finally in just a couple of days. Some of the details are already out and, we have seen a reflection as far as the crude oil prices are concerned. That's slipped sharply below the $80 per barrel mark as well. That's definitely leading to some sentiments turning positive. How are you looking at what lies ahead for the markets once we get all the finality and clarity that yes, everything is now set, Strait of Hormuz will be open, Iran supplies will also come in. So how are you looking at all of these facts?
Well, definitely these are very, very positive developments in the context of India financial market as well as Indian economy. Oil prices going below $90 per barrel, hovering around 80, I think is extremely good. Let's see where oil settles. Crude oil prices as far as India is concerned. So we are very, very positive on this peace deal. Of course, there are multiple ifs and buts. There are a lot of challenges for the eventual peace deal, which probably will get executed in a 60-day time frame. We'll have to see how things unfold in these 60 days when there is a ceasefire and negotiation for the nuclear-related part of the deal. And we'll have to see the developments. But having said that, I will, utter in a word of caution as well. As far as domestic markets are concerned, there are multiple other headwinds. Particularly, we are facing an El Nino situation and lack of rainfall in different parts of the country. Today we are sitting on 17th June and still rain hasn't hit Mumbai, and it's very, very unusual. So we'll have to wait and watch how things pan out on the monsoon front, the distribution of monsoon as well going forward, because that's very critical for Indian economy and markets as well. So market will start worrying and monitoring the monsoon progress going forward definitely. We also have the other big challenge, which is we don't have any AI-related companies and AI-related businesses in India, which is the investors' flavor globally now. And that does attract a lot of money in different parts of the world, including other Southeast Asian economies, but not in India. So that's definitely a drawback which we'll have to live with for some time. So under the circumstances, I would say the euphoria or the excitement we have seen over the last few days on the deal is good, and we have got the benefit of that. But going forward, I think market will once again get into a somber mood. I'm not talking about a collapse or a big fall, but market will probably trade in a range and wait for cues from monsoon and other corporate developments.
Okay, another important watch for all of us is the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump at G7 as well. They are meeting face to face after 16 months at the G7 summit. Right after we saw first initially during Operation Sindoor that somehow the relationship that India and US shared had developed some cracks. They have been rebuilt at some stages over time. We've now constantly heard from President Donald Trump how he believes that Prime Minister Modi is his great friend, and therefore he has a great relationship with India going. We are still waiting for that final deal to be signed, the bilateral agreement to be signed between India and the US, the trade deal that left everybody watching out for in limbo the last entire calendar year. Let's try and understand from you, how will this really eventually move forward when it comes to one of the biggest overhangs that markets have been watching out for?
Well, India-US trade deal is definitely important, and as and when it gets signed, it's definitely positive for India, and I'm sure for US as well. Some sectors, particularly garment exports, gems and jewelry, aquaculture, these benefit directly and in a big way, and we will definitely look forward to the deal getting signed. But we have to bear in mind that the current US administration is known to change stance and move very fast in a different direction, and we have seen this getting played out multiple times. So India will, I'm sure, tread with caution with all bilateral discussions and understandings and agreements. Things change very fast as far as this current US administration is concerned. So it is better to be cautious and better to wait and watch before the final deal gets signed, and also understand the final contours of the deal. Even last week, 1 week back, we heard some additional duties going to be imposed on countries like India because of certain obscure regulations which US has, and which gives them power to impose certain duties. So while developments are encouraging, I would probably err on the side of caution as far as India-US trade deal is concerned.
Okay, let's come back home and look at several pockets that are also in focus because of the news flow that we are seeing today. I want to bring your attention to the real estate space first. This space is facing weakness today, and this is right after how BMC water curbs really came into effect and how the real estate stocks have reacted negatively to it. The index is the top loser in the session today. Water supply to construction sites has been halted. New construction on water connections has been suspended. The Mumbai-focused real estate stocks therefore are on the watch list as well. Now, of course, project execution timelines, how will they be impacted is something that the developers can help us understand. But this seems like a near-term challenge that the sector is facing, at least for now. Your own approach to the real estate sector amidst this new development, sir?
Well, as you rightly said, this is a very short-term challenge. I'm sure with the onset of monsoon, this challenge can be overcome. And this is not like agriculture where there are specific times for the water to be available. And if it's not available at a particular point of time, you miss the cycle for planting the crop or watering the crop, and you have an impact on overall production. Real estate, yes, there will be temporary challenges in construction in Mumbai and wherever water cuts are enforced by the authorities, but that's very temporary and it will not have any permanent damage to the business. Yes, the timelines in terms of delivery, etc., depending on the duration of the cut, may get pushed back, and that may cause some complications as far as the buyers and also on regulatory side. But I'm sure that will be manageable. But fundamentally, overall on the real estate side, on a slightly little longer term or a medium term, we have been positive, and we continue to maintain our positive view. There are real estate developers who have kind of cleaned up their balance sheets, have a lot of land bank, which can be very, very beneficially developed over a large period of time, and have been on our radar and have been amongst our recommended stocks. We do like DLF because of the land bank they have in NCR. We do like Macrotech because of the land bank and the way they have been going about their business. We do like Godrej Properties and some other developers in southern part of India.
Okay, fair point. Let me also ask you on some of the stocks that are in focus because of, of course, a lot of unlocking that's happening, free float that's going to be coming in as far as some of the recently listed stocks are concerned, like Vishal Mega Mart is going to be seeing largest unlock as well. We are also going to be seeing several other stocks like Park Medi World as well. That's also in focus. We have to see what will happen and how does one really look at this big unlocking that's taking place. Sai Life Sciences, about 5,000 odd crore rupees as well. Nefrocare equity lock-in also ends as well. How are you looking at some of these recently listed stocks, and what should investors remember? Those who got the IPO allocation in all of these companies and those who probably got into these companies at an initial level as well. How should they be looking at this lock-in expiry for a lot of these names? Sudeep, could you hear me? Okay, I think there is some connection issue. We'll try and get back to Sudeep on that. Meanwhile, let me just quickly highlight for all our viewers the share unlocking and the lock-in period for the companies that is ending today. You're seeing 10,800 crore rupees of unlock for Vishal Mega Mart and several other companies that are in focus as well. Sai Life Sciences about 5,000 crore rupees. Let's also take some of the other names. That's Nefrocare, about 51% equity lock-in ends today as well. Let's also look at Park Medi World, about 4% of unlocking of equity is going to be seen as well. That's something that investors can definitely focus on. These are the stocks. Let's actually show these stocks today and the kind of impact that we are seeing onto these stocks too. Almost a 20,000 crore rupees of 4 companies share unlocking is going to be seen. These stocks have actually gained up to 50% to even up to 120% from their issue prices in the 6 months, the kind of period that we've seen after they're getting listed. And we have seen around 100 crore shares worth about 20,000 crore rupees that will be eligible for free trade now. It is important to take the note of that the lock-in period ending does not mean that all the shares will be sold in the open market. They only become eligible to be traded now, remember. As many as 1.7 crore shares or 4% of Park Medi World's outstanding equity will be freed up as per Nuvama research. Remember, we are also seeing that the stock had made a muted debut in December of 2025, listing at a discount of 4%. Currently, the stock is 67% higher from its issue price. Sudeep is back with us. Sudeep, we were highlighting how about 20,000 crore rupees of shares will now be coming in, freed up for trading. This is Park Medi World, Vishal Mega Mart, Nefrocare that we're looking at, Sai Life Sciences as well. Many of these stocks have performed after getting listed. They're up anywhere between 50 to 100% after they're getting issue price as well. So what is it as an advice that you would want to give to investors holding on to these stocks?
Is they should continue holding. This is not the time to exit. Specifically, you should not coordinate your exit with the lock-in period getting over, because some of the institutional investors who take allotment in these primary issues have a time limit for exit. and they take the exit window, first available opportunity to exit. They have their dynamics are different. I don't think you should, as an investor, time your exit. If you want to exit, you should probably have exited before this window got opened, or wait for things to settle down before you exit. That's the general advice. But specifically about some of the stocks, Park Medi, Sai Life Sciences, Vishal Mega Mart, I would be a buyer. If the price corrects significantly from current levels because of these, bunched up exits. Because these are good stocks, they have performed well. The sectors have a tailwind behind them. And if I'm a long-term investor, if I get Vishal Mega Mart at 10% lower or more, I will definitely be a buyer. Same goes for Park Medi as well as Sai Life Sciences.
Okay, got that. Let me also focus on some of the other key aspects as well that we will draw your attention to, sir. And that's the IT stocks. You were mentioning and alluding to the missing AI opportunity that Indian investors are looking at a big gap, and even foreign investors have been avoiding India because of this major reason. Of late, we are seeing a lot of Indian IT companies start to build onto their agentic AI strategies, with double the amount of speed that they were before. You're looking at even the IT stocks, come up from the longest underperformance that we've seen in years for the IT pack as a whole. Have the recent developments with some of these large companies betting big on AI, TCS, Wipro, are they drawing your attention here again, or do you still believe that there will be a long time wait before we finally see some move on the impact of AI on the balance sheets?
Well, I think the names you mentioned,
Trouble again. We'll try and get back to you, Sudeep. Sir, we couldn't hear you at all. So we'll try and connect back with you and try and understand this entire AI theme, and to try and understand whether India is still, as far as in the AI race, looking at, somehow cornering in a niche over there, or is there going to be a long haul wait there too? So that's something that we will be looking at. We'll try and connect back with Sudeep in the meanwhile. Let's also look at how many of the stocks are actually higher in this session today. We're actually looking at mid-cap IT stocks also perform well. Coforge, for that matter, has drawn my attention today. Let me look at the stock today. That's now slipped. In fact, it had opened much higher in the session today, and then after that there has been some profit taking onto the stock too. Let's actually look at a lot of brokerage houses coming up with the reports there. Morgan Stanley had a report with an overweight rating and a 1500 target price, with the company's aspiration to reach $5 billion in revenue by FY30, including inorganic, which implies a CAGR growth of 15% on an organic basis as well. That's something that is in focus. UBS also had a 1505 target. Nomura, in fact, had the biggest target of 2100. The stock had reacted initially, but then slipped right after. Let's also focus on a lot of other stocks that are in focus also today. We have on the brokerage houses radar from the pharma pack, Sun Pharma is in focus. Macquarie has maintained an outperform rating here with a target price of 2150. They do believe that Organon is highly sought after asset. Competing bids converged meaningfully to close Sun Pharma's offer of $14 per share as well. And that's something that they're focusing on. I think Sudeep is back with us. Let's actually go back to our AI discussion with him. Sudeep, you were talking about the AI space and whether Indian ID stocks are anywhere near, drawing massive inflows because of that.
Unfortunately not. I think Indian IT companies are very far away from that. Look, they have definitely missed the AI bus. What the best option for them and what they are trying to do is be the implementer, be the user, and be the facilitator of implementation of AI. And that's the partnerships they are signing. But you have to remember that there are a lot of restrictions which are being imposed by the US government and other governments as far as free flow of AI technology. as we have seen earlier this week, when certain kind of restrictions were put by U.S. government on use of Anthropic's different models. So it's a long way before Indian IT companies are out of this challenge. They are good companies and they will come out of it. But I think as things stand now, it is going to take time. This pivot towards AI and implementation of AI projects will take time. Some of the companies, and I can mention Coforge, I think they have been aggressively moving and multiple actions they have taken is probably putting them somewhere close to getting investments. If you see the price movement of Coforge, it has moved up by about $100 over the last few trading sessions and things like that. So some companies which are mostly in the mid-cap space are more agile and trying to kind of get into the AI race, AI game much earlier, and probably they will succeed as well because they are much more nimble and much more flexible, so to say. But as far as the bigger Indian IT companies are concerned, they are good companies, good management, but it will take time before they can start attracting money for AI implementation and things like that.
Fair point. Our point well taken as far as the entire understanding of AI and IT stocks within that space is concerned. So Deep also wanted to take a view on GIC offer for sale, which has opened for retail investors as well who can bid starting today. The non-retail portion had got 3.7 times subscription. The government has excised the full 3% green shoe option here as well. The total stake sale rises from about 2% to 5% because of that, and the government is raising about 3,000 odd crore rupees from this offer for sale too. Now the price has been set at 352 rupees per share. What exactly is your own understanding for the investors of General Insurance Company at this point in time? And also, if you could give us an overview on the government's constant efforts of raising money through demonetization right from the very start of the financial year this time around, not to be repeating some of the mistakes that we saw in the previous many years.
You're 100% right, and I was going to say that this is a very, very welcome initiative by the government. They're not waiting till the end of the fiscal to try and do some disinvestment. They have started absolutely in the beginning of the fiscal, and rightly so. If you see last couple of years, I think every possible size, shape, and color of investor have taken money off the table, whether it's the Indian promoters, foreign promoters, private equity, venture fund. They all did offer for sale or some kind of offering through which they have moved money out of their existing investments. Unfortunately, the government of India, in spite of the fiscal deficit, in spite of the huge capital expenditure they have been doing, they have not been really successful or focusing on disinvestment, which is absolutely critical. I think they are doing it right, and they're doing it with right spirit at this stage. And I definitely support this initiative of Government of India. As far as GIC specifically is concerned, I would say that, look, insurance business is a good business. It's a long-term business. GIC, of course, is a reinsurer from India, and there are a lot of advantages which it has because of the very nature and the structure and the way the regulations are. So GIC definitely is an advantageous position. So investors planning to go for this offer and invest. But remember, if you are in for short-term money or making money in the short term, I think insurance is an avoidable sector. Yeah, your luck may favor you and you may make some money because the market generally is moving up. But fundamentally, insurance is a long-term business. If you want to invest, be prepared for that.
Okay, fair point. All right. Thank you so much then, Sudeep, for being with us on the show and helping our viewers understand all of these aspects about the markets. It's always a pleasure to have you with us, and hope we connect very soon again on another edition on Business Today. Thank you so much for your time. Viewers, we are about 80 points higher on the Nifty. We have yet again maintained our position at the high point of the session. It's still about 1.5 hours away from the market opening. So let's see how things really pan out in the session today. We'll continue to get you more insights from the world of markets. Stay tuned with us on Business Today.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m.
Only
on India Today.
Priyank Kharge ups the ante. The Karnataka Home Minister has written to the RSS demanding a reply from the Nagpur-based outfit on its legal status and financial details. In the letter, the minister quoted an annual report by the RSS decision-making body Akhil Bharatiya Pratinidhi Sabha and said the RSS has 4,127 daily shakhas, 1,389 weekly millons, 60 monthly mandlis, 2,194 Samajotsavs with over 19 lakh participants in Karnataka. He added that RSS held 562 route marches with over 2 lakh uniformed participants in the state. Kharge claimed that an organization with such scale and influence must clarify its legal status, registration, office bearers, funding, etc. He urged the RSS to register itself in its centenary year, pay applicable taxes and function transparently within the constitution. After taking over as Home Minister of the state recently, Kharge has been persistently raising questions on RSS functioning.
I have raised some legal issues. I have asked some constitutional questions. Let Mr. Mohan Bhagwat answer. Let the RSS answer. Why should I answer? They are the ones, right, who are not registered.
RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat, speaking at an event in Kerala, reacted to Kharge's statements, dismissing them as a gimmick.
This is politics, and all these gimmicks are being tried. We will do that. We are used to it. Hindu Dharma is not registered. Many things are not registered. Those who want to have funds from the government, they require registration. That has to be there. Over 100 years, nobody told us that you must register.
Interestingly, successive Congress governments at the centre for many decades never insisted on RSS registering itself. Kharge's demand therefore sets the stage for a face-off between the Karnataka government and the RSS, which Prime Minister Narendra Modi has described in the past as the world's largest NGO. Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, hello and a very warm welcome to Business Today TV. I am Chetan Bhutani. Well, the Government of India has notified various blends of ethanol blending program in petrol. And of course, today I am joined by Distillers Body, Ms. Bharati Balaji, Deputy Director General at the All India Distillers Association. Thank you, Ms. Balaji, for speaking to us. Well, India actually achieved E20 ahead of the schedule. Why is the government now actually moving beyond E20? Do you really feel there are substantial amount of savings in the offering when it comes to E21 to E30 now?
Yes, thank you so much for having me, Chetan. See, for the notifications that has come out on 10th of June, as an association body, IDA wholeheartedly welcomes the decision to exempt the E22, 25, 27 and 30 blended petrol from excise duties. Well, this is a landmark policy intervention and a natural progression of India's ethanol blended journey beyond E20. And in fact, if you see along with the recent developments, as there have been recent developments such as FIIs standards for E22 to E30 fuels, E85 and E100 notifications, in fact, the rollout of flex fuel vehicles, introduction of E85 fuel, these measures create an enabling ecosystem for the next phase of ethanol growth. And it certainly reflects government's forward-looking approach and provides the regulatory framework required for future growth. So for industry, it removes an important fiscal barrier and provides the confidence to the higher ethanol blends that will play an increasingly important role in India's energy transition. So definitely we see this as a significant step towards energy security, import substitution, and more important, moving the surplus capacities that that the industry is currently sitting on.
No, okay, Bharti, also I want to ask you that, if India will India moving to E30, do we have enough ethanol in the country right now? Because right now when the BIS standards were notified and yesterday when the announcement on exemption of excise duty came in, a whole lot of questions arose that does the government have enough ethanol dispensation program in effect right now, or is there enough ethanol blended petrol available, or in fact if there is enough ethanol available in the country? So please clarify that for us.
So Chetan, just to break it up further, the current installed ethanol production capacity is around 2,000 crore litres annually, which is significantly higher than the ethanol procurement required under the EBP program. So for ESY ethanol supplier 25-26, OMCs procure around 1,100 crore litres. So overall, if you see, the industry is currently sitting on surplus capacities from a supply perspective, and is certainly capable of supporting the total ethanol ecosystem. So out of 2,000, even if you take out 1,100, which is being procured by OMCs, let's say for another 300 crore litres, which is diverted towards the potable alcohol, pharmaceutical and chemical sectors, we're still sitting around 700 crore litres surplus. So, so definitely industry is very comfortable meeting the E25 and 30%. And overall, if you see, the objective is not merely to increase blending percentage, but also to build a resilient, and a diversified fuel ecosystem that sort of enhances being self-reliant, meeting the economic goals. So the program has not only delivered, 1 crore 50 lakhs, which was pending to the farmers since ESY 2014 and 15, but also has reduced your carbon dioxide reduction of approximately 869 lakh metric tons achieved to date. So definitely we are very comfortable in meeting E25, E30 if government decides to come with a notification.
Understood. Is there a number that you can put, because a whole lot of associations related to ethanol have come out with their respective numbers on crude oil imports and how much savings does the government of India actually does by using ethanol in the blended petrol program? Is there a number that you can put on us, if how much forex, how much crude, how much do we really save?
Definitely. So as I said, the forex, the CO2 reduction is 869 lakh metric tons, and forex is 1 crore 70 lakhs, and payment to the farmers has been 1 crore 50 lakhs. Now, this is the numbers, and if I'm talking about what would we see if in terms of ethanol being the demand increasing in case if we increase to higher blends. So let's say 22% as we move towards it, this could create an additional 150 crore annually demand. That's in case if we move to 22%, but subject to the infrastructure and other logistics for sure. And in fact, if we talk about flex fuel vehicles, if 50% of flex fuel vehicles are on road, assuming by 2030, this could further unlock a demand of 400 to 500 crore additional capacity. And certainly the industry is prepared to make, if need be, further investments wherever required, provided there is a clear roadmap for higher blended adoption.
Right. Bharti, before I come to you on the government's policy mandate and hand-holding to the industry, I want to really ask you, ethanol in India currently we have 3 to 4 major sources, comes from sugar, grains, distilleries and 1 or 2 more sectors locally manufactured. So I want to ask you, at Distillers Forum, what really is the capacity that you are holding currently, and how much can you eventually scale up from the distillers' point of view?
So as I said, the current capacity that we are sitting is 2,000 crore litres.
That is for distillers, right?
Yes, absolutely. Total capacity that we are sitting. And 1,100, as I did mention, is being procured for ethanol blending. And I did mention that 300 crores, around the 3 crores is what goes to the other sources.
Right.
And
also, now moving on to a little consumer-friendly question, because now we have a Maruti Suzuki WagonR coming on the road. For ethanol, a Hero motorcycle has also been launched. But actually, when you go to a Delhi station at Pusa Road, you fill out a liter of ethanol blended petrol. It comes to about 82 rupees odd liter, and the fuel efficiency also drops of the vehicle. But that needs to be addressed. I know that's not your concern really, that the automakers and the government have to figure out. But what's your point of view on that?
So if you see, if I'm talking particularly on the notification of 20% waiving the waiver of excise duty on 22, 25, and 27 and 30%, we are already saving, if 100 rupees is a petrol, a liter of petrol, and if I'm talking about the current base blend, which is 20, the excise duty is already waived on the 20%, the proportion of 20%. So that itself is a savior. So which otherwise, if you compare to the crude oil right now globally, which has moved up to 105, 110 a barrel, which could have gone further high, but which is also limited. And of course, OMCs have been bearing it, number one. And number two, talking about the fuel efficiency, yes, 2023 and prior vehicles are not very compatible to E20 for sure. And also moving forward, and flex fuels like 85 and 100, definitely engines will come out. There are compatible engines which are in the progress by all the OEMs for sure. So definitely government is cognizant of this. And in fact, there are what industry needs is a proper testing, certification of the compatibility of the fuels with the engine, and that is currently being done by the government.
Okay, so at IDA, what kind of measures are you proposing to the government? What kind of hand-holding are you proposing? Because till E20, majority of the work was done by the government, be it through notifications, be it through ease of policy, and of course making life easier for ethanol producers and manufacturers as well. But now, when you move beyond E20, there are a whole lot of technical regulations that need to be adopted to, which the government is of course doing. But at IDA, what are you asking the government for? Any particular hand-holding that you would like to mention?
So one certainly is on reduction of GST on flex fuel vehicles. If you compare flex fuel with any other technology, say for instance EV, which comes to my mind, is definitely EVs are categorized in 5% bracket, whereas flex fuels are anywhere between 20 to 40% depending on the size of the vehicle. So number one, reduction of GST on the higher blends for sure. And we also seek reduction of road taxes and registration, etc., from the state government. So we're looking at cooperation from the state governments. From IDA, we are going state to state. We will be going to state and seeking support. In fact, Sikkim is the first state which has exempted registration taxes for flex fuel vehicles, and that as a model we do intend to go. And besides that, we are also seeking a proper logistics in terms of dispensing stations. That's another, because even if the cars are ready, there has to be dispensing stations accessible across India. And last but not the least, a consumer-friendly pricing. Of course, E85 has come out, which is much 20 rupees lower than the petrol. And similarly, we seek a consumer-friendly pricing, because end of the day, if ethanol compared to petrol, the more percentage of ethanol and the less of petrol will eventually, lead to a consumer-friendly pricing.
All right. Brazil actually stopped at E27, then eventually got to E85 and E100. Do you think India can also be at E25 and E27, or will we be moving to E30, then probably to E85, E100? What is the blending that you feel that India would be comfortable at?
Chetan, Brazil is a success model for sure. But if you see, largely, Brazil has a single feedstock that is sugarcane based. Whereas a country like India, it was a very smart move by the government. Initially, though it started for the sugar producers, later we realized that somewhere for the sustainability of the entire ethanol blended program, you need a diversified feedstock basket. And therefore, we are on maize, which is leading almost 50 to 60% of the entire supply, sugarcane and rice, surplus and damaged food grains, etc. So the very fact that the government has the flexibility on the feedstock, we see a strong, sustainable ethanol blended program from the industry. Industry is ready to support, has the capacities to scale up further, subject to, of course, the certain parameters which we did mention earlier.
So really final question, of course, this actually, as you know, you guys are on the ground. We really don't have access to, feedstock access, sugar production access. You would be able to tell us better. How prepared are we really? Because you just mentioned in my previous answer that the industry is ready to scale up. But how prepared are we to have more flex fuel related ethanol being supplied to manufacturers and OEMs? Is the industry really ready, or because once the demand starts, the consumer starts to buy products, then then the industry cannot stop. You have to give that supply, you have to give that dispensation. So how ready are we, and how ready are we not?
Chetan, that's a good question. In fact, on behalf of IDA, I can certainly vouch for the fact that the distillers are ready. We are already sitting around 900 liters of additional capacity, which can take care of another 5 to 7 years for sure. And moving forward, there are some additional capacities which are already in the pipeline. There are a total of 370 distillers in India, and with around 40 more in the pipeline. And as we see the intention of the government progressing towards the cleaner and a greener fuel, there will be many more investments in the industry for sure. So I don't think there is any concern from the industry's perspective at all.
All right. Now, finally, a question related to the Aam Aadmi. If somebody has to venture into an ethanol business, will that be a successful business or not?
Yes, it would be a successful business. Currently, if we see the notifications in this particular year itself, which are around 5 notifications, and you can make out the intention of the government, yes, absolutely. We see ethanol not only from a fuel perspective, but there is so much more diversification which is happening, whether it is a policy, of course, is being awaited on a sustainable aviation fuel, whether it is on a compressed biogas, and we are also, IDA is also looking into ethanol cooking stove. So there is a lot of diversification which is happening from ethanol. Of course, flex fuel vehicle is the future, but there is lots more which is happening on ethanol.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Regarding the other fuels, we'll come back to a later conversation. Well, thank you, Bharti, for speaking to us at Business Today, and really hope that the ethanol blending program is a success and eventually the consumers would have to pay out less. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Chetan. Thank you for having me.
Well, that was Bharti Balaji, the Deputy Director General at IDA, All India Distillers Association, speaking to Business Today on what really the nitty-gritties of the notifications are and how really is the industry ready to ensure the supply of ethanol. If you've been, thanks for watching.
The US and Iran finally announced an end to a war that has burnt West Asia for weeks and put the global economy on the edge. US President Donald Trump has declared the conflict is over and a peace framework is ready. A formal signing is expected in Geneva later this week, with Iran's Supreme National Security Council also confirming an understanding to end hostilities. Trump has promised the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, while Tehran says restrictions around the strategic waterways will be eased in phases.
The official signing of the Islamabad Memorandum will take place on Friday in Switzerland. An immediate and permanent end to the war and military operations on all fronts, including Lebanon, is declared from tonight, he said. The lifting of the US naval blockade against Iran also begins from tonight.
But questions over Iran's nuclear program remain unanswered. What happens to Iran's highly enriched uranium? Will Tehran dismantle its nuclear infrastructure or retain a civilian program under international monitoring? And who takes custody of the enriched material? The framework reportedly gives negotiators up to 60 days to settle the most contentious issues. The uncertainty is significant because Trump, in an interview to New York Times, warned that if Iran ultimately refuses to sign a final nuclear accord, military operations could resume again. Meanwhile, America's ally in the war, Israel, is not pleased with the likely pact. Israeli leaders have rejected key elements of the proposed arrangement, insisting the deal does not bind Israel and ruled out concessions on security. Even as US Vice President J.D. Vance says Israel will have a seat at the table in the new Middle East, Tel Aviv's reservations threaten to cast a shadow over the agreement. Peace in West Asia is now riding on two unanswered questions. Can Washington and Tehran bridge the nuclear divide? And can a deal survive without Israel fully on board? Bureau Report, India Today.
If you like the video, do like, comment, share, and subscribe.
Hello and a very warm welcome to all who are watching us on Business Today Television. Ladies and gentlemen, a slew of measures taken by the Reserve Bank of India in conjunction with the Government of India have seen the rupee appreciate almost 2.54% versus the dollar over the last 15-18 sessions or so. Similarly, a very nice impact has been seen on the 10-year Indian yield, which has fallen from about 7.10, something that we had seen on 18th of May, all the way down to 6.83, which is the lowest since we've had since April. A lot of measures have been taken by the RBI in terms of FCNR deposits, in terms of trying to ease the tension on the rupee. How has that impacted the currency, the current account, as also India's broader macro balance sheet? To discuss this and a lot more, we are now joined by Ms. Mithili Bhusnurmat. She's a senior journalist and former editor of the Financial Express. She's tracked the RBI as also the banking sector for the last 3 decades and is often the final word when it comes to this sector. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to you, Mithili. It's such a pleasure to be back in touch again.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chad. It's very good to be on your show. But I must correct you when you say I'm the final word. I'm certainly anything but the final word, because in a time when everybody is praising the measures taken by the Reserve Bank of India and the Government of India, I think I'm one of very few, perhaps a lone voice almost, which is fairly critical of the measures that have been taken by the government and the RBI, mainly because I see them, we'll get into this in greater detail, but I see these measures as somewhat of a knee-jerk reaction. And though you did speak about the rupee strengthening, the yield coming down, the point that we need to address is, are these changes sustainable? Is the rupee going to strengthen based on long-term strength of the economy, or based on sudden hopes that the rupee will appreciate thanks to sudden knee-jerk reaction, flows of money, hot money flows coming in?
Okay, so you're not very keen on the measures that have been announced by the FM as also by the Reserve Bank of India governor, but broadly, I'm sure there are certain amount of inflows which both the government and the RBI are expecting through this FCNR deposit. What's your own gut feel?
Well, various commentators have placed the approximate hope for inflows at between 30 to 50 billion dollars, based on what we saw in the 2013. Similar measures were taken in 2013, and based on that, most estimates place it here. But I'll just recall a very small story shared to tell you how estimates can be completely off. Because the Economist, the London Economist magazine, had once conducted an experiment where they asked, a whole group of people, different people from different categories of life, including the garbage collectors of London and very smart CEOs, treasury managers, commodity traders, to predict where two things they asked them. What would the future GDP be like, and what would the price of oil? These are among some other questions, but these are two which really stood out. And you won't believe it. It was the dustmen, as they call it, or the garbage collectors of London, who were closest or most on the mark when it came to predicting the future price of oil, as against what the sharpest brains in the industry had predicted. So when it comes to macro predictions, I would be very wary, particularly when there are so many moving parts. Most importantly, when we have President Trump, one day there's a ceasefire, next day there isn't. One day the Gulf Strait of Hormuz is going to open, next day no. So when uncertainty levels are so much higher, I would really hesitate to put any kind of number on the kind of inflows. Yes, I would say inflows would come. Some inflows would definitely come. A lot of it driven on arbitrage. In fact, I would not even rule out the possibility that maybe some residents would send out money through perfectly legitimate means, because you do have the LERMs, the liberalized method of sending money out, and that money could find its way back. You could also have banks leveraging. In fact, the RBI itself has strongly urged banks to lend NRIs and then have them send the money back. So question is, are we only bothered about the quantity, or are we also bothered with the kind of flows that we get? To my mind, the kind of flows we get are as important as a quantum. Hygiene of the numbers is very important. We do not want more hot money pursuing the hot money that we already have, which is busy fleeing the shores.
Okay, ma'am. What we'll do is let's just sort of dig deeper into the issue. The main problem at this point of time was the current account deficit, and it has been a cause of worry for both the central bank as well as the finance ministry. What do you think are the one or two main drivers for the announcements that were made on FCNR deposits?
See, as you mentioned, Shell, the current account deficit has become a source of worry for the government. Not because the size of the deficit, either in absolute terms or even as a percentage of GDP, was alarming. In fact, most estimates base the CAD, current account deficit, at less than 2% of GDP, which is very manageable. So the question was not the CAD itself, but what the question was that did we have the capital flows to support, to fund this current account deficit, regardless of how small your current account deficit is or how large your current account deficit is. If you have sufficient capital inflows to fund that current account deficit, there's no problem, because current account deficit ultimately is a measure of how much the country is living beyond its means. So to give a very simple analogy, it's of a person who's heavily in debt. Now he's heavily in debt and he needs to do something. The situation he thinks is becoming dire because all his former lenders are not giving him any money anymore. So what does he do? He has two ways of going about this. Either he can go further into debt, go after somebody and say, please give me some more money, please give me some more money, get further into debt, or he can try and mend his ways. He can try and curtail his expenditure such that he doesn't have to borrow so much. So I would think of the current account deficit as two sides. On the one hand, you need more capital flows if they are not sufficient to manage your excess spending. On the other hand, you also need to reduce your spending such that the excess spending, the quantum of the excess spending comes down. Remember, every developing country needs to run a current account deficit. A current account deficit in itself is not bad. It needs to be financed. So when you're looking at the current account deficit, you need to look at both sides, the funding as well as the result. What is the CAD the result of? If it is a result of overspending, you need to tackle both sides of the issue. Today, what you're doing, you're only trying to ensure capital inflows without worrying about, are we going on living beyond our means? So that is my fundamental grouse against the measures taken by the RBI, that they've only addressed one side of the equation.
Okay, ma'am. We'll go into the merits of the quality and quantity of CAD in a while. But meanwhile, let me also welcome Ms. Rumki Majumdar, economist at Deloitte. Good afternoon to you, ma'am, and a very warm welcome. How do you see this process that the RBI has announced on the FCNR deposits? What's Deloitte's view on how this scheme is structured and what kind of money could be coming in?
Right. Thank you so much, Shalinda. It's nice speaking to you. So the thing is, see, one of the biggest worries that India has had in the last few months is the currency depreciating, and it's been depreciating really fast. And as my co-panelist did mention, that it is the capital account that needs to be corrected. One of the quickest way was to do is address some of the concerns that foreign investors had. One was taxes, another the capital gains taxes, and also the interest that they are paying. Right, so that's where they address the FCNR reforms that has been made, and not just from June, but from April. And they have a window also. They have to get in, avail this benefit by 30th of September. So which means it's not like for all the time. They have quickly made this to ensure that there is enough dollar that is coming into the country, which can actually curtail the fall that we are seeing in the rupee. So that is a very good measure that they have taken, and as rightly said, that this is a measure that worked in 2013 and it possibly can work this time as well. But there are some structural deficiencies that India will have to address. The fact that we are so dependent on energy, and given that every time energy becomes volatile because of some crisis or the other, it becomes a very difficult situation for India to manage that. This time we are seeing disruptions in oil, fertilizers, very chemicals, very critical chemicals coming in from that region, and all that is kind of having an impact on not just currency but also the inflation and the cost of production. So clearly those aspects have to be addressed, and this is just not an RBI action, but also a lot of government policies that have to kick in very quickly. But yeah, RBI is probably playing the game first to ensure at least one aspect of it is taken care of.
Okay, let's get Mithili into the conversation. Ma'am, as you very rightly say, this was an experiment that was done fairly successfully in 2013, and that did stabilize the rupee at that point of time. At this point in 2026, what has changed which makes you a little skeptical of the steps that have been taken by the RBI and the government this time?
Well, in 2013, we were part of the fragile five. Things were very much more dire then than today. Today, we claim, rightly so, to be one of the fastest growing economies in the world. So surely things have changed very dramatically. Things were dire then, they're not so dire now. And whenever you compare, you must also compare the cost-benefit trade-off. Is the cost that we are paying for this, is it worth it? Because though we have told banks that the hedging cost will be borne by Reserve Bank of India, let's be very clear, however cliche that sounds, there is no free lunch. So when the RBI bears the cost, it is who bears it? You and I, as taxpayers, bear it. So do we need to do this? And as far as oil prices are concerned, our dependence on oil, on imported fertilizer is concerned, one of the easiest and perhaps politically more difficult things to do would be to pass on the hike in the price of oil. All countries all over the world have made their consumers pay more. So you don't give the kind of subsidy for fertilizers, you don't kind of cushion the shock for so as consumers are concerned. If we are dependent on imports for oil, when oil prices rise internationally, you have to raise them domestically also. You cannot have your cake and eat it. And this unfortunately is what the Reserve Bank and the government are trying to do. And though we might succeed in getting some money, the question is at what cost? Who will bear it and when will we bear it? I think you have to look at things much more holistically, and that is what we are failing to do.
Okay. Rumki, because you track corporate India in such great detail, so far fourth quarter earnings haven't seen the full impact of the West Asian crisis. Of course, there are signs of it now ending on Friday. Let's hope that the deal is signed. But have you seen, macro or quick numbers on the economic side deteriorate a bit when it comes to the impact of rising oil prices, rising fertilizer prices, so on and so forth?
It surely has shown up in the WPI because it jumped up to 8.2%. CPI numbers are expected sometimes, so that will also probably show some upward revisions because that will capture the petroleum price hike that happened last month. But as rightly said, so till April, the government pretty much absorbed the shock of oil price hike, and also some of the LPG crisis was passed on to the consumers through higher prices, but still a lot of subsidies were passed on, was given to the consumers to absorb the shock. So I think till April, it will not show up, but from May onwards, it would. And if we do not see the crisis settle down by end of June, and then we will likely see a consecutive months of May, June, July seeing that impact. But we hope that it will probably just remain within May and June. So far, I think industrial production and PMI are somewhat showing a moderation, but not much. Other parameters that we were looking at were some of the obviously the currency movement and the oil price movement. So all these do point out that maybe May and June will probably see the impact a lot more than what we had seen in March and April. And that will trickle down into the corporate earnings because many of the companies, especially MSMEs, are feeling the brunt of higher input cost, and many of the exporters who are also kind of who import a lot, because in our country, while we can say that currency depreciation helps in our exports, but we also have to understand that a lot of that export is based on a lot of imports that we are doing. So if your cost of production goes up, the benefits that they can pass it on to the export by reducing prices, that doesn't work either. So and our import intensity is very high that way. So I think in all, it will start reflecting now onwards.
So, Mr. President, Mr. Trump has given himself a birthday gift over the weekend. Let's hope this time, the 40th time in the last 2 odd months, he sticks to his plan and we get this peace deal in. Metli, coming to you, a large part of the analyst community from the banking side as well as the economic side has more or less said that this is a win-win kind of a measure. The RBI did what it could in the shortest possible time. Maybe some other things are in the pipeline. But do you broadly agree that this was something that you could have done in the easiest manner and the quickest possible way? Till about December of 2025, the Indian macro balance sheet was some of the best that was there in the world, a bit frayed but still very good. What do you think of it now?
Well, Shah, the problem is with macroeconomics, things can change overnight. And in this case, let's be very clear, the single biggest trigger is the man who mentioned, you actually kept count of the number of times he's declared a ceasefire and then called it off. I gave up long ago. But since so much depends on one very whimsical man, one really cannot say anything about the long-term merit of your macroeconomic balance sheet, especially as far as the external sector is concerned. So what I would have liked RBI to do, frankly, is, as I said, address the current account balance of payments problem from both sides. If they had raised interest rates, if government had passed on the higher cost of fertilizers, of oil, automatically you would have seen expenditure shrink, and you could have had some of these measures, not all, some of these measures. Because remember, what you are encouraging is debt flows. What a country ideally needs is foreign direct investment. And Ms. Mazumdar talked about the tax breaks, the kind of concessions we've been given. But let's be very clear, when corporate tax rates were reduced drastically, what was the government's hope? That corporate investment would pick up. Have we seen corporate investment pick up? No. So the point is that ultimately money will come when the investors feel confidence in the country's macroeconomics vis-a-vis other countries' macroeconomics. So it is not just enough to get your own house in order. It also depends on how the other countries are doing, which is why you need to look at things like more foreign direct investment. Even equity inflows are preferable to debt inflows, because debt inflows have to be repaid. At what cost? We don't know. It could be a much higher cost. And as far as rupee depreciation is concerned, it's a bit like looking at the price of Bitcoin. The price of any commodity, be it the rupee, be it Bitcoin, be it gold, the price of any commodity is priced or determined by demand and supply in the market. If the RBI claims, and if it believes what it says, that we don't interfere in the market price of the exchange rate of the rupee, then why does the RBI intervene all the time? It keeps intervening. And they say we intervene only when we see it's out of sync with its fundamentals. Who decides what the fundamentals are? Ultimately, in a market-driven economy, it is the market that decides the fundamentals. You may be happy, unhappy, but ultimately the market is king. Shailendra, as you as a person follows the market so closely, will realize that ultimately, whether we like it or not, in a free market economy, market is king. There's only that much you can do. And unless your fundamentals are in sync with what you are trying to do, there's really very little you can do. You can stem the tide for a short while, but ultimately it will overtake you until you get your macro fundamentals in order, which is why you needed to raise interest rates, particularly since we're going to see the Fed FOMC meet tomorrow and day after. 17th, we'll have a decision. Most probably, it will be status quo, though Trump has been calling for a cut in interest rates. But given where we've seen US inflation today at 4.2% for the month of May, higher than our own inflation, it's only a matter of time before the US raises interest rates. And then all our calculations will go out the window. So in macroeconomics, it's very difficult to say what will work and what will not. Often we'll know only in hindsight, by which time it may be a little too late.
Right. Rumki, coming to you, the Reserve Bank of India governor said that he felt, that the rupee seemed to have found its level of sensibility, and that based on some measures, it may be undervalued. How would you see the rupee for 2026? Is the worst behind it?
That's a very hard forecast to make, but we we also believe that the fall was quite dramatic, and it probably was lack of confidence in the economy, plus a kind of a vicious circle played in, because people were expecting currency to fall. There was a talk of rupee breaching 100, which kind of worked more in favor of dumping rupee and buying dollars. So I think that cycle, if that cycle is broken, so we will see some stability in the rupee value. And I think the RBI also understands that a free fall is not good, especially as I mentioned, for a country where you have such a huge import dependencies, especially the essential ones. We cannot even cut down on those imports. So I think 97, 98 is what we expect by the end of the year. But yeah, again, if the war continues, we really do not know where the floor would be.
I think we've seen the worst of the war behind us. My presumption is that this time you'll have some kind of a peace deal by Friday, and it should stick. Everybody's troubled with the war. Metli, coming to you, and my final question was, this crisis came with a lot of other crises together, and that's the nature of the beast. Problems come in droves. So while we were facing a pressure on the rupee, FIIs were also withdrawing large chunks of money for whatever reason. Better returns in Japan, better returns in Taiwan and Korea. Be that as it may, money was taken out from here. Now, what else do you think the RBI could have done to either stem these flows, maybe stop them altogether, or better still reverse them?
To my mind, is the first classic answer in economics that you get. When you hike interest rates, it cuts down on your consumption. People start spending less. So one problem on the current account deficit gets taken care of. At the same time, when you hike interest rates, the differential between your rate and the US interest rate, which is now narrowed very dramatically, given the currency risk, there is no reason why anybody except NRIs who are looking to make a fast buck will put money in India. So to my mind, a hike in interest rate, a hawkish statement from the Reserve Bank of India could have achieved much, much more. Even if you felt the need, for whatever reason, to do these measures, which have a heavy price, mind you, along with that, if you had hiked your interest rates, if you had sounded a little hawkish, instead of flooding the system with liquidity, today I fear the country may be very dangerously close to overheating. At 6.6%, which your GDP growth for the current fiscal is, you really don't need to support the economy. You need to worry about inflation, which is already going to kind of really shoot through the roof, because we haven't seen the pass-throughs of the higher oil or the higher fertilizer costs, and that's all going to come. So I think we're really sitting, inviting trouble by not biting the bullet when we should have.
Maybe they've delayed the decision and kicked the can a little down the road. 3 months later, 6 months later, this problem might solve itself out. We've seen many difficult days in India, some much worse than what they are now. And, it's a 10,000-year-old civilization. It's managed well.
Absolutely, Shail. I just hope, as I say in Hindi, aapke muh mein ghee shakkar, right? Is that correct?
Absolutely. So, we'll have that ghee shakkar together. Thank you, Mithili. What a pleasure. We'll be back in touch. Okay. That was Mithili Bhusnarmuth, senior journalist and former editor at the Financial Express. Rumki, coming to you. When you see the broader balance sheet at this point of time, of course, the rupee has gone up by 2.5%. The 10-year bond yield has also eased fairly substantially. Are you now comfortable, especially with the 10-year yield? We are now at 6.83.
Yeah, that's where it has hovered in the long run, right? 6.2 to 6.5, and it's been a little higher because of the uncertainty. So I think once economic situation becomes a little better, it will again fall to the levels that we would want to ideally see. Interestingly, see, the thing is, at the beginning of the year, India really entered at as a very strong, with strong growth and better economic fundamentals. So what we are seeing right now is an outcome of external shocks. And the thing is, the government is also being very proactive, be bringing initiatives and reforms. And I think a couple of more reforms announcements, and I think things will really fall into the zone where investors find it much more comfortable to invest in India. Very important is we really need to bring FDI back. Net FDI has been negative last year. And that is something which is not good for India. India needs investments, especially at a time when private investments are also low. So, yeah, I think that will help in bringing the bond yields down.
Apart from tax measures, which you rightly pointed out in your initial remarks, what else can the government of India in conjunction with the RBI do to attract FDI?
I think a few structural measures and reforms. That is something which the government has to do. I mean, in fact, I sometimes do mention that, see, when things were going good, people tend to become complacent. And things were going good for us at the beginning of the year. So now suddenly when things going bad, now is the time when government should bring in really difficult reforms, because that is what India has to tell, that we have the potential to grow. Somewhere in the whole AI race, people are kind of suggesting that India is probably not investing enough. That's fine. We need not be the first to invest. AI is going to be here. Let us weigh in opportunities, weigh in risks and invest. We are not a country where we can just throw in money and wait for results to come after many, many years, right? So let that, and because AI race is much ahead everywhere else, people are just taking money there. But then I think somewhere, if India shows promises in manufacturing sector, especially in critical sectors like semiconductors or EVs or renewables, that is when you will, and defense, and that is where you will see suddenly a lot of interest coming back. So, those were the reforms India should bring in. Yeah.
So essentially, it's the reform on the economic side of the balance sheet where you want more sectors to be opened up, ease of business to be done, so on and so forth, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. RBI can only manage short-term things. It's a long-term aspect that India needs to address. India has done well. And this is a time where India can actually take very, very difficult decisions, because I think politically it is very stable. Yes. It is economic fundamentals are yet not showing extremely bad numbers yet, and may not do so either. But then this is the time the government should actually act and bring in schemes to at least get money in manufacturing sector.
Because yours is an international organization, you have colleagues such as yourself, both in the Western geography as well as large parts of Asia. What's the general feel that you get about this war ending? What are your peers in the US saying? Will it likely end this Friday, or at least Hormuz will open up? What's the gut feel that you are getting?
I think the focus is now, people are more worried about the Hormuz Strait opening up, because if that opens up, a lot of the issues will probably get sorted. Of course, war as such should end, but there are many conflicting opinion around that. So whether or not that will continue for long is a very difficult question to answer, because it was supposed to be signed yesterday. Now they didn't even virtually sign. Now they're saying they're going to sign it in Switzerland this Friday. We'll see how it moves. But very importantly, I think the supply chain disruptions have to come down, and that is something which everybody will keep an eye on. The thing is, even if the war ends on Friday, if they come up with a deal, the opening up Hormuz will also take a few months' time. The supply side will become regular. Even after that, will take about a couple of months more. So till then, I think India have to be resilient and ensure that the movement towards reforms continue.
Okay. When we look back in the month of May, April and March, the two biggest negatives were, oil hitting $160 a barrel, if not more. And of course, rupee plunging towards 96. They both seem to be temporarily under control and in favor of India. Now, it may not be a tailwind, but it is no longer a headwind. I'm just asking you to look forward into the crystal ball for, say, the next 6 to 9 months. Do you see a better macro picture for India, or is it still hazy?
contingent on what happens on Friday. If suppose things go well, I think the next May, June probably will suffer. July onwards, things will look up. But the inflation probably could be a challenge because we are also seeing an El Nino effect kicking in from July, August, September, and that will directly hurt the food prices. Given that we had a low inflation last year, so the base effect will also kick in. So on inflation side, I think there will be challenges even though the war ends. But other economic parameters, especially capital flows, pressure on import, will probably come down.
Right. Let's hope we have a better tomorrow, given the pain that we've had over the last 2 through 3.5 months, as also markets haven't done anything at all for the last 80. Let's hope the worst is behind us. On that very hopeful note, Rumki, will call it time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Nice speaking to you.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was senior economist Rumki Majumdar at Deloitte. Thank you for watching. I'll be back at 3 with the market. It's looking good so far.
Hello and welcome you watching Business Today. This is Astha Chopra. Well, today is a very, very great day for Vedanta Group, and for that we have the man of the hour, Mr. Anil Agrawal. Congratulations, sir, and it's a very, very good and big news for Vedanta Group today. So let's start with the listing ceremony first. Why do you think that this is a very initial time to get listed, and how important this is for you and for Vedanta Group?
No, it's like we started with a natural resource company, and we developed copper, aluminum, zinc, everything in one company. And it is a time it has grown like a banyan tree. So everybody should have his own identity, and every company will be like a Vedanta. Absolutely. For sure. So that if we give them independence. So each company, I have a vision, each company will be $100 billion company, because the effort, technology, natural resources, what required, not only in India, all over the world, demand-supply gap is there. And we have really worked hard, our people has worked hard. So this was very important to have this 5 company listed company and independent management.
Absolutely. So, sir, please tell us how the shareholder will benefit from the demergers of the company, individually placement in the market. How important is that, and how will it happen?
This is the best benefit they will ever get for the investment, because you will get the 4 share, and each company has the potential to be the same level of each company. So it is a win-win situation, and I'll be very pleased if they keep all the 4 shares, but whatever they decide for them, one thing I can promise, that I'm very conscious that we should be dividend paying company, and the value must be created for our shareholder.
Absolutely. So you said on the stage ki sama band gaya. That was actually true. Let's talk about more power. You spoke about a vision of producing 50,000 megawatt power. What timeline, what investments are we looking for? At the moment, we are just starting as we started everything, because demand supply is tremendous. So time to come, power. Power is a different way of producing power. I'm very focused on thermal, because we have an amazing coal deposit. At the same time, we are doing up to 20 megawatt power in the brown field, because we have all the infrastructure. And then futuristic, what I'm talking, this company should go 50,000 megawatt, part of the nuclear, and part of the thermal technology, AI driven, absolutely environmentally friendly. So this is what we are looking, India should be the cheapest producer of the power, and we create value for the company. Also, so you mentioned nuclear as well. Vedanta is the only group, I think, who's producing thorium. You were saying. Yeah, thorium is a huge reserve of thorium in India. Yeah. So we are the mining people. We are ahead of that. We know how to mine sustainable. So we'll be the ahead of for everything. But the demand supply is so high. So more and more people come is the most welcome. Absolutely. Let's talk about steel as well. It aims to increase from production from 4 million to 15 million tons. So what do you expect will happen in coming future?
Yeah, the demand is 300 million ton. Even everybody comes in, still there's a huge gap. And we have the company which produce all the raw material, coal, and we have acquired two companies, Gujarat Adari and other company. Yeah. We have Sesa Goa, we have Odisha bauxite, iron ore, Karnataka iron ore. So we understand iron ore, and we are not going to go very special steel, very keen on electrical steel, green steel. So 15 million ton, time to come is very important. We have start planning for 50 million ton of steel in this country.
Also, so you were talking about that there will be more 5 companies ahead because of the demand and supply as well. So
yeah, this is my vision, that all these company make the raw material. So I'm very keen, सबका साथ सबका विकास. तो जो एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं उनको मैं बोल रहा हूँ एक्सप्लोरेशन में जाइए, और इनके साथ में we can develop at least 150 product. So increasing yourself. Young girls should not look at the job, they should look at provide the job. So there is an entrepreneur residence. So join the entrepreneurs. So time to come, we'll have all the downstream can be 500 industry. And I'm looking that this company can come and list in the Bombay Stock Exchange. And that's what investors are looking, exchange is looking. That's how the country will grow.
Absolutely. So just 2 more questions. What would the success look like for these 4 newly listed companies according to your eye vision?
These are all 5 companies, including Hindustan Zinc. All will be $100 billion company. $100 billion company, and that has the demand and supply, which has a potential, and we will be technology-driven company.
Technology-driven company. Okay. So, sir, after this demerger, is Vedanta Group Vedanta Group structure is complete now, or should investors expect something more out of this company?
Like each company has its own vision. Okay. Hindustan Zinc have a lot of product being developed. So, if they want to remain one, how we create shareholder value, that is the important.
Absolutely. Just one more question before we close this. So in oil and gas, you have spoken about 1 million barrels. So what are the biggest challenges in achieving this, and how do you plan to scale it more further?
This will be the biggest contribution I can give for my country, because we have what we have enough resources. So there was a lease period which was 5 years, 10 years, which investors, the supplier was not very comfortable. Now government has completely opened the door. So now we are going to produce every kind. We have a deep sea water production, we have a shallow water production, we have a shale, we have a tight oil, we have a huge block in the northeast at gas. All these 5, for all 5 is like a separate company. And that's what I'm looking, let them grow. And for me, I'm looking forward to produce 500,000 barrel, and then aiming for million barrel. And you will not believe, we produce, our cost of production is $10. So why should we, if 50% energy security is not there in the large country, we will be vulnerable. So it's very important for us to self-sufficient, at least 50% for our energy security.
So government has also played a very important role in expansion of businesses as well.
Absolutely, they are our Maibap. We go with them, and because they are there, that's how we have a strength. And they are also understanding how important is the business. If the business develop, industry develop, infrastructure will develop, education, development of the people will come. So the industry is very, very important.
Absolutely. All of the infrastructure is expanding now. When you heard the man, it's a tremendous and very, very good occasion to the businesses being demerged and listed. And thank you so much, sir, for speaking to us. We welcome you and we congratulate you once again. We hope to see you very soon for more growth for very less cost. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Very good answer.
Thank you, sir.
The grandeur of Ayodhya's Ram Mandir, the faith of millions, and now questions over the money offered at the feet of Ram Lalla. A political storm has erupted over allegations that crores of rupees from temple donations may be unaccounted for. The controversy began after Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav alleged that crores of rupees from donations were missing and demanded a judicial probe. At the time, the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust dismissed the claims, saying audits are conducted regularly.
हुंडी काउंटिंग कमरे का ऑडिट राम जन्मभूमि तीर्थ क्षेत्र के न्यासीगण कार्यकर्ता और स्टेट बैंक के कर्मचारी मिलकर करते हैं। ये कार्य कई दिनों तक चलता है। यही कार्य आजकल हो रहा है। कोई भी उल्लेखनीय बात किसी के भी ध्यान में अभी तक नहीं आई है।
The Uttar Pradesh government too initially rejected the allegations as fake news. But now, in a significant development, the Yogi Adityanath government has ordered an SIT probe. The SIT has been tasked with submitting a preliminary report within 7 days and a final report within 15.
श्रीमान अखिलेश यादव जी, राहुल गांधी जी जैसे लोग केवल काम करने वाले, सेवा करने वाले लोगों पर कीचड़ उछाल करके ही सस्ती लोकप्रियता पाने का काम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जनता के बीच अच्छे कामों को जा करके करने का उनके अंदर साहस नहीं है।
कृपा की अनुमति है।
The trust itself has sought a detailed investigation, saying the trust must come out and rumors be put to rest.
सरकार ने न्यास का निवेदन को स्वीकार करते हुए 12-15 घंटे में ही उन्होंने स्पेशल इन्वेस्टिगेशन टीम 3 लोगों का गठित कर दिया। हम उसके लिए सरकार को धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं। हम सभी दृष्टि से सहयोग करेंगे।
The issue escalated when BJP leader from Ayodhya, Rajneesh Singh, wrote 2 letters to Prime Minister Narendra Modi seeking greater transparency in the trust's financial operations. Then came former BJP MP Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, who claimed he is aware of alleged misuse of donations.
देखिए, सच अगर बोल देंगे तो बहुत चोट लगेगी और मैं विवाद में फंस जाऊंगा खुद, क्योंकि वो लोग बड़े पावरफुल लोग हैं। तो इसलिए मारे डर के मैं सच नहीं बोल रहा हूँ।
बंद कर दो, लाइट बंद कर लो, प्रभु श्री राम के सामने अपने आप कोई चढ़ावा फिर लग जाएगा।
Matter intensified after police detained a temple employee reportedly associated with the counting of offerings. During a search at his home, the cops reportedly recovered some cash. Investigators have not yet officially linked the recovered money to the allegations around donations. Meanwhile, Ram Janmabhoomi movement veteran Vinay Katiyar has termed the allegations extremely serious.
जांच हो रही है, गंभीर मामला है और ये हल्का फुल्का मामला नहीं है। इस पर अरे भाई, ये इस पर बलिदान हुए हैं लोग, हमारे जैसे लोग, और ट्रस्टी ही अगर उसमें कुछ गड़बड़ कर देंगे, चोरी कर देंगे, बाकी कुछ कर देंगे, तो कैसे मंदिर बनेगा?
The controversy, as expected, has invited strong political reactions from the opposition, who are questioning BJP's bhakti.
मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम राम के चढ़ावे में अगर कोई बात हुई है तो कैमरा बंद कर करके आपस में बातचीत कर लें, और कैमरा बंद कर करके, आंखें बंद कर करके जो चढ़ावा चोरी हुआ वो वापस रख दो। भगवान प्रभु श्री राम माफ कर देंगे। लेकिन बताओ, अधिकारी जांच करेंगे हमारे भगवान के पुजारियों की? ये सनातन धर्म का अपमान है।
खुलासे की रकम निकल रही है, छिपाने की कोशिश की जा रही है। लोग गोबर में, खाद के गोबर में पैसा छिपा रहे हैं, लेकिन ये छिपने वाला नहीं है। ये प्रभु श्री राम के दरबार की चोरी नहीं है, हिंदुस्तान की सबसे बड़ी डकैती है।
So how are donations handled? Thousands of devotees donate every day through large donation boxes placed along the darshan route. Cash is collected daily. The trust has authorized SBI for counting, with a private agency engaged for the process. A 14-member team, including bank officials and trust representatives, count the offerings. The Ram Mandir receives massive donations. On its first day of public opening alone, devotees contributed over 3 crore rupees. The Temple Trust reported earnings of over 300 crore rupees in the financial year 2024 to 25, with donations accounting for a substantial share. Needless to say, the temple stands as a symbol of faith. The donations, a reflection of devotion. But when questions arise over the handling of that money, transparency becomes as important as the belief itself. With Santosh Mishra and Samarth Srivastav, Bureau Report, India Today.
Prime Minister Modi is a friend of mine and he's doing a very good job.
My friend, a friend of India, a great American president, Mr. Donald Trump.
For nearly a decade, one diplomatic equation has remained remarkably consistent, even when Washington changed governments. Narendra Modi and Donald Trump have met 8 times across 2 Trump presidencies. From stadium spectacles to White House summits, their camaraderie has often outlasted policy disagreements. The Modi-Trump story began in 2017 at the White House. A first meeting marked by hugs, handshakes, and a clear strategic signal. India was no longer just a regional partner, but a key player in America's Indo-Pacific calculus. What followed was a diplomatic blitz. 8 meetings, multiple summits, and 2 mega political spectacles. First came Howdy Modi in Houston in 2019, where over 50,000 people watched the 2 leaders share a stage, turning diplomacy into a stadium event. Months later, Trump returned to attend Ahmedabad's Namaste Trump, where another massive crowd witnessed a partnership increasingly defined by optics and strategy in equal measure. But beyond the photo ops, the relationship delivered tangible outcomes. Defense ties expanded, from Predator drones to Apache helicopters, and discussions around F-35 fighter jets. Trade remained a point of friction, but both sides kept talking. Counter-terror cooperation deepened. Pakistan found itself repeatedly under scrutiny, and technology, from 5G to AI and nuclear energy, all became the new frontier of engagement. Now the 2 leaders meet again on the sidelines of the G7 in France. But the meeting comes after 16 months of turbulence in ties between the 2 countries. From tariff battles and claims of diplomatic intervention to growing tensions in the West Asia. But the message remains familiar. Washington may change administrations, yet New Delhi remains central to America's strategic playbook.
भारत अमेरिका संबंधों प्रगाढ़ बनाने में, उसको एक नई ऊंचाई देने में और व्यापकता देने में.
Modi-Trump partnership has often been described as personal diplomacy at its most visible. 8 meetings later, the relationship is no longer just about two leaders. It's about two countries that don't always agree, often negotiate hard, but keep finding reasons to stay in the same room. And in geopolitics, that's often the most important deal of all. Bureau Report, India Today.
Hello and a very warm welcome on Business Today Television. We start with our series of Market Masters fresh this week. It's turning out to be a great day on Dalal Street. Risk on trade is back on news that the peace deal, the much awaited peace deal between US and Iran as far as the Middle East conflict is concerned is ready. It should be signed this week. More importantly, oil prices have plunged down 4.5% to an early March low around 200-day DMA. Such a relief. The rupee, ladies and gentlemen, has appreciated today by somewhere like 65 paise. Again, a very big relief. And it's bulls who are running amok on Dalal Street. Is the worst behind us? What should you be doing? And how are probabilities and pains stacked on Dalal Street? To answer this and a lot more, we are joined by Mr. Ashish Somaya, CEO of White Oak Capital Mutual Fund, AMC that's doing phenomenally well. They have about 21 funds. 2 of them are amongst the top tier, the White Oak Flexi Cap Fund and the very well known Mid Cap Fund. Namaste Ashish ji, what a day to have you. How are you reading sentiment on Dalal Street? Is the worst behind us?
Yes, Shananji, thank you very much for inviting me. Definitely, I think for now, few of the headwinds. See, I think there have been multiple headwinds, but some headwinds, especially the ones which you highlighted, which is oil price and hence the rupee. So out of the many combinations of headwinds, and also, things are always probabilistic. So for now, I think the key 2 headwinds, which is oil price as well as a little bit relief on the rupee, that is always a great thing to watch, great thing to have behind us. What we should only look for, one is obviously the sustainability and stability of this peace. That is one. And second, of course, I think the other overhang still remains, which is that there are questions on US economic performance and this huge AI-driven rally and, the massive momentum with the SpaceX IPO. I mean, while these are great developments overall, but I think for Indian market, that also has been a headwind.
Okay, fair point. Ashish ji, as they say, we fight a few battles at some time and all battles at all times. अभी 2-3 चीजें ठीक हुई हैं, बाकियों को भी हम सुधार देंगे. इतने बुरे दिन देखे हैं पिछले 2 साल की, क्या बताइए? So some relief, है ना?
Yes.
We will build up on this relief. Now tell us, Ashish ji, obviously you have some fabulous funds in your portfolio, the Mid Cap Fund, the Flexi Cap Fund, multi-asset completed 3 years, and there are many other schemes from the White Oak stable that attract a lot of monthly SIPs. Now, how are you deploying, how have you deployed in the last 3 odd months the SIPs that came in, and what now?
No, so see, what we do is that from time to time, when we interact with investment advisors, mutual fund distributors, investors, of course, through a medium like yours. So then, obviously we discuss our market view and we do share with them that, okay, if you're deploying now, then you should do a systematic transfer, or that, you should stagger your deployment, etc. So, and, we print, like you mentioned multi-asset. So we print actually that, how our relative valuation indicators are going, how our asset allocation is going. So all of that we keep printing and we keep communicating wherever we get the opportunity. But when money lands up on our table in a particular scheme to be deployed in equity, let us say mid cap fund or flexi cap fund, then of course we've not been holding cash positions. Whatever is procedural, कि भाई कल शाम को पैसा आया 2% cash है या redemptions, so couple of percentage points, low single digit percentage point cash might be there in the portfolio. Otherwise we have been deploying. So there is, thankfully throughout this period of turbulence, while we were telling people that, because of macro headwinds, you should stagger your flows and you should be gradual, etc. But once people have given us money already with the intention to invest in equity, then we don't hold back. We consistently keep deploying, and I think that is holding us in good stead actually.
Yes, absolutely. Actually, if there were a call to keep cash, it would have been better in the fixed deposit of the investor. If it is given to a fund manager, then it has to be invested. That's worked out sensibly, and for those who have watched markets over long periods, if you stay out of it and major events happen, then you miss out on those rallies and you deploy after them. So you obviously get prices which are not really good for investors but good for sellers. अच्छा आशीष जी, अब एक बात बताइए, oil has now slumped to below 80. Of course, much depends on what Mr. Trump does overnight or over the next 3-4 days. But do you think that the best of oil is behind oil and the worst of rupee is behind rupee?
Yeah. So Shailenji, brilliant point. I think that, in whenever I got the opportunity, when we make presentations to advisors as well as distributors and investors, or wherever I got the opportunity in last few months, one has always pointed out that historically, see, oil has this history, and I have been around. I have seen 2008 when oil was $145. I have seen 2010, 11, 12 for sustained period, oil was $95 to $100. In 2018, oil was $85. In 2022, it was $129. So see, whenever oil prices spiked up, Shailenji, for your viewers, in 2008 when oil was $145, there was an analyst who came with peak oil theory. He said all the oil wells that were ever to be discovered have been discovered. Peak availability of oil is behind us and oil will be over by 2050. And forget 2050, in 2008 itself, he said oil will cross $200. So what I want to tell your viewers is that whenever oil price spikes, there is always doomsday theory. There is literature which says that John Rockefeller told the world in 1893 that oil will be over. Okay. So the point is that every time oil price spikes, there are these doomsday philosophies which come. But the cure for high prices is always high prices. We know that when oil price goes up, there is demand destruction. Supply goes up because it's a commodity. One day you remove from the earth, you get $50. One day you're removing, you get $100. So when you get $100, you better pump, right? So supply goes up, demand destruction happens, people start investing in alternates, all these kinds of things happen. So I think oil has done what it has always done. It spikes and then it actually crashes. So that I think is a good relief for us. The second thing, you mentioned somewhere about, just going back 1 minute when you mentioned about cash. I want to make an important point for people about holding cash. What we should keep in mind is that the best rallies, the sharpest spikes always come in bear markets. The big spikes in index always comes in bear markets. Bull market, if the market is booming, it may go 1% up every day, but it doesn't go up suddenly 3-4%. It happens only in bear markets. It happens in April 2020, it happens in June 2009, and now it has happened that, you have seen a couple of big days. So cash can really backfire. We never do that.
Okay, fair point. Now, Ashishji, because of the pain that the newer set of investors who've come in the last 3 years, 4 years have seen in the market over the last 2 years, flat to negative return on Nifty, much worse on Nifty and small cap and mid cap. Plus this, really unnecessary debate going on whether, the common man, the retail investor should not invest in Dalal Street, should not put money in SIPs. How do you react to this very, very negative outlook?
No, so see, I think, we were all taught long back that correlation is not causation. So ये बात जरूर है कि, on one hand, FIIs are selling and on the other hand, DIIs are buying. But, every sell trade has a buy trade, and ultimately in our market, there is promoter, DII, FII, and there is what we call non-promoter, non-institution. But if you take bulk of the top 200 stocks or top 150 stocks, then it is promoter, DII, FII, and non-promoter, non-institution might be even lesser proportion, correct? Now, coming to the question, see, I think it is, in any 5 years, I have seen you take any rolling 5-year periods, you make money in any 18 to 21 months. Any couple of years market does nothing, and any of the 1.5 year it will keep going down. So if somebody invests for 5 years, you will find that on average 18 to 24 months within those 5 years is when money is made. So first of all, I don't think there is anything to lose sleep if you don't make return in the last 2 years. I mean, I would be very excited and happy that in last 2 years if money is not made, then somewhere in the next 2-3 years market is going to reward me by playing catch up, right?
Yes.
Because the underlying economy and the productivity and the EPS is doing whatever it has to do. So I don't think that is to worry. Now coming to that negative point, see, I can just tell you, Shirenji, we've been around for long. 10 years back precisely, what was the biggest criticism, that FIIs are colonizing India all over again. And these are going to be very, very poor people. They won't create wealth. They will only remain employees and customers, and all these companies will become foreign companies. Second criticism was, how can institutions participate in this market? There is no depth. You sell 1,000 crore and the market goes down 2%. In 2008, 15 billion was sold. We fell 50%. तो ये मार्केट में कोई डेप्थ नहीं है, फ्री फ्लोट नहीं है, बड़ा ही वीक मार्केट है, डोमेस्टिक मार्केट ही नहीं है. So now the criticism is reversed. So I don't think I can say much about it. It is unfortunate, but we should not read too much into it.
Right. और सर कुछ लोगों की तो आदत ही होती है खोट निकालना, तो क्या कीजिए?
हाँ, so that तो कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे is a very famous song, so we know about it. Can't react to it beyond the point. I think we have to do our job, what we are doing, and we remain confident that as long as the GDP is growing nominally 10-12%, EPS is growing low double digit, eventually people will make money. Plus the diversity of the market. I think yes, we are missing out on the AI rally, but it's a scoreboard. It's not some winners and losers which have to be declared today. So yes, we should be constructive.
Okay, fair point. Now, because the markets are where they are, way below all-time highs, Ashish ji, where are you finding value, and where are you looking at growth post Q4?
See, definitely one thing has happened, which is that a year or 2 years back, government finances. I mean, government was focusing on tax collection, government was focusing on improve the fisc, and at the same time government was focusing on pumping the economy, investing in infrastructure. They were supporting the growth. So government finances were strong, and also government was big part of the economic thrust. On the other hand, it was felt that corporate balance sheets have been strengthening, so there's no negative there, but personal balance sheets were weakening, and the guy on the street didn't have money. That was the feeling. I think some of those equations will now change. I think the government will have to take a back seat and again focus on consolidation, because all this oil price and currency has definitely taken a knock, right? So I think all of this also entails some kind of sector rotation, correct? I think in the last 4-5 years, we have seen, everything to do with cyclical, commodity, PSU, and, just the infrastructure and all of those. I think when you talk rotation, then from value, you need to look at quality related sectors also coming in. So I think that is one big rotation one needs to keep in mind. As far as we are concerned, of course, we have been launching all these products counter-cyclically. So in the last 1.5 year, we have created banking funds, healthcare funds, quality equity funds, digital, consumer. So that is our sense that, when there is a new rally which comes, the winners rotate. And hence people look at everything which has underperformed in the last couple of years.
Okay, so very simply, where would you put in money?
Yeah, so I would say that people should focus on stuff which is related to banking. We should focus on stuff which is related to consumer. We should focus on, I think, the IT and digital. I think these are the top 3 things.
Okay, fair point. And this is where the White Oak AMC will also concentrate its newer investments?
Yes. So, in fact, in terms of new fund launches also, it has been focused in those areas. And even like you mentioned, say, about mid-cap. So, let's take an example of that. So, there also, the top holdings, the top sectors are all, related to financials, discretionary consumption. It is related to healthcare. It is related to the sectors, like I said, which are, falling more in the quality bucket, and whatever has underperformed in the last 2-3 years. We have minor overweight in IT also, actually. So I would say, so I would say that, of all the things which have boomed in the last 3-4 years, the only thing which is sustainable is industrials and manufacturing. There we still remain constructive. But otherwise, if you see the overweights, they are related to financials, consumer discretionary, IT, ITES, more in the small and mid cap space, and like I said, consumption.
Okay, fair point. We'll come to the mid-cap fund a little later. Ashiji, I want to understand two parts of the equation. One is global bond yields. They have created a havoc. And post this peace deal, which I think is mostly done, how do you see Indian construction companies who are focused on the Mid East or, Mid East focused Indian businesses react to prices?
See, I think now is when, you will see that this, being part of this multipolar and not supposedly not taking any stark sides or not being part of any camp or trying to create your own pole, whatever the government has been saying in terms of foreign policy. Let's hope that now is when it starts to come into play, right? Because, there has been so much debate about India's, geopolitical stances and foreign policy. It's a part of very big picture macro, which we all can't forecast. But the way the cards are laid, now we have to see that how it is going to help us. So I think definitely Middle East reconstruction, India will be a very, very big beneficiary because Indian companies have been engaged and there has to be reconstruction. And obviously we are seen to be favorably disposed at least to UAE and some of these countries.
Okay.
So my sense is that it's a good opportunity and big money is going to flow into Middle East as well as into Iran.
Okay, fair point. So that takes care of, look at oil and gas pipe suppliers, look at construction giants.
Construction, infrastructure.
Yes, those are the plays that may make a lot of interest. L&T, of course, today is 3.5% higher. They have a third of their order book coming from the Middle East. They have had terrible times and possibly fresh breather coming in for the stock. Again, let's look at two spaces, Ashishji. One is the multi-asset fund at White Oak Capital, which was launched 3 years ago. You've creamed the rally in silver and gold, and you've done pretty well on the equity side of the business. What have been the main learnings as far as the multi-asset portfolio grew?
I think key learning, Shailenji, is that, everybody says that you should be a bit counter-cyclical when it comes to asset allocation, but people are not able to practice it. Somewhere everybody gets caught up in the momentum. I think that the key part is that in 2023, when we created the fund, ab initio itself, it was more than 20% in gold. I mean, the day one, it was 19% or 20% in gold, right? So in 2023, by the way, just as a matter of trivia, I literally struggled to collect money. It got only 60 crores in the NFO because everybody thought that you must be out of your mind that, your fund is holding 20% in gold when equity is actually booming. So we had less than 30% equity. We had 20% gold. Then we had stuff like REITs, InvITs. At that time, the limits were lower, but we were buying REITs, InvITs. And then we had fixed income. Correct. And that 60 crore fund is now 70 to 800 crore or something like that. So what has happened is that, and now, of course, now the way it is positioned is that our gold exposure is going down actually. It is down to 11%. Now equity is about 30%. REIT InvIT is about 14 to 15%. And we have some fixed income. So the point is that, in English, there is a saying that you have to shoot where the rabbit will be. Of course, it's just a proverb. Nobody should be doing that with due respect to animal rights. So it's just a proverb that you have to shoot where the rabbit will be. What happens is people are always shooting where the rabbit was 2 years back. And I think that is set allocation on relative valuation basis, on a counter basis. I think that is what really helps funds to do well.
Okay. In the pipeline is the aggressive hybrid fund.
Yes.
What's the thought process? Where will the rabbit be 1 year from now?
So, of course, now the market, the market has front run our launch in some sense because we were thinking that we were at the height of pessimism. The pendulum had swung too much, right? We obviously don't know anything about peace deal and all, but we felt that, since we are a relatively young AMC, sometimes, the product slate is still being built. So we try to sequence products in a way that people get a good entry experience and the NAV works well. So that's why we launched a fund with 70. It's supposed to have 73% in equity. Now, how do we go and tell people that give us, you should be allocating in equity now? That's why we launched aggressive hybrid. Because this is a unique time where even bond yields are not bad. I mean, a few days back we were well over 7%.
Yes.
So a fund which is essentially 70% equity, getting good entry valuations, and the 30% bond is also reasonably well priced. So that's why we launched the fund. I think, we are getting good collections. Let's hope. I mean, I think the NAV will also do well because I think we're getting the timing right in terms of launching it at least.
Okay, fair point. Now let's come back to the star of the show, which is the mid-cap fund. Ladies and gentlemen, White Oak Mid-Cap is about 3.5 years old and has done some phenomenal work over the last 36 months or so. Very strong return parentage, very strong portfolio, and a fund portfolio that's done phenomenally well over the last 3 odd months or so. Ashish ji, the thought process of what White Oak Mid Capital Fund could be over the next 2 years or so.
Yes, so Shailenji, actually, see, I think very kind of you to acknowledge. I think the reason why the fund has got a good start in the last 3.5 years, rated highly. The reason is, I think that see what happens when people look at performance. Obviously, they're looking at performance related to the benchmark, which is the alpha, and then people are looking at performance versus peers. Now, what you will notice, one of the things is that there is this winner rotation phenomenon. So in 1 year, you will find somebody beating the index by a mile, and a year or two later, they are well behind the index. Sometimes somebody is not only top quartile, they're number 1. You look them down the road 2 years, they're number 20 or number 24. I think why this fund has done well is because it has never, it's not aggressively or starkly positioned away from the market or the peers in that sense. So follow something called balanced portfolio construction. So what is that the fund has an active weight of 60%, which means 60% of the portfolio is active when compared to the BSE 150 index. So portfolio is active. It is generating alpha from stock selection. But when you look at sectors, when you look at factors like growth, value, large, mid, small, right? So when you look at sectors and factors and you look at style, it is synchronized with the benchmark. Which means that if you take sectoral bets, the allocation that we have versus the benchmark is not very disjointed from the benchmark. If you look at growth versus value, quality versus all those factors, it is not disjointed. It is synchronized with the benchmark. If you look at beta of the portfolio, it's synchronized close to the benchmark. So what happens is that we are not seeing wild swings in alpha. We are not seeing wild swings in performance. We are seeing consistency. And the alpha is generated bottom up from stock selection, not by betting on any sector, factor or anything. So that is actually what is bringing consistency to the performance.
Okay. In the past 3 years, ladies and gentlemen, the White Oak Mid-Cap Fund has given an annualized return of 24% each year. So basically, your money has doubled in 3 years. आपने 1 लाख रुपया लगाया होता तो वो 2,15,000 रुपए होता in a span of 3 years. And whether you look at the 3-year performance, 1-year performance, or even shorter duration, this fund has always been in the upper quartile. Just for the sake of our viewers, I'll again mention it has about 130 stocks in its portfolio, and the top 5 are unusual names. You don't normally see them in that higher hierarchy within a fund. So the top pick is a real estate company called Phoenix Mills, very, very strong in the Mumbai real estate sector. Max Financial from the NBFC space. Bharti Hexacom from the telecom space. Fortis Healthcare. The top 4, ladies and gentlemen, have absolutely no relation to the West Asian conflict. In fact, they are domestic plays, and Bharti Hexacom and Fortis have hit regular 52-week highs in this crisis mode as well. So that's the quality of stock picking that goes behind creating supernormal and market-beating returns. My final question to you, Ashish ji, will the Diwali of 2026 be better than the June of 2026?
Yes, I would say highly likely. Right, I said at the onset, so I expect some speed bump related to US economy and this whole AI, frenzy. But I think that will only be a distraction. I think as far as India is concerned, yes, it is highly likely that fag end of the year will be much better than where we started.
Okay, fair point. On this very optimistic note, Ashish ji, all the good luck to you. We've had a very painful time as fund managers, as equity strategists, as investors, as market watchers and general participants in the market. Let's hope the worst is behind us and that we are looking at better days. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mr. Ashish Somaya, the top man at White Oak Capital AMC. We discussed the White Oak Mid Cap Fund, the Multi-Asset Fund, the Flexi Cap Fund, and of course the
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is your favorite show, Daily Calls, a show that answers your specific stock queries on the program. In case you're here for the first time, the WhatsApp number is flashing on your screens. This is where you send me all the queries that you have along with your name, location and contact details. Don't forget to mention your own number as we can give you an opportunity to speak live to our top market expert and take a custom-made advice there. In case you're watching our show on our YouTube platform, Business Today, you need to go to Daily Calls Live. Use the comment section there to send me your questions. I'll be happy to pick that up with our top guests as well. Let me quickly look at how the markets are trending at this point in time. When we look at the Nifty, we are constantly holding above that 24,000 mark. And of course, the markets are trading near its 6-week high as well. And when we look at the kind of move that we are seeing across the board, PSU banks have pulled up to the top spot among the sectors, 1% higher. IT stocks follow with 0.7% of a move. Broader markets also are doing very well at this point in time, over 0.5% gains for both small caps and the mid caps. Look at the metals, the banking story that's looking strong. But pharma has slipped now to the bottom of the trade. You are looking at real estate, auto and FMCG also look at some losses in the session today. But let's pull up for you the top gainers on the Nifty. And you will be able to see a lot of those banking names, IT names are among the top movers as far as the markets are concerned. From the retail pack, it's Trent that's now up by over 5%. At 3,047, this stock is looking strong. Zomato is at 3% higher as well. About 260 odd levels can be seen. From the FMCG pack, you have Nestle that's up by 1.6% too. Then you have Tech Mahindra, Tata Steel and BEL as among those other movers. But when we look at the declines, you'll be able to see a lot of stocks from the real estate basket, from the pharma pack that are also declining in the session as far as the Nifty big losers are concerned. But let's now welcome our guest on board. We have Anshul Jain joining in from Lakshmi Shree Investments to share with us a fresh take on the markets and to give us an understanding of where to find opportunities in the markets too. अंशुल जी, गुड आफ्टरनून, गुड टू हैव यू। पहले तो बाज़ार को जिस चीज़ का इंतज़ार था वो फाइनली यूएस ईरान की जो डील है वो हो रही है, पीस डील, और फाइनली इसको साइन भी कर लिया जाएगा। स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज़ के वापस से ओपन अप होने के बाद उम्मीद की जा रही है कि जो सप्लाईज़ ईरान के तेल की अभी तक रुकी हुई थी ये भी बाज़ार में आ जाएंगी, और सीधे तौर पर हमने कच्चे तेल पर इसका इम्पैक्ट देखा भी है। $80 प्रति बैरल पर आ चुका है कच्चा तेल, और इससे भी नीचे फिसल चुका है। आज तो $78 पर बैरल के हिसाब से ट्रेड करता हुआ नज़र आ रहा है। तो बाज़ार के लिए खुशखबरी है, लेकिन बहुत सारे दर्शक ये भी सोच रहे होंगे कि बहुत तेज़ी से बाज़ार अभी तक ऊपर क्यों नहीं गया। थोड़ी बहुत तेज़ी ज़रूर आई है, लेकिन उसके बाद संभल कर चल रहा है बाज़ार, ऐसा क्यों?
देखिए, बाजार बड़ा गैप अप परसों के सेशन में दिया था, उसके बाद से कंसोलिडेट कर रहा है। निफ्टी अपना फॉलिंग 20 वीक मूविंग एवरेज और स्विंग हाई दोनों 24,089 लेवल्स पे वहीं जाके अटकी हुई है। बैंक निफ्टी अभी टारगेट की तरफ मूव कर रही है 57,783, बट स्लो एंड स्टडी ये मार्केट ऊपर की तरफ अपनी राह पकड़ लिया है। तो हर डिप पे आपको बाइंग की अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलेगी। ऐसा नहीं कि 100-200 पॉइंट डिप आए तो आप ले लीजिए। डिप आने के बाद जब पॉजिटिव या बुलिश रिएक्शन मिलता है तब बाइंग की अपॉर्चुनिटी रहेगी। तो जो मैं रेगुलरली कहते आ रहा था कि आपको शॉर्टिंग अवॉइड करना, लॉन्ग साइड में ही प्ले करना है, तो लॉन्ग साइड में ही प्ले कीजिए। आज का एक इंटरडे ब्रेकआउट बना था प्रीवियस डे हाई के ऊपर 57,440, उसका टारगेट भी 57,783 है। तो स्लो एंड स्टडी हम उसकी तरफ बढ़ रहा है। तो मार्केट का टेक्सचर अब बाय ऑन डिप्स वाला हो चुका है, बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत नहीं दिख रही है। अनटिल अनलेस 19 तारीख को पुपा जी नया बम फोड़ दें तब तो अलग बात है। बट ब्रॉडली अब ये लग रहा है कि मार्केट इस जैसे रशिया यूक्रेन से अब आगे देखने लगा है, अब यूएस ईरान से आगे मार्केट देखने लगा है।
Okay, got that. I hope that this has also helped all our viewers understand the current market texture. Let's start taking some questions now from our viewers, Anshul ji. सबसे पहले हमारे पास सवाल आया है केडी प्रधान का। ये लिखते हैं, हाय साक्षी, हाउ आर यू? आई एम वेरी वेल, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर आस्किंग मिस्टर प्रधान, आई होप द सेम फॉर यू। सुजलॉन एनर्जी के इनके पास 2500 शेयर्स हैं, 54 के भाव पर लिया हुआ है। पूछना चाहते हैं कि अब किस तरीके से आप इस शेयर को देख रहे हैं और आगे के क्या यहाँ पर उम्मीद है? ब्रोकरेज जो है अभी तक काफ़ी पॉजिटिव आ रहे हैं, शेयर में भी अच्छा खासा उछाल हमें देखने को मिला था कल के सेशन में। FI31 तक का रोड मैप कंपनी ने सामने लाया था। और अभी अगर देखें तो मोतीलाल ओसवाल, JM फाइनेंशियल, सिस्टमैटिक, सेंट्रम सभी ने अभी बुलिश टारगेट्स दिए हैं कंपनी पर। 57 पर चल रहा है, तो इनकी खरीदारी से थोड़ा ऊपर तो आ चुका है। अभी क्या करना चाहिए अंशुल जी?
देखिए 58.2 कल इसका ब्रेकआउट पॉइंट आया था, लेकिन डे एंड इसके नीचे हुआ, आज भी वहीं पे स्ट्रगल कर रहा है। तो 58.25 के ऊपर एक डेली क्लोज आ जाए तो ब्रेकआउट कंफर्म हो जाएगा। अगर ये ब्रेकआउट कंफर्म होता है तो जो फॉलोइंग ट्रेंड लाइन है ऑन द मंथली और वीकली चार्ट वो 64 के आसपास है, तो स्टॉक में 64 का टारगेट खुल जाएगा। बट 58.25 इसके ऊपर एक डेली क्लोजिंग मिल जाए तब ब्रेकआउट कंफर्म होगा। पैटर्न अच्छा बना हुआ है, 33 डेज का कपनैंडल पैटर्न है, और वीकली पे देखेंगे तो पोल एंड फ्लैग पैटर्न है। बस 58.25 निकलने की देरी है, क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे 64 का टारगेट खुल जाएगा। होल्ड करना चाहिए,
होल्ड करना चाहिए। रघु का नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है, ये लिखते हैं, आई हैव बीन वेटिंग फॉर योर शो, दिस रियली हेल्प्स मी अ लॉट विद माय क्वेश्चंस ऑन द स्टॉक्स। टुडे आई वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड फ्रॉम यू ऑन अपोलो माइक्रो। आई हैव दिस स्टॉक एट 430, कैन यू प्लीज आस्क अंशुल सर टू सजेस्ट टारगेट एंड स्टॉप लॉस इफ आई हैव अ 3 months टाइम फ्रेम? थैंक यू सो मच रघु। उम्मीद करते हैं ये शो पर जो आपको गाइडेंस मिल रही है ये डेफिनेटली आपकी इन्वेस्टमेंट जर्नी में आपको मदद कर रही है। 430 पर लिया है अपोलो माइक्रो सिस्टम, 439 पर चल रहा है। 3 महीने तक का ही इनका व्यू है अंशुल जी, क्या करें? टारगेट स्टॉप लॉस क्या रख सकते हैं यहाँ?
देखिए अपोलो में कोई खास दिक्कत नहीं दिख रही है। आपको एक स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन करना चाहिए। फिलहाल के लिए आपका स्टॉप लॉस आता है 402 रुपीज का, और ब्रेकआउट पॉइंट आता है 447 का। तो जैसे ही 447 निकलेगा स्टॉप लॉस अपवर्ड रिवाइज होगा, बट फिलहाल के लिए 402 के स्टॉप लॉस से होल्ड कर सकते हैं। एक बार जैसे 447 निकलता है स्टॉप लॉस भी ऊपर की तरफ रिवाइज होगा और टारगेट आपका खुल जाएगा लगभग 510 की जोन का।
ठीक है, आगे बढ़ते हैं नेक्स्ट सवाल की तरफ। ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है हमारे दर्शक ऋषिकेश का। लिखते हैं, हाय साक्षी, होप यू डूइंग वेरी वेल। आई वांट टू आस्क अबाउट एस्ट्रा माइक्रो। अभी हम अपोलो माइक्रो की बात कर रहे थे, अब ये एस्ट्रा माइक्रो के ऊपर सवाल आया है। 1354 पर खरीदा हुआ है इन्होंने और पूछना चाहते हैं, आई कैन स्टिल hold on or should I sell this stock now with the profits that I am getting? The stock is 5% higher today. ये मीडियम टर्म के इन्वेस्टर है, एक टारगेट और स्टॉप लॉस आपसे जानना चाहते हैं एस्ट्रा माइक्रो में।
देखिए एस्ट्रा माइक्रो होल्ड करना चाहिए, आपको बहुत जल्दी नहीं होनी चाहिए प्रॉफिट बुक करने की या फिर टॉप प्रेडिक्ट करने की। आज भी फ्रेश ऑल टाइम हाई का ब्रेकआउट बना है और वैसे भी 50 वीक्स के कपनल पैटर्न का ब्रेकआउट आया था 1193 पे, तो अभी भी 1650 1700 की जोन टेस्ट हो सकती है। केवल स्टॉप लॉस मॉडिफाई करते चलिए। आज का लो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है 1480 का, 10 रुपए बफर देके 1470 का ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस लगा के होल्ड करना चाहिए। अलाउ द मार्केट टू थ्रो यू आउट, आप केवल स्टॉप लॉस ऊपर की तरफ ट्रेड करते रहिए।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी ले लेते हैं। ये हमारे पास GD राव आंध्र प्रदेश से लिखते हैं कि सर मुझे बताइए, पिरामल फार्मा के ऊपर 212 के लेवल से मेरे पास है, अब मुझे क्या करना चाहिए? क्या एवरेज करूं इस लेवल पर?
बिल्कुल, ये लेवल आपके लिए बहुत बेहतरीन है, एवरेज करके छोड़ देना चाहिए। थोड़ा सा पेशेंस लगेगा बट इवेंचुअली स्टॉक 220 रुपीज आपको आराम से इनिशियली दे देगा।
ठीक है, तो एवरेज करने का बहुत अच्छा मौका है, यहाँ पर आप एवरेज कर सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है विनीता गुप्ता का। आपसे पूछना चाहते हैं, लिखते हैं, सबसे पहले तो सर आपने जो इनको प्रॉफिट बुक करने की सलाह दी थी, कुछ कुछ स्टॉक्स में इन्होंने कर लिया है जैसे स्किपर, एबीडीएल में। अभी आपसे जानना चाहती है कहाँ पर अपना फ्रेश निवेश कर सकते हैं?
देखिए, मैं थोड़ा सा इस जंक्शन पे फ्रेश निवेश अभी रुक के करूंगा, क्योंकि 24,089 फॉलिंग 50 फॉलिंग 20 वीक मूविंग एवरेज है, वो भी 45 डिग्री एंगल पे और स्विंग आई। तो यहाँ पे हो सकता है कि कंसोलिडेशन बने 1-2 हफ्ते की। तो मैं यहाँ पे फ्रेश ट्रेड लेने के बहुत ज्यादा मूड में नहीं हूँ। हालांकि आज कार्टेट में अच्छा ब्रेकआउट बना है, अभी एस्ट्रा माइक्रो में अच्छा ब्रेकआउट बना है, बट आज हम अवॉइड करके चल रहे हैं। तो थोड़ा सा एक बार के लिए जो आपने प्रॉफिट बुक की है इसको डाइजेस्ट कीजिए और 1-2 हफ्ते थोड़ा सा शांति से बैठिए। 1-2 हफ्ते थोड़ा कंसोलिडेशन या करेक्शन कंप्लीट हो जाए, उसके बाद आपको लीडिंग स्टॉक्स में वापस से मौका मिलेगा।
ठीक है, आगे बढ़ते हैं। व्हाट्सएप के जरिए गगन का सवाल आया है, ये दिल्ली से हैं और ये लिखते हैं कि सर पीसीबीएल 293 पर उन्होंने खरीदा है, लेकिन शॉर्ट टर्म के इन्वेस्टर हैं, इनको क्या टारगेट और स्टॉप लॉस लेकर चलना चाहिए यहाँ?
देखिए, अगर शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रेडर हैं तो पीसीबीएल 313 ये ब्रेकआउट पॉइंट है, यहीं पे घूम रहा है। एक बार के लिए 313 के ऊपर कंफर्म करता है ब्रेकआउट तो 357 का टारगेट खुलेगा, वहां पे निकल जाना है, क्योंकि 77 वीक्स में 60% गिरा था, इसका 50% रिट्रेसमेंट आता है। टारगेट जोन 357, वहां पे प्रॉफिट बुक करके निकल जाना चाहिए।
ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी लेते हैं। मनीष शाह का ये सवाल है, अंशुल सर आपसे मैन ब्रो इंडस्ट्रीज के बारे में पूछना चाहता हूँ। 84 पर मैंने खरीदा हुआ है, यहाँ पर क्या करना चाहिए?
देखिए, एक राउंड 67 से 74 हमने प्ले किया है, वापस से 65 66 एक्यूमुलेशन जोन में कल हैमर कैंडल की फॉर्मेशन थी। हाई निकलता है इसका 67.5, तो वापस से आप बाई कर सकते हैं 74 तक के लिए, और 74 76 ये लेवल निकलते से वापस ऑल टाइम हाई लग जाएगा। तो यहाँ पे अगर लेना है, एक अलर्ट लगाइए 67.5, उसके ऊपर निकलता है तो बाई कीजिए 74.76 के लिए, और 74.76 अगर नहीं अटका तो फिर कंटिन्यू कीजिए, नहीं तो वहां प्रॉफिट बुक करके वापस से नीचे ऐड कीजिए।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी लेते हैं। ये लवकेश बंसल का सवाल है, लिखते हैं आई एम अ बिग फैन ऑफ अंशुल जी। सर कैन यू प्लीज टेल मी अबाउट टिप्स म्यूजिक? इट वाज नियर ब्रेकआउट बट नाउ हैज for a month now has not moved and it is now coming back to around 650 level. I have been holding it. What should I do?
नहीं, आप तो गलत ही होल्ड कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि अगर आपने ब्रेकआउट प्ले किया था तो 5 जून को ब्रेकआउट आया था 692 के ऊपर और क्लोज होते होते ब्रेकआउट पॉइंट के नीचे आके क्लोज किया था, तो फील्ड ब्रेकआउट में कन्वर्ट हुआ है। उसका लिक्विडेशन टारगेट आपका 617 है, तो धीरे धीरे करके 617 आते हुए दिख रहा है।
ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन की तरफ आगे मूव करते हैं। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज फ्रॉम सत्यन। ही सेज कुड यू प्लीज हेल्प मी अंडरस्टैंड सर ऑन सेजिलिटी, आई हैव दिस स्टॉक एट 45, द नेक्स्ट वन इज आइनॉक्स विंड एट 150. Please suggest the best option to reduce my losses, and if I have to switch, then to which stock should I shift my position to? Sagility currently is at 39. It has slipped below his purchase price. Inox Wind currently it's also trading below his own purchase price of 150 levels. What should he do?
देखिए, आइनॉक्स विंड थोड़ा सा वेट एंड वॉच करना चाहिए। 101 103 इस जोन में वापस से रिव्यू करेंगे आइनॉक्स विंड को, क्योंकि बाउंस बैक में वहां पे रेजिस्टेंस है और बाउंस बैक दिख रहा आते हुए। सेजिलिटी जब तक 37.56 प्रोटेक्टेड है, रेंज के अंदर है, जिस भी दिन रिवर्सल बना तो रेंज का मिड 47 और रेंज का अपरेंट 54 दोनों लेवल आते हुए दिखेंगे। तो अभी निकलने की कोई सलाह नहीं है, क्योंकि निकलने लायक पैटर्न नहीं है, लोअर एंड ऑफ द बेस पे है, थोड़ा सा समय देना चाहिए।
Okay, got that. I hope that this answered your question. We have Nancy also writing in. She says, sir, associated alcohols and breweries. I have this stock in my portfolio, but I want to ask if this is on a fresh buying zone level as well. Currently, the stock is trading at 824. What do you have to say on associated alcohols and breweries, Anshul ji?
नहीं, एसोसिएटेड अल्कोहल एंड बेवरेज अभी तो नहीं बनता है इसमें। जब से 1019 का लेवल टूटा है, स्टॉक में डाउन ट्रेंड है। हालांकि अभी हायर लो बनाने की कोशिश कर रहा है 813 ऑड लेवल्स पे। मेरे को नहीं लग रहा कि बहुत अभी कोई ब्रेकआउट बनेगा। अगर बनना भी है तो ब्रेकआउट का लेवल आता है आपका 900 के 895 है, प्रिसाइसली 900 पकड़ लीजिए। 900 निकलता है तो फिर एक बार बाई करने की कोशिश करेंगे। 900 के नीचे तो बिल्कुल भी कोई बाइंग की अभी नहीं बन रहा। अगर आपके पास है तो होल्ड कीजिए, 790 के स्टॉप लॉस से, नहीं है तो 900 के ऊपर बाइंग बनेगा।
Okay, let's take the next one. This one is from Lavish from Indore. He's in fact on the phone line with us. Hi Lavish, good afternoon. How are you? Lavish, can you go ahead and ask your question?
I have 200 shares of Acme Solar at the rate of 337, and another one is 200 shares of Diffusion Engineering at the rate of 362. Both have 1 year target. Please, sir, give me target and SL.
Sure, we'll ask Anshul ji to help you out here. Anshul ji, two stocks. Acme Solar, 200 shares हैं 337 पर. दूसरा है डिफ्यूजन इंजीनियरिंग 362 पर लिया हुआ है। 1 साल तक के लिए आपसे दोनों के टारगेट्स पूछना चाहते हैं। पहला एक्मे सोलर 337 की खरीद है, दूसरा डिफ्यूजन इंजीनियरिंग 362 की खरीद है।
देखिए डिफ्यूजन इंजीनियरिंग में तो एक कपनाडल पैटर्न ब्रेकआउट है 347 पे, ऊपर जा सकता है 410 तक। अर्निंग्स और सेल्स भी थोड़ी सी सुधरी है तो एक बार होल्ड कर सकते हैं, 410 पे रिव्यू करेंगे, वहां तक के लिए आप होल्ड कर सकते हैं। एक्मे सोलर में अच्छा ब्रेकआउट था, आपका 2 जून को वॉल्यूम राइज था 455%। अभी जो करंट स्लगिश डाउन मूव चल रही है ये उसको रीटेस्ट करने आ रहा है, तो किसी भी दिन आपको एक स्पाइक डाउनसाइड में 321 के ऑड लेवल्स तक मिल सकती है, बट उसमें घबराने की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत नहीं है, केवल रीटेस्ट है और ब्रेकआउट 321 के अराउंड से जैसे बुलिश एविडेंस बनता है स्टॉक में बाइंग कर सकते हैं 400 तक के टारगेट के लिए। तो फिलहाल दोनों को होल्ड करना चाहिए।
ठीक है, आगे बढ़ते हैं नेक्स्ट क्वेरी की तरफ, और ये सवाल अगेन हमारे पास यूट्यूब के जरिए आया है। सुप्रिया पॉल ये STC के बारे में पूछना चाहती हैं। बाई किया है 126 पर, टारगेट क्या होगा शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए, ये पूछना चाहते हैं। STC यानी कि स्टेट ट्रेडिंग कॉर्पोरेशन, आज तो 15% तक की ज़बरदस्त यहाँ रैली देखने को मिल रही है। अब पूछना चाहती हैं यहाँ पर क्या आउटलुक है सर आपका?
देखिए दोनों स्टॉक STC और MSTC दोनों में अच्छा ब्रेकआउट है और STC 134 के ऊपर सस्टेन भी कर रहा है, बट दिक्कत यह है कि ब्रेकआउट के बाद टारगेट था 150.7 जिसको लगभग आज टेस्ट भी कर रहा है, तो 150.7 कर भी लिया है, नहीं करने वाला है। पहला स्विंग हाई टेस्ट हुआ है, दूसरा स्विंग हाई 150.7 है, हाई 148.8 का बना है, तो ऑलमोस्ट टारगेट भी टेस्टेड है, तो फ्रेश बाइंग तो नहीं बनती है तो बिल्कुल होल्ड करना चाहिए। 150.7 के पास अगर रिजेक्शन बनता है तो बुक करेंगे, और अगर सरपास करता है तो 160-165 की जोन तक जा सकता है। फ्रेश बाइंग के लिहाज से बहुत लेट हो चुका है। ठीक है,
ऑलराइट, आगे बढ़ते हैं नेक्स्ट सवाल की तरफ। ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है पुलकित का। ये लिखते हैं, सर एप्टस हाउसिंग कैसा लगता है आपको? 273 पर मैंने खरीदा हुआ है ये शेयर, एप्टस हाउसिंग।
आई बिलीव 2-3 हफ्ते पहले भी नई सवाल पूछा था, अभी भी चीज बदली नहीं है। 275 से लेके 286 रेजिस्टेंस जोन है। एक चीज अच्छी की है कि 50 डे मूविंग एवरेज पे हायर लो बना के चल रहा है, तो 275-285 ये जोन क्रॉस होने के बाद स्टॉक में अपसाइड बनेगी 320 तक की, तो अभी के लिए होल्ड करना चाहिए।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट सवाल हमारे पास एक हमारे साथ लाइव कॉलर जुड़े हैं, उनसे लेते हैं। जीनल शाह अहमदाबाद से। जीनल शाह जी नमस्कार, कैसे हैं? जीनल जी आप अपने YouTube का वॉल्यूम कम कर दीजिए और सवाल पूछिए, वरना वही सवाल आपको दोबारा सुनाई देगा। क्या आप सुन पा रहे हैं जीनल जी? ओके ठीक है, तो आई थिंक कुछ कनेक्शन में इशू है। सवाल इनका येस बैंक पर है। अंशुल जी पूछना चाहते हैं, इस पर आप 2 से 3 साल तक के लिए क्या यहाँ पर निवेश की सलाह देना चाहेंगे?
तो देखिए आज एक कपनाडल पैटर्न का ब्रेकआउट आया है 23.99 पे, जिसका टारगेट 27.75 आता है, विच इज फॉलिंग 50 मंथ मूविंग एवरेज एट 45 डिग्री, जो बड़ा रेजिस्टेंस है, और उसी के ऊपर मंथली इनसाइड बार जो मदर बार थी कोविड के टाइम की, उसका हाई आता है 28.35। तो फिलहाल के लिए 27.7 से लेके 28.35 के लेवल अप्रोच कर रहा है, वहां पे रिव्यू करेंगे। अगर वहां पे स्ट्रेंथ दिखाता है तो फिर एक्सटेंडेड मूव का प्ले मिलेगा, और नहीं तो फिजल आउट हो जाएगा। तो यहाँ से 27.7 तक के लिए होल्ड कर सकते हैं, वहां पे रिव्यू करेंगे।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी लेते हैं और ये सवाल है माधव मित्तल का। ये लिखते हैं, होप यू डूइंग वेल सर, आई वांट टू नो अबाउट ओसवाल पंप्स। आई हैव 50 शेयर्स इन माय पोर्टफोलियो एट 390। 2 से 3 महीने के लिए मैं होल्ड कर सकता हूँ, इसमें क्या पॉसिबल टारगेट हो सकता है? ओसवाल पंप 427 पर अभी चल रहा है और इनकी खरीद 390 की है।
देखिए ओसवाल पंप एक रेंज के अंदर ट्रेड कर रहा है सिंस मिड अप्रैल। रेंज है 449 और 352। हालांकि एक्यूमुलेशन दिख रहा है छोटा छोटा इन द रेंज, तो मैं मान के चल रहा हूँ कि रेंज का ब्रेकआउट आना चाहिए और इसका सर्किट भी अभी रिवाइज होकर 10% का हुआ है। फिलहाल के लिए 449.4 तक के लिए होल्ड कीजिए, वहां पे एक बार सवाल पूछ लीजिएगा। अगर ब्रेकआउट बना तो फिर 570 तक का टारगेट मिलेगा। तो फिलहाल के लिए 449.4 तक के लिए होल्ड कर सकते हैं।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी लेते हैं और ये सवाल है अंशु का और वो पूछना चाहते हैं पटेल इंजीनियरिंग के टारगेट और स्टॉप लॉस के बारे में। टाइम फ्रेम इन्होंने नहीं बताया, लेकिन फिलहाल के स्ट्रक्चर को देखते हुए क्या टारगेट और स्टॉप लॉस हो सकता है?
देखिए पटेल इंजीनियरिंग एक बार के लिए होल्ड कर सकते हैं। आज फाइनली जाके ये ठीक लग रहा है स्टॉक, फाइनली अब जाके स्टॉक में ब्रेकआउट बना है और कितने 104 वीक्स के बाद जाके फॉलिंग ट्रेंड लाइन का ब्रेकआउट आ रहा है। मैं थोड़ा सा भी इसको अभी भी डाउट की नजर से देखूंगा। इस स्टॉक में अगर वीकली क्लोजिंग 29.37 से 29.75 इस जोन को तोड़ के होती है तो फिर आपको एक स्विफ्ट अपसाइड मिल सकता है 34 ऑड लेवल तक। तो मैं वीकेंड तक एक बार फ्राइडे तक क्लोजिंग वेट करूंगा। अगर 29.75 के ऊपर आती है आई वुड बी कंफर्टेबल। 34 तक के लिए फिर टारगेट खुल जाएंगे।
ओके, लेट्स take another question. This is from one of our viewers who's with us on the phone line, Tanmay from Ahmedabad. Hi Tanmay, can you hear me?
Yes ma'am, good afternoon ma'am.
Good afternoon, कैसे हैं आप तन्मय, और बताइए आज कैसे आपकी मदद करें?
Yeah sure ma'am, I'm fine ma'am. मैम मुझे एक्चुअली ट्रेंड में एंट्री लेनी थी और आज अच्छा बाउंस भी आया और लास्ट रिजल्ट के बाद काफी पीटा हुआ था, तो देयर इज अपसाइड। तो ये क्या डेट बाउंस है या फिर देयर इज अपॉर्चुनिटी टू एंटर?
ओके, डेफिनेटली। तो ट्रेंड के ऊपर सवाल आया है, इस तेजी के बाद क्या एक फ्रेश एंट्री का माहौल बन रहा है? क्या ये केवल एक डेड कैट बाउंस है या स्ट्रक्चरली एक पॉजिटिव ट्रेंड का एक इंडिकेशन है? कैसे देखते हैं अंशुल जी आप ट्रेंड के शेयर को?
देखिए ट्रेंड में दोनों चीजें, इन्हें बोला डेड कैट बाउंस है या ट्रेडिंग अपॉर्चुनिटी है, दोनों चीज है। डेड कैट बाउंस है और इस बाउंस को ट्रेड करने की आपके पास अपॉर्चुनिटी भी है। 2970 ब्रेकआउट है, 110 डेज का वीसीपी पैटर्न है, कपनाडल भी कह सकते हैं, वीसीपी भी कह सकते हैं, थोड़ा सा वीसीपी ज्यादा लग रहा है। और वीकली पे देखेंगे तो एक पोल एंड फ्लैग का भी ब्रेकआउट है। तो जो वीकली देख रहा है वो पोल एंड फ्लैग पैटर्न ट्रेड कर रहा है, जो डेली देख रहा है वो वीसीपी ट्रेड कर रहा है। बट इन ऑल मल्टी टाइम फ्रेम का ब्रेकआउट है 2970 पे, जिसका टारगेट लगभग 3200 का पहला आता है और 3700 का दूसरा आता है। फिलहाल 3200 तक के लिए प्ले कीजिए, 3200 पे रिव्यू करेंगे। स्टॉप लॉस अब मॉडिफाई करके 2950 कर लेना चाहिए।
Okay, next let's take a question from Karunesh Khattar who says, hi Sakshi, I want to know about GNFC. I bought this at 515. What is your overall view on GNFC?
देखिए जीएनएफसी में भी एक फ्लैगिश काइंड ऑफ पैटर्न का ब्रेकआउट है, बट ये प्लेबल मूव नहीं थी। रीजन बीइंग 18th मई और 25th मई वाली कैंडल में बड़े बड़े वीक्स थे, तो आई बिलीव ये ब्रेकआउट बहुत कम ही प्रोफेशनल्स ने प्ले किया होगा। 514 का ब्रेकआउट है और टारगेट इसका आता है 6, बट प्ले।
अंशुल जी शायद कनेक्शन टूट गया था, टारगेट समझ नहीं आया, एक बारी बताइए फिर से।
देखिए टारगेट इसका 576 है, बट ये मूव प्लेएबल नहीं है क्योंकि जो विक्स आई थी 18th और 25th मई को, उसी वजह से पैटर्न बहुत अच्छा नहीं था।
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is from Sai from Hyderabad. In fact, he is joining in on the phone line with us. Hi Sai, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Sakshi.
Yes, please help us with your query, please.
Actually, I hold a HFCL, Sakshi. I bought at 185 rupees. I have 5,000 shares of HFCL. I'm actually looking for a stop loss and target for 6 months, ma'am.
Okay, fantastic. We'll try and help you out here. You're in profits. That's a good thing. You bought it at 185. You have 5,000 shares. The quantity is also decent. For 3 months on Himachal Futuristic, we've discussed this so many times, Anshul ji, in the last couple of sessions, because ये एक one-way rally के बाद consolidate हुआ था. इनकी purchase price से अभी भी ऊपर है. क्या करें?
देखिए 5% का सर्किट है, अगर डाउनसाइड लगना चालू किया तो मेरे को नहीं लगता स्टॉप लॉस पे 170 का स्टॉप लॉस बनता है, 125 200 क्या मैं उसको प्ले करता चेंज करूं?
अंशुल जी, हाँ बिल्कुल, आपकी आवाज़ बीच में कट गई थी. मुझे इतना ही समझ में आया कि आपने बोला कि 170 का एक स्टॉप लॉस लेकर चलना है इस पर, HFCL पर. फिलहाल 190 पर चल रहा है. अब कहाँ पर एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं टारगेट?
देखिए HFCL एक तो 5% सर्किट वाला काउंटर है
जी,
शायद आपको एग्जिट ना मिले अगर ये लोअर सर्किट मानने लगा. फिलहाल स्टॉप लॉस 170 का आता है और 194 का एक रेजिस्टेंस है. 194 निकला तो फिर आपको 225 240 के लेवल मिलेंगे.
Okay, got that. So hopefully, sir, you've noted down both these numbers, stop loss and target as well. So keep that in mind, and then keep asking the questions whenever you have doubt regarding this as well. We have the next question. This one is from Raj. He says, "Hi Sakshi and Anshul ji, please advise what to do in BSC right now." Well, seems like this is a very timely question. There is a lot of buzz, Anshul ji, कि NSE के IPO का जो इंतजार है वो शायद अब खत्म होने वाला है, क्योंकि DRHP जल्द से जल्द फाइल हो सकता है. कुछ रिपोर्ट्स तो ये भी इशारा कर रही हैं कि इसी हफ्ते में DRHP फाइल होता हुआ नजर आ सकता है. आज ये शेयर 3% नीचे है. उम्मीद यही थी कि जैसे ही NSE आएगा, उस जब तक नहीं आता तब तक BSE में उस तरीके की रैली दिखेगी, लेकिन जब NSE का IPO आएगा तो लोग उसकी तरफ भागेंगे. कैसे आप एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं BSE को, अब जब ऐसा लग रहा है कि शायद लास्ट लेग में पहुंच चुका है NSE का IPO?
देखिए BSE में आज मॉर्निंग में एक ब्रेकआउट बना था जो अब फेल होते हुए दिख रहा है 185 के ऊपर, और ये लिक्विडेशन प्रोबेबली स्ट्रेच कर सकती है 50 डे मूविंग एवरेज 3773 तक. तो सुबह ब्रेकआउट था, ब्रेकआउट फेल हुआ है, लिक्विडेशन 50 डे मूविंग एवरेज 3773 तक आ रहा है. तीसरा IPO बस अब बिल्कुल अपने मुहाने पे खड़ा है, तो अब यहाँ पे IPO बस में BSE लेना अब बहुत खतरनाक हो गया है. तो एग्जिस्टिंग पोजीशन जिनके पास है, एक बार के लिए अगर थोड़ा सा लीवे दे सकते हैं तो 3876 के स्टॉप लॉस से होल्ड कर लीजिए. बाकी मेरे हिसाब से एक बार BSE में प्रॉफिट बुक करके निकल जाना ज्यादा अच्छा है. 4200 निकलता है तो वापस से खरीद सकते हैं, लेकिन अगर इस जोन से मतलब टूटना स्टार्ट किया तो 3770 ये पहला टारगेट मिलेगा.
ओके, गॉट दैट. चलिए अगले सवाल की तरफ आगे बढ़ते हैं. अब नेक्स्ट हमारे पास कॉल आई है कोलकाता से, और अमित हमारे साथ अब फोन लाइन पर हैं. अमित जी नमस्कार, कैसे हैं आप?
नमस्ते मैडम, वेरी गुड आफ्टरनून. नमस्ते.
गुड आफ्टरनून टू यू एज वेल. अमित बताइए आज किस स्टॉक के ऊपर आपकी क्वेश्चन है?
जी, मेरी क्वेश्चन है अदानी ग्रीन के ऊपर में. आई नीड टू नो क्या ये सूटेबल लेवल पे है एंट्री के लिए? मेरा 3 महीने का नजरिया है.
3 महीने का आपका नजरिया है. अक्सर आप अगर शो देखते हैं तो आपको पता चलता होगा कि अदानी ग्रीन के ऊपर अंशुल जी ने कई बार डिस्क्लेमर दिया है. उनके पर्सनल पोर्टफोलियो में भी रहा है ये शेयर. फ्रेश पर्सपेक्टिव यहाँ पर दे पाएंगे क्या अंशुल जी?
नहीं मैडम, मैं बुक करके निकल चुका हूँ. मैंने ये भी कई बार डिस्क्लोज किया था कि 1447 जब मेरा टारगेट कंप्लीट हुआ था, मैं कंप्लीटली बुक करके निकल चुका हूँ. और अब मेरे को यहाँ पे कोई फ्रेश ट्रेड अगले 2-3-4 महीने नहीं दिख रहा है पूरे एंटायर अदानी पैक में. तो अदानी पोर्ट को भी थोड़ा सा एक्सटेंड करना था, लेकिन वो भी अटक गया है बाकी के चक्कर में. मेरे को नहीं लग रहा अगले 2-3 महीने अदानी ग्रुप में कोई बहुत बड़ी आपको चाल दिखेगी. कल भी कुछ अच्छी न्यूज थी, बट उसके बाद भी स्टॉक्स में मोमेंटम नहीं आया, तो एक राउंड ऑफ प्रॉफिट बुकिंग जरूर आ सकती है. तो आई वुड नॉट प्ले लॉन्ग्स इन दिस काउंटर.
ओके, अदानी ग्रीन फिलहाल कोई बड़ा ट्रेड नहीं नजर आ रहा है तो इसे अवॉइड करेंगे. आगे बढ़ते हैं. ज्योति का हमारे पास सवाल आया है और ये नेट वेब टेक्नोलॉजीज के ऊपर पूछना चाहती हैं. 4376 पर ऑलरेडी खरीदा हुआ है. शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए नेट वेब कैसा लग रहा है?
देखिए नेटवर्क में कल बाई दिया था और आज टारगेट्स कंप्लीट हुआ है, तो अभी प्रॉफिट बुक कराएंगे हम जहां मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पे बाई दिया था. तो फ्रेश बाइंग की सलाह नहीं है, बट 4980 इसके ऊपर अगर टिकता है काउंटर तो फिर फ्रेश बाइंग एक बार अगर क्लोजिंग तक वहां तक आता है तो एक बार फ्रेश बाइंग कंसिडर कर सकते हैं 5200 तक के लिए, क्योंकि हाई के ऊपर गया था, स्विंग हाई के ऊपर गया था 4965, लेकिन अभी उसके नीचे चल रहा है. तो मैं अभी नहीं खरीदूंगा, 49.65 15 रुपए बफर 49.80 के ऊपर अगर क्लोज करता है तो आई मे कंसिडर बाइंग। स्टॉप लॉस बहुत टाइट रहेगा, आज का लो 48.50।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट सवाल है, इनफैक्ट हमारे साथ एक कॉलर भी जुड़े हैं, रोहित है नागपुर से। रोहित जी नमस्कार, कैसे हैं आप?
नमस्ते साक्षी जी, नमस्ते।
नमस्ते, बताइए क्या सवाल है आज का?
मैम मुझे जानना था कि फोर्टिस के अंदर में एंट्री के लिए लेवल्स ओके है एज ऑफ नाउ?
फोर्टिस हेल्थ केयर पर आप पूछना चाहते हैं करंट लेवल्स पर कि आपको खरीदना है या नहीं? ठीक है, हेल्थ केयर स्पेस अभी हमने पिछले पूरे 6 महीने में, साल भर में काफ़ी एक मूव अच्छा देखा। एक ऐसी स्पेस देखी गई है जो कि डोमेस्टिक इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए काफ़ी बेहतर रहा है, बाकी एक्सटर्नल शॉक से थोड़ा बच कर चला है। अभी करंटली 2% नीचे है 949 पर, क्या इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं इस पर?
नहीं करना चाहिए। ये स्टॉक आपने में से 8 जून को पूछा होता तो मैं डेफिनेटली आपको इन्वेस्ट करने की सलाह दे रहा होता। 63 डेज के अपनाइल पैटर्न का ब्रेकआउट था, बट ब्रेकआउट के बाद फॉलो थ्रू एक्शन मिला ही नहीं और अब ये लिक्विडेट करने आ रहा है। 50 डे मूविंग एवरेज 939 पे है। अगर ये लेवल टूटा तो लिक्विडेशन बहुत हार्ड एंड शार्प रहेगी, जिसके टारगेट 861 के रहेंगे। तो फिलहाल नहीं बाई करना है। जिस भी दिन सेकंड अटेम्प्ट 980 के ऊपर क्लोजिंग आए थोड़ा सा महंगा लीजिए ताकि और महंगा 1060 1100 तक बेच सके। सस्ता मत खरीदिए, महंगा खरीदिए। 980 के ऊपर क्लोजिंग आती है तब सवाल पूछ के खरीदिए।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं। ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है ऋषभ का मुंबई से। ये लिखते हैं, अंशुल सर कैन यू प्लीज शेयर योर व्यू ऑन टेक्समैको रेल शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए और 2 महीने के लिए क्या टारगेट इसमें एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं? रेलवे काउंटर्स पर आपने अक्सर कहा है कि कोई भी ट्रिगर नहीं है, कोई मोमेंटम नहीं नजर आ रहा है, लेकिन फिर भी टेक्समैको रेल क्या यहाँ पर कुछ टेक्निकली पॉजिटिव नजर आ रहा है?
देखिए आज लगभग 22 महीने हो गए हैं जहां से हमने टॉप कॉल किया था। 73.48% नीचे है टेक्समैको रेल। कोई भी बाउंस बैक आपको मिलता है, जैसे अभी रिसेंट बाउंस बैक आपको 78 से 126 मिला था, ये एग्जैक्ट अपॉर्चुनिटी थी। अभी तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि लोअर हाई बना रहा है 111 113 की जोन में। यहाँ से रिजेक्शन कैंडल बने या नीचे में 102 के नीचे वापस से डाउन मूव कंफर्म हो, दोनों केस में सेलिंग ही बनेगा। मेरे को वापस से 80 82 की जोन टेस्ट होती हुई दिख रही है।
ठीक है, इससे पहले कि हम बाकी के सवाल ले हमारे दर्शकों का, मेरा एक सवाल आपसे विप्रो के ऊपर खास तौर पर है अंशुल जी। बहुत सारे दर्शकों को ये बताने की जरूरत है कि आज 15,000 करोड़ का जो बायबैक है वो बंद हो रहा है, यानी कि एक आखिरी मौका हो सकता है अगर किसी को निवेश करना है बायबैक के अपॉर्चुनिटी के तौर पर तो वो कर सकता है। जो कंपनी का रिपर्चेज प्लान है 60 करोड़ शेयर्स का है 250 के लेवल पर, यानी कि करंटली भी अगर आप देखें 184 से एक बढ़कर ही लेवल पर आपको बायबैक का ये जो है मौका मिल सकता है। अब जिन लोगों के पास शेयर्स थे विप्रो के जून 5 रिकॉर्ड डेट पर, वही केवल एलिजिबल हैं पार्टिसिपेट करने के। सबसे पहले तो ये क्लैरिटी दे दें, लेकिन उनमें से भी उन लोगों को पार्टिसिपेट करना चाहिए या नहीं, ये मेरा सवाल आपसे, क्योंकि आज आखिरी मौका हो सकता है, बायबैक बंद हो रहा है।
देखिए बिल्कुल पार्टिसिपेट करना चाहिए। पूरी क्वांटिटी लगा के पार्टिसिपेट कर लीजिए। जितना उठना होगा उतना माल उठ जाएगा, नहीं उठना होगा तो फिर आपको वापस मिल जाएगा, बट पूरी क्वांटिटी से बाईबैक लगा देना चाहिए। दूसरी चीज, अगर आईटी काउंटर्स में आप सिर्फ इसलिए बाइंग कर रहे हैं, अब इसका तो निकल गया समय, बट आगे चल के भी जब भी बाईबैक्स आते हैं, अगर आप सिर्फ इसलिए बाईबैक खरीद रहे हैं कि बाईबैक में ऑफर कर सकते हैं, तो आप जितना बाईबैक में प्रॉफिट कमाएंगे उतना ज्यादा प्राइस डिप्रिसिएशन में आप खो देंगे। विप्रो में यही हुआ। काफी हम लोगों ने मना किया था, बट बहुत लोगों ने प्रीवियस हिस्ट्री देखते हुए विप्रो खरीद लिया कि उसमें बाईबैक में दे देंगे। आज देखिए 211 रुपए से नीचे 175 तक आया था 184। तो अगर जितना माल जाएगा भी ओएफएस में ये बाईबैक में, उससे ज्यादा तो आप बचे हुए शेयर पे प्राइस डिप्रिशिएट हो चुकी है, तो नेट में तो लॉस ही है। तो अभी केवल बाईबैक में टेंडर करने के लिए फ्रेश बाइंग कभी मत कीजिए अनटिल अनलेस चार्ट अप ट्रेंड में हो। तो अब जो है उसको बाईबैक में टेंडर कर दीजिए।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट सवाल वरुण पारिक का आया है। ये लिखते हैं, हाय साक्षी, आई एम फ्रॉम अहमदाबाद। अंशुल सर से मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ, क्या बुल रैली अब चालू हो जाएगी ईरान वॉर खत्म होने के बाद? ये सवाल है।
और देखिए बुल रैली चालू हो चुकी है। अगर देखिए बुल मार्केट हमेशा ना पेसिमिज्म में ये स्टार्ट होते हैं, तो पेसिमिज्म एक्सट्रीम पे थी जब हम 22,170 पे बात कर रहे थे। फिर अभी नेक्स्ट राउंड पेसिमिज्म थी 23,200 पे, जब बार बार मैं आपको बता रहा था कि FII का डेटा बहुत क्लोजली वॉच कीजिए। यहाँ पे नहीं दिखा रहा है कि डाउन साइड खुलेगी, यहाँ पे अपसाइड ज्यादा दिखा रहा है और एग्जैक्टली वही हुआ, ये ऊपर की तरफ आया। तो आई बिलीव जैसे हम 24,100 के ऊपर टिकना स्टार्ट करेंगे, 24,500 आएगा। मतलब आप जो सवाल पूछ रहे हैं कि टू द मून एक साथ चले जाएंगे, नहीं जाएंगे, स्टेयर स्टेप फैशन में ऊपर की तरफ जाएगा, 4 कदम ऊपर 2 कदम नीचे, 4 कदम ऊपर 2 कदम नीचे। तो हम मोस्ट लाइकली बुल मार्केट में आ चुके हैं। कंफर्मेशन के लिए अगर वेट करेंगे 24,600 के ऊपर है वीकली चार्ट पे, और बैंक निफ्टी जो अपने कंफर्मेशन लेवल के आसपास ही चल रहा है, 57,800 का आता है, 200 पॉइंट और राउंड फिगर कर दूं तो 58,000 के ऊपर ये कंफर्म हो जाएगा।
ओके एक और हमारे साथ लाइव दर्शक जुड़े हैं फोन लाइन पर, विवेक हैं केरला से, बात करते हैं उनसे। हाय विवेक, गुड आफ्टरनून, हाउ आर यू?
Hi, Sakshi. I'm doing good. Good afternoon to you and Anshul ji as well.
Good afternoon.
On Axis Gates, so I had actually purchased it at around 1,400 and sold around 2,000 levels. But I'm considering now to re-entry for a 3 months period. So I just want to know a good entry level and maybe a short-term target for like 3 months to 6 months.
Okay, for sure. We'll help you out there. So what he's saying, Anshulji, is that he had got it at 1,400 levels, sold around 2,000 and wants to know whether a re-entry opportunity is emerging in Axis Gates for a short duration, 3 to 6 months. What can be the target?
नहीं, एक्सिस गेट में फिलहाल अगर आप भूल जाएंगे तो ज्यादा बेटर है। सेम बीएससी जैसा पैटर्न है, लास्ट वीक ब्रेकआउट कैंडल बनी थी वीकली पे और करंट वीक में फेल हो रहा है। आई वुड कंप्लीटली अवॉइड दिस काउंटर। ये चीज ठीक है, लोगों को जनरली इंक्लिनेशन होता है कि एक बार पैसा कमाए तो दूसरी बार देगा, बट अल्टीमेटली कहीं ना कहीं स्टॉक टॉप आउट तो होता ही है ना, उसके बाद ये बाइंग क्लाइमेक्स होता है और नीचे आते हैं। तो इस स्टॉक में एटलीस्ट शॉर्ट टर्म टॉपिंग आउट पैटर्न दिख रहा है, तो अगले 3-6 महीने के लिए तो कंप्लीटली अवॉइड रहेगा।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी लेते हैं और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है नमिश का। ये लिखते हैं, दिस इज अ वेरी यूजफुल शो फॉर अस सर, अंबुजा सीमेंट कैसे देख रहे हैं? 480 पर मैंने खरीदा है।
देखिए, अंबुजा सीमेंट डिपेंड्स कि आपका टाइम फ्रेम क्या है होल्डिंग का। अगर आपका 1-2 महीने का है तो 460 का टारगेट है, अगर 3-4 साल का है तो ऑल टाइम हाई प्लस एक्सटेंशन का मूव मिल सकता है। तो आई वुड सजेस्ट ऑल टाइम हाई के लिए प्ले कीजिए, समय दीजिए स्टॉक को।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है अवधेश ठाकुर का। ये देवघर झारखंड से लिखा है इन्होंने कि सर मेरे पास विशाल मेगा मार्ट 124 पर होल्ड किया हुआ है मीडियम टर्म के लिए, अब आज इसके शेयर अनलॉक हो रहे हैं और उसका इम्पैक्ट क्या पड़ेगा?
देखिए, विशाल मेगा मार्ट में 114 ये लेवल बार बार प्रोटेक्ट हुआ है, लेकिन अपसाइड में हर बार लोअर हाई बना है, 2 बार ब्रेकआउट भी फेल हुए हैं। 114 ये लास्ट सपोर्ट है, अगर ये टूटता है तो 96 खुलेगा, ये स्वीप होता है तो बाउंस बैक में 126 130 आ सकता है। समहाउ आई बिलीव कि ये रेंज में ही रहेगा, ना ये सपोर्ट तोड़ेगा ना ये ब्रेकआउट लेगा।
Okay, got that. Let's take the next question. This one is from Swati. She says, this is a great show for us. Thank you so much, dear Swati, for writing in. She says, Anshul sir, please help me with Angel One. I have this stock in my portfolio at 334. What would you advise here?
देखिए, थोड़ा सा महंगा खरीदा है, स्टॉप लॉस 334 कॉस्ट पे ही लगा लीजिए, उसके नीचे क्लोज होता है तो एग्जिट कीजिए, अगर नहीं होता है तो आपको एक बार ये स्टॉक 375 तक जा सकता है। 375 पे सवाल जरूर पूछिएगा, अगर रिजेक्ट हुआ तुरंत प्रॉफिट बुक करनी होगी, अगर उसके ऊपर एक्सेप्टेंस मिलती है 410 का टारगेट खुल जाएगा।
ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है हमारे पास माहिका, ये विजयवाड़ा आंध्र प्रदेश से लिखते हैं और पूछना चाहते हैं अंशुल जी आपसे, पारस डिफेंस सर, क्या फ्रेश परचेज का यहाँ पर अपॉर्चुनिटी आपको नजर आ रही है? पारस डिफेंस
नहीं, पारस डिफेंस में एक अपना पैटर्न का ब्रेकआउट था 898 पे, जिसका पहला टारगेट 1200 था, हम 1200 पे ऑलमोस्ट खड़े हैं, 1150 का हाई बना है। दूसरा टारगेट जरूर 1400 का आता है, बट अब आपका रिस्क रिवॉर्ड नहीं मैच करेगा। यहाँ से स्टॉप लॉस भी अगर मॉडिफाई करेंगे तो स्विंग लो पे भी लेंगे तो 968 आता है, और एक्चुअल स्टॉप लॉस को रेस्पेक्ट करेंगे 945 पे आता है। तो 200 पॉइंट का स्टॉप लॉस है, 200 पॉइंट की अपसाइड है, रिस्क रिवॉर्ड नहीं मैच करेगा। एग्जिस्टिंग इनके पास पोजीशंस है, थोड़ी सी पिल आउट कर लीजिए, बाकी पे 968 का स्टॉप लॉस लगा के 1400 का वेट कीजिए।
ठीक है, उम्मीद करते हैं इससे पूरी स्ट्रैटेजी आपको समझ में आई होगी। यूसुफ का सवाल नेक्स्ट है, ये पूछना चाहते हैं किश्त में ऑन ईएमआई टेक्नोलॉजीज रिसेंटली लिस्टेड कंपनी है और इसमें एक फ्रेश एंट्री के लिए पूछना चाहते हैं क्या टारगेट इसका हो सकता है। तो हिस्टोरिकल चार्ट्स आपके पास मिनिमल है, बहुत एक महीना भी शायद नहीं हुआ है इस कंपनी को लिस्ट हुए, कैसे देखते हैं आप इसे?
देखिए किश्त में अभी एक रेंज के अंदर ट्रेड कर रहा है, 280 का ब्रेकआउट मिलता है तो फिर अपसाइड बनेगी।
ठीक है, अंशु का सवाल है, अंशु सोढ़ी का, ये लिखते हैं गुड आफ्टरनून मैम एंड अंशुल सर, प्लीज रिव्यू लॉयड्स इंजीनियरिंग। आई हैव 1000 शेयर्स एट 85, शुड आई कंटिन्यू टू होल्ड माय पोजीशन और शुड आई एग्जिट? व्हाट वुड यू एडवाइस हियर अंशुल जी?
लॉयड्स
इंजीनियरिंग
आई बिलीव ये अच्छा नहीं, कल कहीं और सवाल आया था। देखिए लॉयड्स इंजीनियरिंग में 81.5 का ब्रेकआउट लेवल था, कल अच्छा वॉल्यूम था, लगभग 100 मिलियन का, 700% वॉल्यूम राइज। आज 900% वॉल्यूम राइज है, 120 मिलियन का। 81.5 का ब्रेकआउट कंफर्म हो रहा है। यहां से बहुत रिस्क मत लीजिए, छोटा रिस्क लीजिए। 77 का स्टॉप लॉस रहेगा और 99 का पहला टारगेट रहेगा।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी है और ये सवाल आया है रत्ना प्रभा का, ये लिखते हैं हाय साक्षी, कैन यू प्लीज गेट मी अ व्यू ऑन ज़ेनटेक? आई एम होल्डिंग 16 शेयर्स, एवरेज प्राइस इज 1652, शैल आई सेल इट और शैल आई कंटिन्यू टू होल्ड? उम्दा परफॉर्मेंस इस शेयर ने भी दिखाई है पिछले कुछ महीनों में, अगर आप देखेंगे तो मूव काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग नजर आया, 1864 पर अभी चल रहा है, यानी कि आप भी प्रॉफिट में है रत्ना, इसके लिए तो आपको बधाई। तो अब पूछना चाहती हैं कि क्या करना चाहिए?
देखिए ज़ेनटेक में कल हमने बाई दिया था, 1900 का टारगेट था, 1894 का हाई बना है तो अभी यहाँ प्रॉफिट बुक करेंगे। बट 226 डेज का कपनाडल पैटर्न ब्रेकआउट बन रहा है, राइट साइड टाइटली क्वाइल्ड है। 4 जून को एक बड़ी बार बनी थी, 5.9 मिलियन का वॉल्यूम था, 643% राइज। उसके बाद से 3-6 आज 9th डे है इनसाइड बार का। मदर बार हाई है 1885, जैसे ही 1885 के ऊपर सस्टेन करता है स्टॉक में 2100 तक के टारगेट्स खुलेंगे, तो प्रीएम्प्टिव यहाँ पे भी ले सकते हैं। अगेन डिस्क्लेमर, 1900 का छोटा सा टारगेट दिया था, वो कंप्लीट हुआ तो अपडेट देंगे, बट अभी भी बाइंग स्ट्रक्चर बना हुआ है तो यहाँ पे भी ले सकते हैं। 1885 के ऊपर कंफर्म होगा तब भी ले सकते हैं, दोनों केस में 2100 का टारगेट बन रहा है।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं। ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है अभिमन्यु का, ये लिखते हैं हाय साक्षी, अंशुल सर हमेशा JSW पर राय देते हैं, JSW इंफ्रा में मैंने 258 की बाइंग की है, अब मुझे क्या करना चाहिए? क्या मुझे और बाय करना चाहिए इस लेवल पर या नहीं?
देखिए JSW इंफ्रा मेरे पर्सनल पोर्टफोलियो में, मैं रेगुलर इसमें बाई सेल कर रहा हूँ। अभी 275 का लेके 293 में बेचा है, उसके बाद से भी मैं एड बैक करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, तो आई वुड नॉट गिव अ buy sell stop loss recommendation on this, but structure wise breakout 288 का अच्छा होल्ड कर रहा है। 302 का पहला लेवल है रेजिस्टेंस का, वो निकलता है तो फिर 349 तक कोई बड़ा रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है। सो आई माई सेल्फ आई एम अ बायर इन दिस। मैं आपको स्टॉप लॉस टारगेट नहीं दे सकता हूँ, बट रेजिस्टेंस 302.2 का है, उसके ऊपर ऑल टाइम हाई तक कोई बड़ा रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी लेते हैं और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है प्रणीत का, ये लिखते हैं हाय अंशुल सर, आई हैव विष्णु केमिकल्स एट 627, आई बिलीव देयर इज अ फ्लैग पैटर्न फॉर्मेशन इन डेली चार्ट्स, आई वांट टू नो शुड आई होल्ड दिस फॉर ब्रेकआउट, एंड इफ यस व्हाट शुड बी माय स्टॉप लॉस?
नहीं, डेली चार्ट पे कोई भी फ्लैग काइंड ऑफ पैटर्न नहीं है, बल्कि ऑल ओवर द प्लेस है। पोस्ट कपनाडल पैटर्न ब्रेकआउट 577 के ऊपर, तो चार्ट पैटर्न बहुत अच्छा नहीं है, फिर भी बेनिफिट ऑफ डाउट दीजिए क्योंकि पैटर्न का ब्रेकआउट है। जब तक 575 के ऊपर है आप एक बार लॉन्ग रह सकते हैं, 700 मिलने की उम्मीद रहेगी, बट 575 के नीचे क्लोज करे तो क्लियरली एग्जिट करना है।
Okay, let's take the next question, and this one is from one of our viewers, Mr. Rawat, who says, sir, KD Green पर क्या करना चाहिए? 61 की बाइंग है सर। KD Green, इस शेयर को भी फटाफट से उठाते हैं और देखते हैं कि कैसा चल रहा है ये शेयर फिलहाल। और
अभी इस पे डिस्कस किया हमने, मैनब्रो के नाम से आता है,
मैनब्रो के नाम से ही आता है ये, हाँ अभी तो हमने डिस्कस किया ही है ये शेयर। इसका 52 वीक हाई जो है आई थिंक 100 के आसपास का है और 52 वीक लो 36.38 के आसपास अभी नज़र आ रहा है। उम्मीद करते हैं आप वही जो रिव्यू आपको पहले मिला था अंशुल जी से एक दूसरे सवाल पर, उसको आप फॉलो करेंगे। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं और ये हमारे पास सवाल आया है तेजा का नेल्लोर से ये लिखते हैं, सर मेरे पास 4 साल की डॉटर है और मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि मैं उसके लिए 2 लाख रुपीस इन्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूँ। मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि क्या मुझे सुकन्या समृद्धि योजना में निवेश करना चाहिए या पावर ग्रिड इनविट पर रेगुलर डिविडेंड के लिए या फिर शेयर मार्केट में, कहाँ पर मैं इन्वेस्ट करूँ?
देखिए, पहले 2 ऑप्शन तो दोनों ही गलत हो जाएंगे, क्योंकि पहला डेब्ट का ऑप्शन है जो मैं सजेस्ट नहीं करता हूँ, क्योंकि आप 10, 15, 20 साल के लिए इन्वेस्ट करेंगे, कम से कम 20 साल के लिए तो करेंगे, 24 साल के होने तक। दूसरा डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट आई वुड नॉट सजेस्ट, क्योंकि रेगुलरली आपको उसको एक बीज लगा के रोज खाद पानी देना होगा, रोज आपको वॉच करना होगा, जो कि आपके लिए पॉसिबल नहीं है। आई वुड एनी डे सजेस्ट कि आप स्मॉल कैप म्यूचुअल फंड में लमसम 2 लाख रुपए डाल दीजिए और उसी में अगर कर सकते हैं तो 10-5 हजार की SIP डाल दीजिए, तो लमसम भी आपका बढ़ता रहेगा और SIP भी धीरे धीरे एक्यूमुलेट होती रहेगी। तो जब तक 20 साल की होगी 1 करोड़ के ऊपर उसको कॉर्पस कम से कम मिल जाएगा। तो कोई अच्छा स्मॉल कैप पकड़ लीजिए। मैं एक्सिस में और ICICI में करता हूँ अपने दोनों बच्चों के लिए, उनमें से कोई भी एक सेलेक्ट करके, बट स्मॉल कैप म्यूचुअल फंड में लमसम डाल के SIP उसी पे टॉप अप कर देना, ये बेस्ट ऑप्शन है।
ठीक है, लेट्स टेक द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। और ये सवाल अगेन हमारे पास यूट्यूब के जरिए आया है। विकी का सवाल है, KP एनर्जी के ऊपर पूछना चाहते हैं। 370 के भाव पर KP एनर्जी खरीदा हुआ है, व्हाट्स योर व्यू ऑन दिस सर, पूछना चाहते हैं।
देखिए, KP एनर्जी 333 का लेवल बहुत बेहतरीन तरीके से रिटेस्ट करके वापस चल रहा है। यहाँ से प्रीएम्प्टिव लॉन्ग ले सकते हैं। 379 का ब्रेकआउट है, तब बहुत अच्छा लॉन्ग बनेगा। 455 तक के टारगेट के लिए ये ट्रेडिंग पर्पस है, इन्वेस्टमेंट करके छोड़ रहे हैं तो ऑल टाइम हाई आराम से जाएगा।
ठीक है, एक आखिरी क्वेश्चन लेते हैं और ये सवाल है विनोद चौधरी का। ये लिखते हैं, हाय अंशुल सर, KEC इंटरनेशनल 2 से 4 साल तक के लिए अगर निवेश करना चाहें तो आपका इस पे क्या सजेशन होगा?
मैं बिल्कुल नहीं करूंगा। 74 वीक्स में 64% करेक्ट हुआ है, बहुत ओवरहेड सप्लाई बिल्ट है, EPS पॉजिटिव में है, कंपनी प्रॉफिटेबल है, बट EPS डीग्रोथ हो रहा है। तो ये स्मॉल कैप काउंटर है, 13,000 करोड़ का मार्केट कैप है और इनमें EPS ग्रोथ चाहिए होती है तब काउंटर्स चलते हैं। आई वुड अवॉइड दिस काउंटर।
ओके, गॉट दैट। चलिए अंत में ये बताइए अंशुल जी कि आपकी नज़र में अभी कोई और शेयर आया है क्या, जब से पी स्टील के बारे में सामने आई है बाजार में बात, और बाजार अच्छे लेवल्स पर भी अभी चल रहा है, तो कौन से स्पेस में सबसे ज़्यादा आपको इंटरेस्टिंग मोमेंटम नज़र आ रहा है?
देखिए, मैं एग्जैक्टली आपको स्टॉप लॉस और टारगेट नहीं दूंगा, क्योंकि मोस्ट लाइकली अगर ब्रेकआउट वॉल्यूम से आता है तो मैं खुद बाई करने की कोशिश करूंगा, बट रेजिस्टेंस लेवल्स डिस्कस कर देता हूं। JSW सीमेंट, इसमें IPO बेस ब्रेकआउट 127 पे बना है, अच्छा उसके नीचे एक शेकआउट भी दिया, गैप के साथ 2 दिन पहले निकाला और थर्ड डे है जब उस गैप को होल्ड कर रहा है, तो मोस्ट लाइकली ऑल टाइम हाई 162 ये पहला रेजिस्टेंस है, एक 153 पे है, बट 162 लॉजिकल रेजिस्टेंस है और वो निकलता है 220 230 तक भी जा सकता है इन अ स्पैन ऑफ 1 to 1.5 ईयर्स। 18 महीने में ये आपको टारगेट मिल सकते हैं, तो अपसाइड के अच्छे टारगेट मिल रहे हैं। छोटे छोटे आप मूव्स प्ले कर सकते हैं ट्रेडिंग के, जो मैं करूंगा, क्योंकि मैं एक साथ इतने ऊपर तक के लिए नहीं प्ले करता हूँ। 10-5 रुपए के ट्रेड्स प्ले करता रहूंगा। तो एक JSW सीमेंट जरूर आपकी नजर में होना चाहिए। पोस्ट मार्केट जब बुल फेज में आएगा, स्टॉक आपको अच्छा रिटर्न दे सकता है, तो आई वुड बेट ऑन JSW सीमेंट।
Okay, all right, Anshul ji. Thank you so much for being with us on the show and helping all our viewers out there solving their questions. We have many viewers joining us live even now at this point in time. 200 concurrent viewers on YouTube is what we have, and many others on our social media platforms as well. So we hope to continue to get you all that advice from Anshul ji and many other market experts on the show. So stay tuned. We will continue to be back tomorrow with another edition of Daily Calls at 12 noon as well. Meanwhile, stay tuned on Business Today. Lots more coming up on your screens. Thank you so much for joining.
Karnataka is racing towards the future with ambitious infrastructure and technology projects. But one such proposal is now at the center of a major controversy. The Biradi AI City project, championed by Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar, aims to transform the region into a world-class AI and technology hub. But at what cost? According to estimates cited by RTI, more than 2 lakh trees could be chopped. Over 87,000 coconut trees are under threat. More than 83,000 erica nut trees may be felled. Over 12,500 mango trees could be lost, along with more than 3 lakh banana plants located within the proposed project zone. Amid the controversy, the BJP questioned Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, reminding him of his recent Nicobar Island undersea diving and taking up the green cause. BJP questioned Rahul's silence and accused him of double standards on environment. Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar, however, has strongly defended the project and countered BJP's charge of nexus with builders.
I wish them good luck. ಏನು ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಆ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನದಲ್ಲೇ ಟೌನ್ಶಿಪ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ನೆನ್ನೆ ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ನಾನು 7-8 ಟೌನ್ಶಿಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ ಡಿಕೆ, ನೀನು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಒತ್ತಡನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಕಿವಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ನನ್ನ ಗಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
According to the Karnataka government, the AI city will boost investment, create jobs and strengthen the state's position as a leader in AI-driven development. But support for protesting farmers who are up in arms over land loss is also coming from sections of the film industry.
That fertile farmland should be preserved. Life for the farmers should be made easier. Life for the farmers should be made more convenient because they are the basis of the nation. And instead, these contractor lobbies, these real estate lobbies, these are all trying to make it a concrete kind of like township, which is destroying this fertile land.
D.K. Shivakumar, who earlier claimed that Prime Minister Modi appreciated the project and its vision, remains determined to push ahead with what he calls a dream initiative. The BJP had warned DKS against dragging the PM's name for what it called the Chief Minister's personal project. However, the opposition has alleged that a real estate nexus is driving the township project. Opposition leaders have also warned of legal action and intensified protests if the government proceeds without addressing environmental and farmers' concerns. With Sagai Raj, Bureau Report, India Today.
If you like the video, do like, comment, share, and subscribe.
Hi folks, you're watching this fresh and new edition of Tech Yeah, your weekly dose of all things technology and auto. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is where I get you all the top news from the world of technology in my segment, Tech It Easy. Get ready for Wall Street's biggest tech IPO rush. The artificial intelligence revolution is all set to now hit the world's biggest stock market. Talk about OpenAI, the creator of ChatGPT, Elon Musk's SpaceX, and even Claude maker Anthropic. The three of the world's most valuable private companies are now inching closer to making their stock market debut, and Wall Street could be staring at an unprecedented IPO wave worth more than $3 trillion in this biggest investment opportunity of this decade for sure, or the ultimate test of AI boom. At Build 2026, Microsoft's flagship developer conference, CEO Satya Nadella made a bold prediction. He said the age of operating systems and apps is nearly over and that future belongs to AI agents. Microsoft also unveiled Project Solara, AI devices without traditional OS or apps, and also debuted tech to safely deploy OpenClaw on Windows computers. And PlayStation's June State of Play event also brought in some massive gaming news. As expected, we saw some fresh gameplay from Insomniac Studios' Wolverine video game, fresh gameplay, and cinematic footage of the upcoming Tomb Raider. Legacy of Atlantis was also shown, but perhaps the biggest of them all was the reveal of the new God of War game, named God of War Lofe. A new chapter in God of War's Norse mythology era, where the story will be focused not on Kratos, but instead on his wife, Faye. The battle for the future of education is also moving into an AI era. EdTech platform PhysicsWala also now plans to launch its AI tutor this year and also says its biggest advantage over global AI giants is the access of millions of Indian students and their learning behavior. Also, as ChatGPT and Gemini reshape classrooms worldwide, can an Indian EdTech company truly build the most effective AI tutor for the next generation? And from July 2nd, Amazon will now charge you extra for ad-free music. No relief for Prime members. Amazon has also introduced this new premium music subscription plan in India called the Amazon Music Unlimited. Amazon is moving ad-free music and also downloads behind a paywall. What that means is that you will need to start to hear advertisements on Amazon Music unless you opt for the new Amazon Music Unlimited plan. Prime members can avail it for 99 rupees a month, while everyone else, the Music Unlimited plan will cost you 119 bucks. And next up on the show is Aryan's Gadget Garage, where he showcases Apple's newest headphones for all of you. Take a look.
Good morning, good afternoon or good evening to our viewers. Pick one based on when you're watching this, and welcome back to another episode of the Tech Gear Show and to my segment Gadget Garage, the place where I tell you all you need to know about the latest tech launches, cool gadgets and cooler vehicles. This week on Gadget Garage, we have a pair of headphones that costs more than an average commuter motorcycle in India, a device that turns your old dumb TV into a smart TV, and a good old dabba khol video, or as some of our more sophisticated journalists here would call it, an unboxing. So let's start first with the Apple AirPods Max 2, which could have been named AirPods Max Fury Road if Apple had a little bit more whimsy. But I joke, here is all you need to know. It took Apple 6 years to give us a proper sequel to their luxury over-ear headphones, but the AirPods Max 2 are finally here. They swapped the old silicon for dual H2 chips, tacked on a massive 67,900 rupee price tag, and promised to completely silence the outside world. Is this a worthy audio flex though, or just an obscenely expensive pair of earmuffs? Let's find out.
The new AirPods Max 2 weigh 386.2 grams, boast a premium aluminium and mesh build, and deliver up to 20 hours of battery life with ANC on. If you're running low, a quick 5-minute charge gives you 1.5 hours of playback.
But the real magic is the new H2 chip paired with Bluetooth 5.3. The result? Absolute acoustic magnificence.
The bass is incredible on these. It provides a deep physical resonance that literally vibrates the headphones without making you uncomfortable. Pop, rock, desi hip-hop or classical, everything simply sounds incredible. For purists, Apple finally added wired USB-C lossless audio, giving you pristine 24-bit digital feeds. As for the ANC, it is 1.5 times more effective than before.
Now, 1.5 times may not sound like a lot, but the difference is definitely noticeable. The ANC is top tier. It doesn't just muffle the noise, it completely deletes it.
On the software front, you get live translation and slick Siri interactions. You can literally nod to answer a call or shake your head to decline it. The mics are stellar for crystal clear calls on an iPhone, and while they do sound great on Android too, these headphones are definitely optimized to be an iPhone's best friend.
But when you're spending what feels like a down payment on a decent scooter, perfection is mandatory. And living with these for a few days reveals that Apple still clings to some incredibly stubborn design choices.
At nearly 387 grams, these are heavy. Because of the premium metal, you can't wear them for long hours. At best, you get through a single movie before needing a break. Software-wise, Siri's notification announcements felt annoyingly long and interrupted my music quite often.
And then there's the case of the missing off button. To put these headphones to sleep, you have to slide them back into this cover.
Otherwise, around your neck or on a desk, these stay on, sipping battery. And the case is still just a fashion accessory that offers little to no real-world protection. I'm also not a fan of the starlight color. The fabric smudges easily and it disheartens me to see dirt on an expensive piece of tech like this. So here is the verdict. If you're inside the iOS wall garden and have the stomach for the price, better headphones simply do not exist. The ecosystem synergy is flawless, but even for Android users looking at pure audio engineering and class-leading isolation, these easily rank in the top 3 best-sounding headphones in the market. They do cost an arm and a leg, but luxury rarely comes cheap. In short, amazing audio quality, amazing design, amazing software too. बस दाम और वजन दोनों थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा है, but still one of the best on-ear headphones out there. और अब ऑन ईयर से ऑन एयर चलते हैं with the Amazon Fire Stick HD. This is the brand new Amazon Fire TV Stick HD for 2026. For anyone unfamiliar, a Fire TV Stick is a thumb drive side media player that plugs directly into a non-smart TV and turn it into a smart TV. Let me tell you what this one does and what it doesn't do and whether you should buy it or not. Amazon has nailed the basics here. The design is sleek and it easily slides into tight spaces without blocking adjacent ports. Installation is simple too. Thanks to new direct power support over USB-C, you can plug it straight into your TV's USB port. No extra wall adapters, no messy wire clutter behind your media center either. In terms of daily ease of use, it's incredibly snappy. Packing 8 GB of storage and upgraded Wi-Fi 6 for better connectivity and speed, navigating the redesigned Fire TV OS is quite smooth and apps load instantly. It is a highly intuitive, user-friendly experience backed by responsive Alexa voice controls with little to no lag. However, you do see the UI riddled with ads of the latest Amazon Prime TV shows and movies, which can get quite distracting. You can scroll through a plethora of OTT apps and watch your preferred content just like you would on a regular smart TV. You will need subscriptions for the OTT apps though. But all in all, the technology is solid and now perfected over years of development. There's also a dedicated ambient mode, which is essentially a screensaver, making your TV look like a framed art piece. But we do have to talk about the elephant in the room: value. This device maxes out at 1080p Full HD resolution. In 2026, 4K has become the standard resolution for most smart TV buyers, and budget 4K streaming pucks and TVs themselves have become more affordable than ever. Capping a brand new device at standard HD feels incredibly dated, especially when you consider that this is priced at 4,999 rupees. For an HD only streamer, the price simply makes no sense whatsoever. While the setup is seamless, the performance is great and Wi-Fi 6 upgrades are welcome additions, Amazon needs to lower this price if it wants to make this product recommendable. Ultimately, the Fire TV Stick HD is a very polished, easy to use streaming stick here, but it's completely priced out of reality. Unless you desperately need to revive an archaic secondary bedroom TV or find this device on a massive discount, the new Fire TV Stick HD is tough to recommend. यानी अगर कोई पुराना टीवी है आपके पास, इसको लगा डाला तो you can complete the rest. But the price is still way higher than it should be. So maybe wait until the Fire TV Stick goes on sale or wait for when the 4K variant comes up soon enough. Or actually rather, go outside, touch some grass, read a book, stop looking at screens all the time. But जाने से पहले ये unboxing video देख जाना of the latest new HMD Vibe 2 smartphone, a smartphone that is available for around 10,000 rupees. So that was this week's Gadget Garage, but stay tuned because we are about to travel straight into the AI future with Business Today's very own AI anchor, AI Sana. Last time मैंने Sana के नाम पर एक joke किया था that our editors removed in the final edit, so this time I will refrain from making any dumb jokes on AI Sana. और अब आपके सामने ये आई AI Sana.
Tech enthusiasts, it's raining smartphones in India this week and the lineup is massive. I'm AI Sana and here is your tech update. This week we've seen two major heavy hitters land. Motorola has officially unveiled the Edge 70 Pro Plus, a flagship beast featuring a massive 6500 mAh battery and a powerful quad 50 MP camera setup. Joining the party is the Xiaomi 17T, which brings high-end performance and impressive photography features to the mid-premium segment with cameras co-engineered with Leica. If you're looking for a budget-friendly option, the Lavabold N2 5G just hit the scene with a 6000 mAh battery, 120Hz smooth display, and a clean software experience hitting shelves on June 9th. Mark your calendars for June 8th too. The Infinix Smart 20 is launching, promising a style.
Hello and a warm welcome on Business Today Television. The rally on Dalal Street continues apace. We've had 24,000 on the market in early deals, and it's getting better and better. For the last 4 trading sessions, more than 1,000 points have been added on the Nifty and about 3,200 points on the Bank Nifty. All because oil is now at a 3-month low, well below 200-day DMA. And of course, the rupee is showing signs of further strengthening. Now 20 paisa higher today versus the dollar. Why has that happened? Well, it's the ceasefire benefits that are coming in to Indian markets, as also to other parts of risk on trade. To discuss this and a lot more, what should you be doing with your long-term portfolio? Is the worst behind us? To discuss this and a lot more, we are joined by Mr. Amit Khurana, Head of Equities at Daulat Capital. Mr. Khurana is a long-term watcher of Indian equities and has created immense wealth for all those who follow him. Namaste Amit ji, a warm welcome. Are you breathing easy these days?
Well, yeah, somewhat easy, some relief and some benefits. So the portfolios are marked up, so that's a relief. That's a good sign.
Okay. Of course, oil is now at a 3-month low and below $80. What prognosis for oil from now on? Is the best of oil behind it?
Well, yeah, with the Middle East conflict resolution, we can assume for one, at least the oil will not possibly go to the peaks that we saw in the month of April and May. So that's one healthy sign from Indian perspective. The second part it does is any input which is relating to oil, crude derivatives also cools off. And most important, hopefully you will see supply side disruptions getting addressed over the next few months. So market typically loves the visibility on those fronts, and therefore you are seeing those particular sectors, those particular stocks benefiting over the last few days, and I think that will continue to be the picture. So the risk of substantial downgrades for 27 earnings recedes. It doesn't go out, but it recedes quite reasonably well.
Okay. Amit, all this has reflected fairly positively on Indian equities. We've had a terrible 3 months ever since the war broke out on 2nd of March. Until middle of June, it was almost panic mode. The rupee had also collapsed. What do you think your institutional clients are reacting to when it comes to RBI steps to stabilize the rupee, especially the FCNR deposits that it's offered to NRIs and people of Indian origin?
Well, yeah, that's a very, very important point that you raised, Shailendra. And I think the relevance of this has to be seen in context of 2 broad issues. One, the local liquidity was turning tight because we were seeing credit demand coming in, which is a good sign for an economy. But on the flip side, we had capital outflows happening, and that was impacting the rupee and also leading to a tightness in the market for funds. With the FCNR deposit, these 2 issues will get addressed because you will get the dollar in, and that will stabilize the rupee. And the cost at which you are getting it and the way the RBI has structured the scheme, the banks will be able to convert that into rupee liquidity and address the liquidity shortage problem here.
Yes.
So all in all, it's a very, very timely step, very well designed step. And while there are various estimates, but I would not be surprised if we end up getting between 40 and $50 billion over the next few months through this route, and that will address the primary issue of the rupee pressure.
Okay. So once the rupee is addressed, as also the fact that valuations on the Nifty alone are well below the 10-year average on at least price to earnings, price to book. What is your research team thinking in terms of quality ideas? Are you advising institutional clients towards large caps, or do mid caps retain the same fancy as they did about 12 months ago? What's the prognosis there?
Well, see, any investor, especially on the institution side, they will take calls which are slightly more medium term. So to that extent, mid and small caps continue to display a much higher growth level. Of course, while the valuations can be a matter of debate depending upon the sector that we are looking at, but in general, we continue to maintain that this market is still a bottoms-up market. It's a very stock-specific market. And while Nifty will get the benefit of the macro rally which we are going through now, we sense that this will eventually have a limitation. And the reason for that is that you will have very poor rains this season, and that will be an overhang which will start playing out at a certain price and valuation. And therefore, you will have to look for businesses which possibly have a better visibility or a better defense against these kind of developments. So we are very, very bottoms up. We are mid cap and small cap focused. Having said that, I would also highlight that the large caps, some of the pockets are extremely attractive, especially banks. Large private sector banks are extremely attractive on valuations, and so does IT look pretty attractive. These two segments is where we are also looking at some ideas.
Fair point. When you talk about IT for the last 1 or 2 days, of course, this could be a dead cat bounce. But when you discuss IT with your institutional clients, what are you advising them? Stocks like TCS, Infosys, HCL Tech are available at 6-year lows. Valuations are beyond juicy. These are debt-free, cash-rich companies. What is the theme when it comes to IT? Pure valuation, or probably the worst behind them?
Well, at this stage, I have to say that it is purely valuation, and the fact that FY27 earnings will have the rupee tailwind, which should help them deliver double-digit earnings. And when you look at the multiples that you're paying and top it up with the dividend yield and the free cash flow yield, it becomes a reasonably well balanced risk-return reward ratio. So as of now, it seems to be at that. I don't think we are looking at earnings rebounding beyond the rupee tailwind at this stage. That I think we will only be able to take a call once we are through with the first half of the year. So it's a slightly tactical call, I must say. But overall, we believe that the valuations are really dirt cheap, and possibly the risk return is far more favorable.
But what would you go for? Mid caps which have outperformed in the past, which is Coforge and Persistent, or do large caps now present an opportunity possibly of a lifetime?
Well, we don't know what the lifetime definition is, but let me put it this way. Large cap, we prefer L&T Mindtree, which is one of the best executions right now. And on the mid cap side, Coforge, they had their analyst meet yesterday, and I think the confidence seems to be stemming that the execution is going very nicely. The visibility is playing out very nicely for them. And I also want to highlight some of the other names which are mid and small cap. We also like some of the software companies, which includes Oracle as well as Intellect Design. Because one of the hypotheses that we are running is that while services companies will get cannibalization of because of the AI impact, but the product companies or the software companies are aligning their products much faster to the AI offerings, and you will see first benefits accruing to them over the next few quarters, and that will possibly give us a sense as to how the deployment of the services also plays out.
Fair point. So Oracle Financial, Intellect Design, L&T Mindtree on execution, and of course Coforge based on what the analyst call came up with.
Yes.
Amit, we just had the rally of a lifetime in electrical T&D and the MNC space that takes care of back-end power infrastructure, power ancillaries in general. Is the best behind them? How is Daulat's research team viewing this fantastic run-up in maybe Power India, maybe GET&D? more gains ahead?
Well, these stocks will continue to outperform because they have very strong visibility over the next 2 to 3 years as the data center theme, as the capex theme keeps working around. I'm not commenting on a specific stock here, but let me just put that the valuations in lot many names are pretty rich, and therefore the level of returns you will make will not be as humongous as the last few years. And secondly, very important part is the margins. The peak margins may seemingly be done for a lot of these names, so you will see a much lower trajectory of margins. So adjusting for all these factors, you will have to accordingly take a call. Our sense is that the transmission companies will possibly have a better visibility, and that's where we have a preference for that as a segment. Equipment companies, possibly the peak margins can limit their upside, but in general, the visibility remains very, very healthy for all these names.
Okay, fair point. That's the view that is coming in on a sector that's been fabulously enriching for the last 18 months to 2 years or so. Pharma really gave a fabulous rally. Amit, this was a reminder of the old times of 1990s when 4 or 5 pharma companies used to do amazingly well. How are you watching this space now, given the fact that possibly the rupee might appreciate in the next 6 months or so? Is the best of pharma behind it?
Well, yeah, that's a very valid point, and in fact, we raised a very interesting argument, and we've been sort of debating it internally that surprisingly, some of the stocks have done exceedingly well, but that's been very bottoms up. Uh, uh, from here onwards, I think pharma is going to consolidate. I would not be negative, but I would not be utterly bullish on these names. My sense is that the new visibility on the pipeline that we will get to see over the next 6 months will be the driving factor as to how the market prices some of these names. And therefore, probably over the next 3 to 6 months, you may not expect too much of a performance from a lot of the pharma stocks. You'll have to wait and watch. And this is where our stance is. We are bullish on Ajanta Pharma, and we like Dr. Reddy's at this stage. And as the visibility gets further built up for FY27 second half and 28, we will possibly add or revise these preferred picks.
Okay, so 2 more stocks added to our tally to keep an eye out on, Ajanta and Dr. Reddy's. Amit, within the model portfolio that Daulat Capital constructs, what have been deletions because of this war?
OMCs was a clear deletion. We went positive to negative on the OMCs because they are the biggest impacted segment, so to say, on this war. While you will have relief because of lower crude now, but remember their accumulated losses are still very, very substantial, and especially on the LPG front, where they are losing substantial sums of money. Even if the crude stays at this level, you will possibly start making better margins, but to wipe off the accumulated losses is going to take some time. So that's been a change of stance, if I may call it, stroke a deletion from the preferred picks buy list. In fact, some of the OMCs were a sell to us, but I would probably refrain from giving a sell at this point of time because we'll probably start getting the benefits now.
Okay. The other space that did phenomenally well was the metals, thanks to the force majeure that came in on the hit on Qatar aluminium factory. Is again now a market kind of a performance stack for metals, or will there be outperformers? How is Daulat's research team viewing the metals space?
Well, yeah, I think metals is one space which is outperformed by a wide margin, even though we had the broader market getting derated, India facing pressure, but metals, especially those which had exposure to the aluminium cycle or the steel, both benefited. Our sense is that from here onwards, the returns are going to be far more muted. And I would probably have a much more cautious stance on the performance of these names from here on. What we like is the domestic focused names, which includes Jindal Steel at this point of time, because their volume addition is probably the best in the industry, and the value-added products will drive the earnings from FY28. So that's the only name which we have preferred at this stage amongst a large cap. While if I were to look at some of the other segments, we have a slightly more cautious take on those.
What are the avoids that your research team is not looking at all?
Sorry, I missed it. You're referring to the sectors that we are avoiding at this stage.
Yes, something that despite the value may be at hand or the price that may have corrected, you still don't take fancy to.
Well, if you look at it, some of the segments which are especially agri input relating, agri products themselves, they have corrected very sharply because of obvious reasons. They are far cheaper, but the concern continues to be that the next 12-month visibility is going to be challenged because of poor monsoon,
Yes.
and therefore the application will get impacted. Uh, so that's one small segment, if I may highlight, that looks in that context rightly in that sense. QSRs is an avoid for us even today, while we are expecting some urban recovery to play out, but the challenge for these names continues to be get their profitability in place. So that's one space which seemingly has corrected very sharply and may look like a real value names. Some of them are like at 3-year, 4-year lows, all-time lows. But that's something that we are very clearly avoiding. Let me also contrast this. While we are bullish on consumption, some of the retail names, some of the Alcobev and hotels, but QSR as a segment really has not really been able to get its profitability right. So that's an avoid for us.
A lot of listed QSR spaces are not doing well at all, whether it's on the restaurant side or the delivery side. Many of them multi-month, actually multi-year lows, as you very rightly mentioned. So that's an avoid. That's an interesting thought. How are you tackling defense?
Well, defense typically does well when you have all these geopolitical concerns and nobody wants them. None of us wants wars to happen, but that's the truth of life. So so on the defense side, we've one stock which is our topic, which is Bharat Electronics. The pipeline visibility is very strong. We continue to believe that they have capabilities wherein they'll be able to capture a fair market share on those. Near term, obviously, the slowdown, the sort of the delays which have come in on the order pipeline have impacted the stock performance. But our sense is that over the next few months, you will see that performing much better. So that's one name that we like. Pseudo, if I were to include, we also have Solar, which we have a preference for the large cap on defense place. So these two names is what we are right now at the moment.
Okay, two worries, Amit, remain. One, of course, surprisingly, Delhi has better monsoon this time than Mumbai.
I hear that, yes, that's right.
So that's one. Secondly, two major IPOs. Now, these are the mega ones, NSE and Reliance Jio. Do you see them, taking out money which probably should have gone to secondary markets?
Well, that's a valid argument. We see that happening across the global markets, as India is no exception. But let me put that the timing of these IPOs is still some time away, and the impact of all those liquidity things will play out, let's say 4 weeks in advance. I don't think that is expected to play out that early. And we also have to see how what sort of timings. As of now, what we understand is these are more towards October, November, December timeframe. So let's see how the entire timeline works out. But yes, it will have an impact, but I think it's too early to call that out as a driving factor.
Okay, and I've saved perhaps the most meaningful question for the last. Amit, you interact with, at least 30, 40 FIIs who are clients for Daulat, and of course, a lot of your friends must be working as peers in many of them. What has changed for India for the better or worse after this correction? We've had drops in the MSCI weightage for India, and of course, they seem to be still thinking that our markets are more expensive than what they ideally should be despite the correction. What is the feeling that you're getting?
Very valid question. In fact, we had a lot of conversations with the clients in the last 2 weeks, ever since I've been talking to them for the quarter strategy. There are two things which are very clear. One, the realization that India is corrected is very valid. India is now at a significantly much more attractive level. But while one can argue why is that the case, because we were very expensive or things have not performed, and obviously regulatory side or policy side action was probably not up to the expectation. What has changed is that you're seeing now the government reacting to those feedback mechanisms, and therefore the redressal of the FCNR coming out as a solution. The government has taken very decisive steps, so that is being taken as a positive. And then, of course, if you see the earnings starting to deliver, then that will be becoming the relating point for the FPIs to come back. From the domestic side, I don't think there has been so much of a concern on flows. or valuations per se. I think it's just a reiteration that things are coming back on track, and that itself can be a very big moral booster for the sentiment.
Okay, we'll pause it here, Amit. Thank you so much for the wonderful thought processes. Let me, for the benefit of our viewers, repeat the ideas that Amit's research team is discussing with their large clients. So 4 stocks from the IT space, which is Oracle Financial Services, Intellect Design, Coforge, and L&T Mindtree. And from the pharma space, there is preponderance of Ajanta Pharma and Dr. Reddy's. These are the 6 that we've been able to make out. One idea before we let you go, Amit, would be from the mid-cap space that has to come from your side. Mostly that we've discussed are either large-cap stocks or high-ticket items. What looks good in mid-caps?
So we classify mid and small into one particular sort of a category, so to say. So there I would also highlight that some of the companies that we are bullish on include retail companies. We like hotels. We like Lemon Tree on the hotels. We like V-Mart in the retail segment. And we have a liking for Radico on the Alcobev side. And I think that's fair amount of your reference.
Now, on this slightly intoxicating note, we'll call it time. Thank you. What a lovely discussion. We hope to meet soon. And looking forward to discussing Radico with you. Thank you for your time, Amit. As always, such a pleasure.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye. That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mr. Amit Khurana, Head of Equities at Dalal Capital. Thank you for watching. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to everybody on Business Today Television. We are in fine shape. The markets seem to have taken this ceasefire deal between US and Iran to heart and are rejoicing that particular moment. Of course, it's likely to happen on Friday, but strong traction. Remember, on Thursday, we were at 23,000. So it's a 1,000-point rally almost in a span of 3 working sessions. And short covering today is most likely to see better times ahead. Banks, financial services are doing pretty well. There's a bit of profit booking in pharma and metals, nothing to be worried about. But overall, the sentiment is fine. However, what ahead? How should we navigate the coming 6 months, the coming 1 year or so, against the backdrop of easing oil prices, a strong rupee, perhaps a turn in sentiment for the better as far as FIIs are concerned, and of course valuations that are, just the right for a good rally to start. To make us understand this and a lot more, we are joined by Mr. Nishchal Maheshwari, a very well-known market expert who has a very strong grasp on market fundamentals as also the macro balance sheet. He will decipher for us what to do. Namaste Nishchal ji, a warm welcome. Finally a bout of relief on Dalal Street. How are you reading sentiments?
Thanks Shailendra for inviting me on this show. Sorry, I couldn't get your question.
I just wanted to ask, how are you reading sentiment on Dalal Street after this ceasefire which is on the horizon, and of course a stronger rupee and a falling oil price?
So I think it's a sense of relief basically.
Yes.
But a bit of caution also, because several of these earlier announcements have not come through. So I think people really want to see the signed and sealed agreement, as well as maybe a couple of weeks of seeing that there is no escalation. So I think it will be a slow grind. Basically, people really want to see that it's happening on the ground. And that's why you are not seeing a runaway. But I think there is a definite sign of relief.
Okay, fair, sir. Between the time we last spoke and today, there have been a series of steps which the RBI in particular has taken to stabilize the rupee, in particular the FCNR fixed deposit that it has offered NRIs. How are you reading that against the backdrop of a rupee that's stabilized or actually improved versus the dollar?
So I think this has been a tremendous step. This is one of the several one which they have already taken. But this has been the biggest one basically because last time when we did it in I think 2013 or 14, at that time basically we were able to get maybe $30 billion plus. And given that our size of the economy and the world economy has also gone up, I believe a $50 billion plus kind of a number by September should be easily doable, maybe more. So I think this is a good boost basically in this kind of a market. And it also eases the liquidity in the system. So if you really see basically with a 16-17% kind of a credit growth, which is very strong, I think the liquidity was getting tightened. So I think this will also ease the liquidity. So it's a double whammy on the positive side. So I think banks and NBFCs would be major beneficiaries of that.
And maybe that's the reason why we've had a fairly sharp uptick in NBFCs and banks over the last 2 or 3 trading sessions or so. Against all this background, Nishchalji, now how are you plotting further moves? Where should fresh money go in? Our presumption is that, the ceasefire will happen on Friday. They will sign it. Both parties are sick of the war. So that's a given.
So, yes, so I think the obvious ones are banks and NBFCs, which I was highlighting to you just now. I think there the last quarter numbers were also very strong. I continue to believe that they will continue to deliver very strong numbers as we go ahead. And then the other sector, which is manufacturing, basically in a broad sense, I think that's where the focus has come for the government actually. They have realized basically that services can do so much, but beyond that, I think the manufacturing has to take off and government is focusing very strongly there. So I think manufacturing in various forms, whether it is the autos, which is a part of consumption also and a good very big export, defense. So all kind of manufacturing services and beneficiaries of that should be looked at.
Okay. Which part of manufacturing would you prefer? Just the last 2 months have seen a very sharp rally in the electrical T&D segment. The MNCs running the back end of the power sector have shot up dramatically. What other part of manufacturing do you like? Maybe cement?
Yes, cement, I think we have to wait because this monsoon could play a spoiler. So I think consumption to an extent one should wait out of it basically, but I think an FMCG, so a low end consumption basically, which has suffered a bit in the last 2 quarters, even after the GST benefit, I think consumption on the lower end side would be a good bet out here. So I would be looking at retail and FMCG companies and high ticket sizes. Let's wait for the monsoons to happen, and if they are normal, which I don't believe is going to be, because you are already, I think, 35% lower in the month of June, though it is only around 15% of the total monsoon. But still, I think if it goes beyond 50% deficit for the month of June, then it will be difficult for you to scale up in the rest of the monsoon period. So definitely you will be having a deficit of monsoon. So that might put a bit of pressure on consumption.
Okay. Nishchalji, let's look at, the 4th quarter earnings, which were very good for the mid-cap space. There have been strong outshoots of green shoots of outperformance, and it's reflected very well on many stock prices, including the index. Now, the main impact of this Hormuz crisis, the war was supposed to happen in 1st quarter. Now that there is a clear-cut end game in sight, do you think the market is likely to heave a sigh of relief? We are already on 16th of June. 1st quarter should start coming in by the 1st week of July. What is your assessment of how equity strategists are thinking, how fund managers are reacting to first quarter?
So I think first quarter, I think everybody is expecting a weak quarter, given that a majority of it was under war kind of a situation. And I think by the end of June also, I don't think so it will get normalized. Maybe in the second quarter, by end of July, things will start getting normalized. So I think this quarter is that way basically is going to be a washout. Now we have to see what, as an analyst, I would look at it is basically if there is outliers in terms of basically outperformance, even in a bad time, basically some companies would do still good, and that's where basically I would be focused on. And in this kind of situation, some companies do extremely bad, even though we expect that the situation is going to be bad. But if there is structural issues, then we are going to be negative about it. But I think this quarter is going to be sort of a washout.
Okay. Of course, this is the first day where, there's some sort of sanity that's come back in FII numbers. If you notice, for the last 5-7 sessions, the numbers consecutively went lower and lower in terms of net sales, and yesterday it was a positive 200 crores. Has the tide changed?
I think it's too early to say, basically, because the tide was still about the AI, and I don't think so that trade has changed in the US or the rest of the world. Those stocks, those companies still continue to do very well. Though I think people are becoming a bit more skeptic, not about the growth and the numbers of AI, but I think in terms of valuation, and the trade has been stretched a bit. So you might see some profit being taken away from there. On the other side, India seems to have now hit the bottom. That rupee is now, I'm saying 96, 95, 96. I think that's a very good price to bring money in. I'm saying if the NRIs or the FIIs also, if you look at it, you are at record low, 10-year low in terms of valuation, and rupee also at a record low. So I think it's a very good combination to do it. So I think maybe if money doesn't start coming in, maybe money will start going out, will be a bit of a trickle basically at this point of time. So I think you will start seeing maybe in the next 15-20 days, maybe a month in where you are going to start seeing some reversal happening.
Okay. So essentially what you're trying to say, the construct of the market is such that if you bring in foreign money now, you will have the tailwind of a stronger rupee. Essentially you bring in rupees at 96 and you may probably see 92 in 6 months or so, or maybe 1 year or so. And at the same time, the valuation of the market is so low that whatever you buy at 96 will appreciate dramatically. And then if you book profit there, you will be buying the rupee, you will be buying the dollar cheaper, right? That's the logic.
Right.
Absolutely. Okay. So fair enough. We've seen that happen once somewhere in 2008, 2009. It should happen again. Fine. Now, where does value lie at this point of time, Nishchalji? In OMCs? In maybe IT?
So I think the clear value is in banking, BFSI sector. So
why do you say that?
Yeah. Sorry?
Why do you say that?
I think valuations are at record low, basically private sector banks. If you really look at it, price to book for HDFC, ICICI, Kotak, they are all quoting at something like less than 2 times. And which is historical 10-year low for them. So I think this is a very good time to actually be overweight banks and wait for a 3-6 month. I'm very sure basically easily 15 to 20% kind of an upside is there basically in the next 6 months in the banking sector. So if you are asking me value, I think there is a very clear value there. To an extent, FMCG, I think there also stocks have corrected, and I think that at least for the next 2 quarters, maybe things are going to become better as far as demand is concerned. IT, yes, there has been the as far as valuation is concerned, very, very interesting. But I think people are still trying to figure out how they are going to pivot themselves. I think yesterday's deal of HCL Tech buying a 10% stake in Sarvam, I think that's a very, very defining moment because they are now finding out which way they want to go. So I think you are going to see a lot more companies coming and taking up stakes in Indian startups because that's the way basically it is. You have seen recently one of the companies, Anthropic, where the US government has said that certain models will not be allowed. So I think everybody needs to figure out basically how they are going to be scaling up if they do not have access. And I think that's where things are going to get clear. You are going to see clarity. Already these HCL Tech is pivoted. You are going to see a lot of others pivoting. Now, the only thing remains to be in the next, at least it will take a year or two for these companies to figure out their next clear business models, how and where and what kind of business they want to do. So one thing is quite clear, basically, that these companies are not going anywhere. They will find their own space, and valuations are interesting.
I think what you mentioned is a clear pivot that, at a 6-year low, even IT stocks, many of them, sir, are at, 2 standard deviations away from their lowest PE and price to book. These are cash-rich companies, zero debt. Till fairly recently, managements we used to really talk about in glowing terms. And HCL Tech has done what many thought should have been done probably 3 years ago, but nevertheless, der hai durust hai. So you expect the likes of Infosys, TCS also to start hunting in this AI zone?
So everybody has to pivot towards AI. There is no doubt about that. I think the future is AI, and everybody realizes that. Only thing is why I'm saying 1 or 2 years, everybody will figure out. They're very, very smart bunch of people. So think that, and they have survived several of these cycles. So we shouldn't be undermining for a moment that these guys are going to survive and do well. There is no doubt about that. People who have patience, basically, of 1 or 2 years, should be accumulating now, but you have to have patience because these guys need to figure out their models, basically how the business is to go, how they are going to do the business going ahead. And I think a lot of that is, as at the moment, also not clear across the world. But I think these companies are going to do well. None of these companies, I believe, basically is going bust or anything like that.
Okay. Now, what would you buy in IT? Name 2.
So I think it's too early for you to actually do that, but I would actually go for some mid-cap companies, closer to $1 billion kind of revenues. And because when they are nimble and small enough to pivot fast, and the second thing is basically they have muscle enough to invest. You have seen basically that this requires huge amount of investment. So very small companies who do not have the muscle power, basically, I don't think so that's a way to go. So you require somebody who has enough muscle, but not too large, so as to, it takes time for them to pivot.
Okay. So mid-cap IT is what you favor. Fair point.
Yeah. Yes.
By and large, Nishchalji, Dalal Street looks fairly undervalued, and we also seen the last 3-4 sessions that the breadth is widening in the market. You can feel it in mid and small cap healthcare and mid and small cap indices. You can feel it in micro cap stocks. They're just waiting for some kind of a trigger. अब चलते हैं, बहुत time हो गया. Against this backdrop, what do you still feel will not work? What are the sectors where you are not comfortable with the valuations or maybe even stock prices?
I think defense is one, basically, where I think the numbers will come. They will do well as far as the numbers are concerned. But given that two major wars, one is already ended, one is also, the other one is heading towards ending in the next maybe 3-6 months. I think defense stocks basically seems to have rallied quite a lot. And there I think there is going to be some amount of valuation degradation happening now.
Okay. You know what defense people fear? The outbreak of peace. They just can't handle it. So, US Iran ends. But sir, you know, they are so smart guys. They will figure out something. वो कहीं और लड़ाई करवा देंगे. सामान बिकता रहे, buyer कोई भी हो.
Right.
Seen that happening in 30 years in the US. Okay. So, defense you feel is overvalued. So, there is a very strong tailwind in pharma. A large part of that rally was also because the rupee hit a tailspin in March, April and May. Valuations have also, you know, sort of moved about one standard deviation away from mean. Is the best time of pharma behind it? How are you looking at pharma at this point?
So interestingly, I don't think so. Basically, there are a couple of things which I would like to highlight, and I believe there is a whole new dawn of pharma happening in India.
Oh, good.
So there are 2 or 3 things I would want to highlight here. Basically, one has been the NCE, which has got approval in the US of walkout. Now,
yes,
this is
Zachin.
There's a 50-year, I think, first NCE. Basically, somebody has been able to do it, and an Indian company which has been able to get an approval in the US. So that's a tremendous thing. Basically, and it's going to give a lot more companies that comfort, that boost, that they can also do it. So I think this is the first thing basically which has happened. China has done several of them. India has been waiting on the wings. People have been spending huge amount of money in the R&D. I think the large companies today spend 6-7% of the.
Sure, work hard.
So that's what I think basically is the one pivot which I see basically in pharma. Second thing is Indian companies are now emerging on the global scene as large companies. After Sun's recent acquisition, Sun is top 10 pharma company in the world. So we are not only just being some random guys who are supplying cheap medicine in the US market. We are now large players in the US market. So I think this is going to be new boost, new energy to the whole sector. I think and that China plus one still is playing out. I think these are some very, very big things which have happened. Given the focus of the government on R&D, I believe basically that's a new dawn which we are going to see happening as far as pharma is concerned. So I'm no way saying that the best is over. I think the best is yet to come for pharma.
Okay. You've traditionally been a hunter for value in mid caps and small caps in the last 3 decades or so. What would interest you in the pharma space for a period of 5 years?
So I own one company basically, and that's a disclosure. I think there are 2 spaces which I like. One is the biosimilars and the other one is the CDMO. And both of them, India has a very strong capability, and both of them I own stocks in basically. So Biocon is obviously the most obvious name and I own it. And that's why that's the one basically which I see company has invested hugely in R&D. They have got very, very good breaks as far as biosimilar molecules are concerned. Approvals are there. So there, I think that's one company basically one should look at as far as pharma is concerned. Valuation wise, it may not be very this thing, but very good, very strong comfort, and the numbers are yet to get delivered. Similarly, in this.
Please continue, sir. The other one.
The CDMO space, basically, I think Laurus has been there, and there are several of them now. I own Laurus personally. That's a disclosure I want to make. But there are several of them, basically. CDMO space has done extremely well. And I think there is a long runway as far as CDMO is concerned.
Yes,
so I think these are 2 spaces.
Laurus has been a great value creator over the last 6 odd months or so. Of course, it did have 3-4 years of a downtick, but then before that, it had gone up 10x. So, absolutely nothing to be worried about Laurus. Biocon hasn't been a great wealth creator.
I agree. I agree basically, and I think in the last 2 quarters they have now cleaned up their act. They have cleaned up, the investment phase is over. Now they are reducing the debt as well as they are monetizing their molecules which they have got approval for. So I think in the next 2 years you are going to see tremendous numbers getting delivered by Biocon.
Okay. Is Biocon also a takeover target for a larger player, both either domestic or overseas? 68,000 crores as market cap.
I don't think so. Basically, it's too large a company basically to be taken over.
Fair point. So you see value, long-term value in pharma, as also to some extent IT, and banks, of course, are the top draw. Would you comment on PSU banks in the same breath as you were talking about private sector banks, and maybe NBFCs as well? The top 2 have corrected very, very sharply in the last, maybe a year or so, Bajaj and Shriram.
So, PSU banks, I think the play is done.
Okay.
The big play there was basically the LCR LDR ratio, and now their LDR is at I think 120, and the PCR and LCR is almost at 80. So I don't see any scope out there improvement happening basically unless they get good deposits again coming in. So I think there they have to fight. So I think that play is already done. Valuations are equivalent to the private sector with half the ROAs. So there is no reason for me to buy any PSU bank at the moment.
Okay, fair point. Finally, Nishchalji, we've seen a nightmare 3 months, and before that about 18 months, which really weren't anything to talk about. We're just trying to take the time correction in our stride. Are you now sleeping a bit easier that perhaps better days are ahead of us?
Definitely, I think there is a sigh of relief after this thing. I think last year was very disturbing. And after that, basically, people thought maybe January, February, there was a relief, and this whole war started off. And it put pressure on the rupee. So I think several of these things have come together. It was a perfect storm, if I would say, basically for India. And I think the winds are blowing away. Now we have this issue about the El Nino and the rainfall. Let's hope it's not as bad as what people are predicting. But then we are a resilient economy. We have seen several of them basically. So not much to worry.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think one of the most cautious people I've ever met in my life in the markets is Mr. Maheshwari. If he says he's sleeping easy, then things are actually looking good. On that note, Nishchalji, thank you so much for your time. As always, it's such a pleasure listening to you. And we hope to meet in person in Mumbai fairly soon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mr. Nishchal Maheshwari, a very well-known stock picker over the last 35 years or so. And he talks about possibly good things ahead for Dalal Street. Thank you for watching. I'll be back at 2.
Well, hello and a very warm welcome to Business Today TV. I am Chetan Bhutani. Well, the Government of India has notified various blends of ethanol blending program in petrol. And of course, today I am joined by Distillers Body, Ms. Bharti Balaji, Deputy Director General at the All India Distillers Association. Thank you, Ms. Balaji, for speaking to us. Well, India actually achieved E20 ahead of the schedule. Why is the government now actually moving beyond E20? Do you really feel there are substantial amount of savings in the offering when it comes to E21 to E30 now?
Yes, thank you so much for having me, Chetan. For the notifications that has come out on 10th of June, as an association body, IDA wholeheartedly welcomes the decision to exempt the E22, 25, 27 and 30 blended petrol from excise duties. Well, this is a landmark policy intervention and a natural progression of India's ethanol blended journey beyond E20. And in fact, if you see along with the recent developments, as there have been recent developments such as FIIs standards for E22 to E30 fuels, E85 and E100 notifications, in fact, the rollout of flex fuel vehicles, introduction of E85 fuel, these measures create an enabling ecosystem for the next phase of ethanol growth. And it certainly reflects government's forward-looking approach and provides the regulatory framework required for future growth. So for industry, it removes an important fiscal barrier and provides the confidence to the higher ethanol blends that will play an increasingly important role in India's energy transition. So definitely we see this as a significant step towards energy security, import substitution, and more important, moving the surplus capacities that the industry is currently sitting on.
No, okay, Bharti, I want to ask you that, if India will India moving to E30, do we have enough ethanol in the country right now? Because right now when the BIS standards were notified and yesterday when the announcement on exemption of excise duty came in, a whole lot of questions arose that does the government have enough ethanol dispensation program in effect right now, or is there enough ethanol blended petrol available, or in fact if there is enough ethanol available in the country? So please clarify that for us.
So Chetan, just to break it up further, the current installed ethanol production capacity is around 2,000 crore litres annually, which is significantly higher than the ethanol procurement required under the EBP program. So for ESY ethanol supplier 25-26, OMCs procure around 1,100 crore litres. So overall, if you see, the industry is currently sitting on surplus capacities from a supply perspective, and is certainly capable of supporting the total ethanol ecosystem. So out of 2,000, even if you take out 1,100, which is being procured by OMCs, let's say for another 300 crore litres, which is diverted towards the potable alcohol, pharmaceutical and chemical sectors, we're still sitting around 700 crore litres surplus. So, so definitely industry is very comfortable meeting the E25 and 30%. And overall, if you see, the objective is not merely to increase blending percentage, but also to build a resilient
Hello and a very warm welcome on Business Today Television. Ladies and gentlemen, the markets are in fine shape. It's a 3-4 day rally which has added 1,000 points to the Nifty. We are well on our way to hit 200-day moving average in a couple of sessions, as also the banking and the financial space is doing immensely well. Now 3,300 points have been added in the previous 4 sessions on the Nifty Bank. Things are looking better for the mid-cap and the small-cap index as well. And the rupee, ladies and gentlemen, the star of the show, is appreciating versus the dollar. Oil prices have slumped below 200-day DMA. It is looking as good as it can be for equities. To discuss the way forward, we are now joined by Mr. Alok Singh. He is the Chief Investment Officer at Bank of India Mutual Fund. Mr. Singh oversees 22 open-ended funds, 2 closed-ended funds, and manages about 60,000 crore rupees in equity and debt. Namaste, Mr. Singh, a very warm welcome. How are you reading sentiment these days on Dalal Street?
Namaskar. See, the thing is, after last week news flow about some settlement emerging between US and Iran, there is a sigh of relief, and that is getting reflected in the way the markets have rebounded, or there is some amount of cheerfulness what we are seeing. While it is coming with a bit amount of caution, because the conduct of these two parties in last 3-4 months have not been very encouraging in terms of holding on to their words. So, while we have seen some rebound, there is some optimism, but we are not seeing excessive amount of optimism right now. Maybe once they sign it on Friday and some time lapse, probably market will become more confident that yes, the peace which they are talking about is here to stay. And also then some amount of disruption which got caused because of this start getting unwinded over next 3-4 months. And I think that will then getting reflected into earnings margins. And I think which is a positive sign. But I believe that the market is optimistically cautious, as they say here right now.
I think we live with this caution, Mr. Singh. We've seen terrible times in the last 3 months, and many an equity investor has had his or her faith shaken in the Indian long-term story, although it remains intact in many parts. Because you also manage debt within BOI mutual fund, how are you looking at this government's steps to buttress the rupee, in particular the FCNR fixed deposit scheme that it has launched for NRIs and PIOs? You yourself represent a bank indirectly. How is the AMC and the broader bank looking at this scheme?
In our view, I think it's a very positive move, because yes, it has an implication on rupee per se, that the flows will help rupee stabilize. But having said that, if you look at with increased amount of Indian savers looking to invest in other financial instrument other than the deposit only, the banking system has been scrambling for getting deposit growth. And as you see, our lending growth has been higher than the deposit growth, and these concerns have been emerging often that how will the bank sustain this kind of growth if the deposit does not catch up. So I think this also solves that purpose, because you get the liability raised from third-party sources outside India. And then I think that creates that equilibrium between lending growth and the deposit growth, which is very healthy for the economy in terms of the, especially at this growth phase where you don't want the credit growth to slow down and the new fixed asset formation to slow down, because those are the building blocks for higher growth rate in coming times. So I think it's a good decision taken at the right time. It solves two purposes, not only the rupee but also the liability crunch which Indian banking system was facing.
Mm-hmm. Fair point. And it is for the government to address this anomaly, and you are very rightly pointing out, of course, money is coming into SIPs and mutual funds. That gladdens your heart, but it's coming at the cost of fixed deposits. That's very rightly put. And a balance has to be reached, because you can't have booming stock markets and banks out with a begging bowl. Be that as it may, Mr. Singh, what has the research team at BOI Mutual Fund concluded at the fag end of this conflict? What worked well for the AMC? what wasn't so good?
So if we look at from our point of view, and I suppose you are asking from our portfolio
Yes.
positioning, how what. So basically, if you look at, we have been quite optimistic about few things like the lending financials. We were quite optimistic in financials, and the capital market names. We were quite positive. We were positive on auto as a consumption thing. We were positive on healthcare as a defensive play. We were not so positive on IT, and that's an underweight. Oil and gas has been an underweight for us. So far, those things worked for us. But as we say that, things are never permanent in nature. Now with the evolving situation, especially if this agreement actually gets signed, right, and some of the negatives get unwound, I think some of these things, maybe like oil and gas, may give a positive divergence over there. I think that could be looked at, but that is case to case. The team will work around it. But so far, these were the sectors where we had major sectors where we had overweight and underweight. So far, it has worked for us. Luckily, we didn't had sectoral allocation wise, we didn't had much of misses, so to say. But yes, it's a continuous job. We need to relook at things again.
Fair point. What are the opportunities that are in front of BOI mutual fund when it comes to the correction in valuations that we've seen? Nifty, of course, now well below the 10-year average in terms of PE and price to book. Are you actually looking at opportunities to deploy fresh money at this point, or what is the overall level of cash in the portfolio?
Currently our cash levels have come down. We would be on aggregate 3-4% of cash, which was far higher in the month of February. We were on aggregate having some 20% or thereabout kind of cash level, which we have invested, and it has helped us. So currently our cash levels are not that great. As you rightly pointed out, that with the earnings getting added, the markets on FY 27 and 28 basis, especially 28, are looking quite attractive because whatever earnings disruption we may see in Q1 and Q2 may start getting normalizing in Q3, 4. And hopefully FY28 will be a normalized year, and in that case we may see, say on a BSC 500, we may see a 14-15% kind of earnings growth. That is quite possible. So I think overall the valuations are looking okay, and I would say they are fair. I would not say they are mouth-watering. They are fairly valued. But what has happened is that, because of the fact that we had a lot of disruptions coming from technology side, from the geopolitics side, some of the behavioral changes, the markets is increasingly becoming more bottoms up, right? So it is becoming very, very difficult to take broader sectoral calls, and I think that trend will continue for some time. So the focus is to identify individual stocks and build portfolios around that. That's how we are looking at right now. Increasingly, I think most of the market is fairly priced, so there is no larger pockets of undervaluations which you are seeing right now for us to plunge into something of that sort at a what you call top-down approach. So I think we believe that increasingly we are moving into a bottom-up thing, and that's where we would like to concentrate our energies on.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is as good a time as any to look at a fund that's managed by Mr. Singh. This is Bank of India Mid and Small Cap Equity and Debt Fund. It's just completed a decade of existence and has given a wonderful 16% CAGR each year since 2016. A lot of details will come in front of you. 45.33 is the net asset value, so 10 has become 45 in a span of about 10 odd years, and the returns are also fantastic. If you look at the 10,000 rupee SIP that you may have done in the direct route over a period of last 3 years, the returns have been to the extent of about 17% CAGR. So let's discuss this particular fund. Mr. Singh, what's the philosophy of marrying debt to mid and small? One would presume that mid and small cap funds would be used for wealth creation and creating multi-bagger returns, but you've added a talka of debt. What was the logic?
So the logic was very simple that, as you rightly pointed out, that mid and small cap, if invested well, help in wealth creation, and they are faster growth segments. Having said that, they are also married with a very large amount of volatility. And that volatility actually dissuade people to hold on for a longer period of time, or get out of these segments at the bottom of the cycle typically. So what we looking at this behavior 10 years back, we decided what if we can reduce some amount of volatility so that the holding period of people becomes longer, because they are not worried about the volatility as such. And then the compounding will do the magic. And I think that's what, if we look at 10 years back, we have been able to achieve, that the volatility has been quite lower. In fact, if the index which we follow for this is a 70% mid-small 400 and 30% CRISIL short-term index, the standard deviation of that index is actually lower than Nifty 100 index, right? So, we are able to have a lower volatility product with a propensity to deliver higher return, because you are majorly invested in mid and small cap over the medium to long term, provided you are able to hold on, and the debt portion allows you to bridge that gap. So I think that was the reason to cut the volatility and help people to have, because we have seen that many people avoid mid and small cap just because of volatility. So I think this solves that purpose, and I think that's where we thought of this.
Okay, and this has worked fabulously well for long-term wealth creators. If you look at the 7-year performance of this particular fund, the return is 20% CAGR, and Mr. Singh ranks second amongst 36 funds. A 5-year return is 17% CAGR. It's handsomely beaten the aggressive hybrid index. Again, ranked 4th out of 42. 3-year rank is 3rd, 1-year rank is 5th, 6-month rank is 1st, and 3-month rank is 2nd. Fabulous performance, Mr. Singh, and it is consistent whether you see short term 3 or 6, or whether you extend into the longer term 1, 3, 5, and 7. What is the philosophy when you look at stock picking? These are unusual stocks that are there in your portfolio.
See, the basic principle is that, since we have introduced debt, and we are still a mid and small cap oriented fund, so anybody who is ready to invest in mid and small cap typically can question that, why should I take 20% debt and I not invest in mid and small cap 100% fund. Now, that means that, we need to have a portfolio which is 80%, on average it has been 75%, is able to do the heavy lifting for the balance 20%. So it's a bit of a barbell strategy over there, and that means that you have to have a bottoms up approach over there, because you can't do the heavy lifting only by beta. So basically then you have to generate alpha, and for that you have to have on the selection side, you need to have some bottoms up stock picking, and that's where we have been concentrating, and that is what has helped us achieve the outperformance over the benchmark over almost 10 years now.
Okay, fair point. Let's look at the stock pickings that are there. Another point I'd like to ask Mr. Singh is, how do you ride the interest rate cycle vis-a-vis debt in this portfolio? Now that, cycle is mostly paused and you might see an interest rate hike, will the debt component change, or is it a constant 20%?
So, yes, see the debt typically while the debt allocation can be anything between 20 to 35%, and equity can be anything between 65 to 80%. But if I look at last 10-year average, roughly equity has been around 75% and debt has been around 20%. So we have, I think we will continue to manage that way. On the debt side, we are not looking to, take any aggressive either interest rate call or the credit call, so to say. Typically, we like to have a duration of around 2.5 years, because we are asking investors to invest in because it's equity oriented hybrid fund. So typically, you should invest for 3-5 years at least. So if my debt, if I run a 2.5 year duration on a roll down basis, most likely I will have a decent accrual based earnings from there. And the idea of debt is not that much of alpha generation, but more of the risk balancing, right? So I think that's where we try to do it with more of duration roll down and very little of, so to say, interest rate trading over there. So in that scenario, the rise in interest rates is not going to impact the fund too much. And nor we are looking to change our duration strategy substantially. Maybe we may reduce it a bit. We count more like 1.5, 2, but that's about it in case the rate starts moving up, but nothing substantial. It will remain accrual based duration roll strategy.
Okay. In the last 10 years of the fund's existence, you must have played through 3 rate cycles, up, and now down again, and possibly up now. What has been the performance of the debt portfolio when rates have gone up?
See, in the short-term mark-to-market point of view, obviously, running 2.5 year duration, if the rates move up, you will have mark-to-market losses. You need to, there will be there. But since we are looking at, on a 3-5 year rolling return basis, in a fixed income with that kind of duration, you will accrue, whatever yield you have entered into, provided you continue to hold to maturity. And since most of the portfolio is hold to maturity, and as I said, the duration roll down. So yes, on the intermediate basis, there can be some mark-to-market gain or loss both ways, depending on the rate cycle which you are. But yes, on 3-5 year basis, your contracted yield typically translate into your return. So on average, I think we have been able to have around 7 to 8% kind of return profile for our debt allocation.
Okay, fair point. We'll pause it here, Mr. Singh. What a pleasure listening to a very educative interview as far as mid cap, small cap, and debt is concerned. This is an unusual fund, and it has done amazingly well for its long-term shareholders. Here's wishing you all the best, and we hope to chat again on many other parts of the market. Have a nice day, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mr. Alok Singh, CIO at Bank of India Asset Management Company. Thank you for watching.
The US and Iran finally announced an end to a war that has burnt West Asia for weeks and put the global economy on the edge. US President Donald Trump has declared the conflict is over and a peace framework is ready. A formal signing is expected in Geneva later this week, with Iran's Supreme National Security Council also confirming an understanding to end hostilities. Trump has promised the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, while Tehran says restrictions around the strategic waterways will be eased in phases.
The official signing of the Islamabad Memorandum will take place on Friday in Switzerland. An immediate and permanent end to the war and military operations on all fronts, including Lebanon, is declared from tonight, he said. The lifting of the US naval blockade against Iran also begins from tonight.
But questions over Iran's nuclear program remain unanswered. What happens to Iran's highly enriched uranium? Will Tehran dismantle its nuclear infrastructure or retain a civilian program under international monitoring? And who takes custody of the enriched material? The framework reportedly gives negotiators up to 60 days to settle the most contentious issues. The uncertainty is significant because Trump, in an interview to New York Times, warned that if Iran ultimately refuses to sign a final nuclear accord, military operations could resume again. Meanwhile, America's ally in the war, Israel, is not pleased with the likely pact. Israeli leaders have rejected key elements of the proposed arrangement, insisting the deal does not bind Israel and ruled out concessions on security. Even as US Vice President J.D. Vance says Israel will have a seat at the table in the new Middle East, Tel Aviv's reservations threaten to cast a shadow over the agreement. Peace in West Asia is now riding on two unanswered questions. Can Washington and Tehran bridge the nuclear divide? And can a deal survive without Israel fully on board? Bureau Report, India Today.
If you like the video, do like, comment, share, and subscribe.
Hello and a very warm welcome to all who are watching us on Business Today Television. Ladies and gentlemen, a slew of measures taken by the Reserve Bank of India in conjunction with the Government of India have seen the rupee appreciate almost 2.54% versus the dollar over the last 15-18 sessions or so. Similarly, a very nice impact has been seen on the 10-year Indian yield, which has fallen from about 7.10, something that we had seen on 18th of May, all the way down to 6.83, which is the lowest since we've had since April. A lot of measures have been taken by the RBI in terms of FCNR deposits, in terms of trying to ease the tension on the rupee. How has that impacted the currency, the current account, as also India's broader macro balance sheet? To discuss this and a lot more, we are now joined by Ms. Mithili Bhusnurmat. She's a senior journalist and former editor of the Financial Express. She's tracked the RBI as also the banking sector for the last 3 decades and is often the final word when it comes to this sector. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to you, Mithili. It's such a pleasure to be back in touch again.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chad. It's very good to be on your show. But I must correct you when you say I'm the final word. I'm certainly anything but the final word, because in a time when everybody is praising the measures taken by the Reserve Bank of India and the government of India, I think I'm one of the very few, perhaps a lone voice almost, which is fairly critical of the measures that have been taken by the government and the RBI, mainly because I see them, we'll get into this in greater detail, but I see these measures as somewhat of a knee-jerk reaction. And though you did speak about the rupee strengthening, the yield coming down, the point that we need to address is, are these changes sustainable? Is the rupee going to strengthen based on the long-term strength of the economy, or based on sudden hopes that the rupee will appreciate thanks to sudden knee-jerk reaction, flows of money, hot money flows coming in?
Okay. So, you're not very keen on the measures that have been announced by the FM as also by the Reserve Bank of India governor, but broadly, I'm sure there are certain amount of inflows which both the government and the RBI are expecting through this FCNR deposits. What's your own gut feel?
Well, various commentators have placed the approximate hope for inflows at between 30 to $50 billion based on what we saw in the 2013. Similar measures were taken in 2013, and based on that, most estimates place it here. But I'll just recall a very small story shared to tell you how estimates can be completely off. Because the Economist, the London Economist magazine, had once conducted an experiment where they asked, a whole group of different people from different categories of life, including the garbage collectors of London and very smart CEOs, treasury managers, commodity traders, to predict where two things they asked them. What would the future GDP be like, and what would the price of oil? These are among some other questions, but these are two which really stood out. And you won't believe it. It was the dustmen, as they call it, or the garbage collectors of London, who were closest, or most on the mark when it came to predicting the future price of oil, as against what the sharpest brains in the industry had predicted. So when it comes to macro predictions, I would be very wary, particularly when there are so many moving parts. Most importantly, when we have President Trump, one day there's a ceasefire, next day there isn't. One day the Gulf Strait of Hormuz is going to open, next day no. So when uncertainty levels are so much higher, I would really hesitate to put any kind of number on the kind of inflows. Yes, I would say inflows would come. Some inflows would definitely come. A lot of it driven on arbitrage. In fact, I would not even rule out the possibility that maybe some residents would send out money through perfectly legitimate means, because you do have the LERMs, the liberalized method of sending money out, and that money could find its way back. You could also have banks leveraging. In fact, the RBI itself has strongly urged banks to lend NRIs and then have them send the money back. So question is, are we only bothered about the quantity, or are we also bothered with the kind of flows that we get? To my mind, the kind of flows we get are as important as a quantum. Hygiene of the numbers is very important. We do not want more hot money pursuing the hot money that we already have, which is busy fleeing the shores.
Okay, ma'am. What we'll do is, let's just dig deeper into the issue. The main problem at this point of time was the current account deficit, and it has been a cause of worry for both the central bank as well as the finance ministry. What do you think are the one or two main drivers for the announcements that were made on FCNR deposits?
See, as you mentioned, Shell, the current account deficit has become a source of worry for the government. Not because the size of the deficit, either in absolute terms or even as a percentage of GDP, was alarming. In fact, most estimates base the CAD, current account deficit, at less than 2% of GDP, which is very manageable. So the question was not the CAD itself, but the question was that did we have the capital flows to support to fund this current account deficit, regardless of how small your current account deficit is or how large your current account deficit is. If you have sufficient capital inflows to fund that current account deficit, there's no problem, because current account deficit ultimately is a measure of how much the country is living beyond its means. So, to give a very simple analogy, it's of a person who's heavily in debt. Now, if he's heavily in debt and he needs to do something, the situation he thinks is becoming dire because all his former lenders are not giving him any money anymore. So what does he do? He has two ways of going about this. Either he can go further into debt, go after somebody and say, please give me some more money, please give me some more money, get further into debt, or he can try and mend his ways. He can try and curtail his expenditure such that he doesn't have to borrow so much. So I would think of the current account deficit as two sides. On the one hand, you need more capital flows if they are not sufficient to manage your excess spending. On the other hand, you also need to reduce your spending such that the excess spending, the quantum of the excess spending comes down. Remember, every developing country needs to run a current account deficit. A current account deficit in itself is not bad. It needs to be financed. So when you're looking at the current account deficit, you need to look at both sides, the funding as well as the result. What is the CAD the result of? If it is a result of overspending, you need to tackle both sides of the issue. Today, what you're doing, you're only trying to ensure capital inflows without worrying about, are we going on living beyond our means? So that is my fundamental grouse against the measures taken by the RBI, that they've only addressed one side of the equation.
Okay, ma'am. We'll go into the merits of the quality and quantity of CAD in a while. But meanwhile, let me also welcome Ms. Rumki Majumdar, economist at Deloitte. Good afternoon to you, ma'am, and a very warm welcome. How do you see this process that the RBI has announced on the FCNR deposits? What's Deloitte's view on how this scheme is structured and what kind of money could be coming in?
Right. Thank you so much, Shalinda. It's nice speaking to you. So the thing is, see, one of the biggest worries that India has had in the last few months is the currency depreciating, and it's been depreciating really fast. And as my co-panelist did mention, that it is the capital account that needs to be corrected. One of the quickest way was to do is address some of the concerns that foreign investors had. One was taxes, another the capital gains taxes, and also the interest that they are paying. Right, so that's where they address the FCNR reforms that has been made, and not just from June, but from April. And they have a window also. They have to get in, avail this benefit by 30th of September. So which means it's not like for all the time. They have quickly made this to ensure that there is enough dollar that is coming into the country, which can actually curtail the fall that we are seeing in the rupee. So that is a very good measure that they have taken, and as rightly said, that this is a measure that worked in 2013 and it possibly can work this time as well. But there are some structural deficiencies that India will have to address. The fact that we are so dependent on energy, and given that every time energy becomes volatile because of some crisis or the other, it becomes a very difficult situation for India to manage that. This time we are seeing disruptions in oil, fertilizers, very critical chemicals coming in from that region, and all that is kind of having an impact on not just currency but also the inflation and the cost of production. So clearly those aspects have to be addressed. And this is just not an RBI action, but also a lot of government policies that have to kick in very quickly. But yeah, RBI is probably playing the game first to ensure at least one aspect of it is taken care of.
Okay, let's get Mithili into the conversation. Ma'am, as you very rightly say, this was an experiment that was done fairly successfully in 2013, and that did stabilize the rupee at that point of time. At this point in 2026, what has changed which makes you a little skeptical of the steps that have been taken by the RBI and the government this time?
Well, in 2013, we were part of the fragile fight. Things were very much more dire then than today. Today, we claim, rightly so, to be one of the fastest growing economies in the world. So surely things have changed very dramatically. Things were not were dire then, they're not so dire now. And whenever you compare, you must also compare the cost-benefit trade-off. Is the cost that we are paying for this, is it worth it? Because though we have told banks that the hedging cost will be borne by Reserve Bank of India, let's be very clear, however cliche that sounds, there is no free lunch. So when the RBI bears the cost, it is who bears it? You and I as taxpayers bear it. So do we need to do this? And as far as oil prices are concerned, our dependence on oil, on imported fertilizer is concerned, one of the easiest and perhaps politically more difficult things to do would be to pass on the hike in the price of oil. All countries all over the world have made their consumers pay more. So you don't give the kind of subsidy for fertilizers, you don't kind of cushion the shock for so as consumers are concerned. If we are dependent on imports for oil, when oil prices rise internationally, you have to raise them domestically also. You cannot have your cake and eat it. And this, unfortunately, is what the Reserve Bank and the government are trying to do. And though we might succeed in getting some money, the question is at what cost? Who will bear it and when will we bear it? I think you have to look at things much more holistically. And that is what we are failing to do.
Okay. Rumki, because you track corporate India in such great detail, so far fourth quarter earnings haven't seen the full impact of the West Asian crisis. Of course, there are signs of it now ending on Friday. Let's hope that the deal is signed. But have you seen, macro or quick numbers on the economic side deteriorate a bit when it comes to the impact of rising oil prices, rising fertilizer prices, so on and so forth?
It surely has shown up in the WPI because it jumped up to 8.2%. CPI numbers are expected sometimes, so that will also probably show some upward revisions because that will capture the petroleum price hike that happened last month. But as rightly said, so till April, the government pretty much absorbed the shock of oil price hike, and also some of the LPG crisis was passed on to the consumers through higher prices, but still a lot of subsidies were passed on, was given to the consumers to absorb the shock. So I think till April, it will not show up, but from May onwards, it would. And if we do not see the crisis settle down by end of June, and then we will likely see a consecutive months of May, June, July seeing that impact. But we hope that it will probably just remain within May and June. So far, I think industrial production and PMI are somewhat showing a moderation, but not much. Other parameters that we were looking at were some of the obviously the currency movement and the oil price movement. So all these do point out that maybe May and June will probably see the impact a lot more than what we had seen in March and April. And that will trickle down into the corporate earnings because many of the companies, especially MSMEs, are feeling the brunt of higher input cost, and many of the exporters who are also kind of who import a lot, because in our country, while we can say that currency depreciation helps in our exports, but we also have to understand that a lot of that export is based on a lot of imports that we are doing. So if your cost of production goes up, the benefits that they can pass it on to the export by reducing prices, that doesn't work either. So and our import intensity is very high that way. So I think in all, it will start reflecting now onwards.
So Mr. President, Mr. Trump has given himself a birthday gift over the weekend. Let's hope this time, the 40th time in the last 2 odd months, he sticks to his plan and we get this peace deal in. Metli, coming to you, a large part of the analyst community from the banking side as well as the economic side has more or less said that this is a win-win kind of a measure. The RBI did what it could in the shortest possible time. Maybe some other things are in the pipeline. But do you broadly agree that this was something that you could have done in the easiest manner and the quickest possible way? Till about December of 2025, the Indian macro balance sheet was some of the best that was there in the world, a bit frayed but still very good. What do you think of it now?
Well, Shah, the problem is with macroeconomics, things can change overnight. And in this case, let's be very clear, the single biggest trigger is the man who we mentioned, you actually kept count of the number of times he's declared a ceasefire and then called it off. I gave up long ago. But since so much depends on one very whimsical man, one really cannot say anything about the long-term merit of your macroeconomic balance sheet, especially as far as the external sector is concerned. So what I would have liked RBI to do, frankly, is, as I said, address the current account balance of payments problem from both sides. If they had raised interest rates, if government had passed on the higher cost of fertilizers, of oil, automatically you would have seen expenditure shrink, and you could have had some of these measures, not all, some of these measures. Because remember, what you are encouraging is debt flows. What a country ideally needs is foreign direct investment. And Ms. Mazumdar talked about the tax breaks, the kind of concessions we've been given. But let's be very clear, when corporate tax rates were reduced drastically, what was the government's hope? That corporate investment would pick up. Have we seen corporate investment pick up? No. So the point is that ultimately money will come when the investors feel confidence in the country's macroeconomics vis-a-vis other countries' macroeconomics. So it is not just enough to get your own house in order. It also depends on how the other countries are doing, which is why you need to look at things like more foreign direct investment. Even equity inflows are preferable to debt inflows, because debt inflows have to be repaid. At what cost? We don't know. It could be a much higher cost. And as far as rupee depreciation is concerned, it's a bit like looking at the price of Bitcoin. The price of any commodity, be it the rupee, be it Bitcoin, be it gold, the price of any commodity is priced or determined by demand and supply in the market. If the RBI claims, and if it believes what it says, that we don't interfere in the market price of the exchange rate of the rupee, then why does the RBI intervene all the time? It keeps intervening. And they say we intervene only when we see it's out of sync with its fundamentals. Who decides what the fundamentals are? Ultimately, in a market-driven economy, it is the market that decides the fundamentals. You may be happy, unhappy, but ultimately the market is king. Shailendra, as you as a person follows the market so closely, will realize that ultimately, whether we like it or not, in a free market economy, market is king. There's only that much you can do. And unless your fundamentals are in sync with what you are trying to do, there's really very little you can do. You can stem the tide for a short while, but ultimately it will overtake you until you get your macro fundamentals in order, which is why you needed to raise interest rates, particularly since we're going to see the FOMC meet tomorrow and the day after. 17th, we'll have a decision. Most probably it will be status quo, though Trump has been calling for a cut in interest rates. But given where we've seen US inflation today at 4.2% for the month of May, higher than our own inflation, it's only a matter of time before the US raises interest rates. And then all our calculations will go out the window. So in macroeconomics, it's very difficult to say what will work and what will not. Often we'll know only in hindsight, by which time it may be a little too late.
Right. Rumki, coming to you, the Reserve Bank of India governor said that he felt, that the rupee seemed to have found its level of sensibility, and that based on some measures, it may be undervalued. How would you see the rupee for 2026? Is the worst behind it?
That's a very hard forecast to make, but we also believe that the fall was quite dramatic, and it probably was lack of confidence in the economy, plus a kind of a vicious circle played in, because people were expecting currency to fall. There was a talk of rupee breaching 100, which kind of worked more in favor of dumping rupee and buying dollars. So I think that cycle, if that cycle is broken, so we will see some stability in the rupee value. And I think the RBI also understands that a free fall is not good, especially as I mentioned, for a country where you have such a huge import dependence, especially the essential ones. We cannot even cut down on those imports. So I think 97, 98 is what we expect by the end of the year. But yeah, again, if the war continues, we really do not know where the floor would be.
I think we've seen the worst of the war behind us. My presumption is that this time you'll have some kind of a peace deal by Friday, and it should stick. Everybody's troubled with the war. Maithili, coming to you, and my final question was, this crisis came with a lot of other crises together, and that's the nature of the beast. Problems come in droves. So while we were facing a pressure on the rupee, FIIs were also withdrawing large chunks of money for whatever reason. Better returns in Japan, better returns in Taiwan and Korea. Be that as it may, money was taken out from here. Now, what else do you think the RBI could have done to either stem these flows, maybe stop them altogether, or better still reverse them?
To my mind, is the first classic answer in economics that you get. When you hike interest rates, it cuts down on your consumption. People start spending less. So one problem on the current account deficit gets taken care of. At the same time, when you hike interest rates, the differential between your rate and the US interest rate, which is now narrowed very dramatically, given the currency risk, there is no reason why anybody except NRIs who are looking to make a fast buck will put money in India. So to my mind, a hike in interest rate, a hawkish statement from the Reserve Bank of India could have achieved much, much more. Even if you felt the need, for whatever reason, to do these measures, which have a heavy price, mind you, along with that, if you had hiked your interest rates, if you had sounded a little hawkish, instead of flooding the system with liquidity, today I fear the country may be very dangerously close to overheating. At 6.6%, which your GDP growth for the current fiscal is, you really don't need to support the economy. You need to worry about inflation, which is already going to kind of really shoot through the roof, because we haven't seen the pass-throughs of the higher oil or the higher fertilizer costs, and that's all going to come. So I think we're really sitting, inviting trouble by not biting the bullet when we should have.
Maybe they've delayed the decision and kicked the can a little down the road. 3 months later, 6 months later, this problem might solve itself out. We've seen many difficult days in India, some much worse than what they are now. And, it's a 10,000-year-old civilization. It's managed well.
Absolutely, Shail. I just hope, as I say in Hindi, aapke muh mein ghee shakkar, right? Is that correct?
Absolutely. So, we'll have that ghee shakkar together. Thank you, Mithili. What a pleasure. We'll be back in touch. Okay. That was Mithili Busnarmuth, senior journalist and former editor at the Financial Express. Rumki, coming to you. When you see the broader balance sheet at this point of time, of course, the rupee has gone up by 2.5%. The 10-year bond yield has also eased fairly substantially. Are you now comfortable, especially with the 10-year yield? We are now at 6.83.
Yeah, that's where it has hovered in the long run, right? 6.2 to 6.5, and it's been a little higher because of the uncertainty. So I think once economic situation becomes a little better, it will again fall to the levels that we would want to ideally see. Interestingly, see, the thing is, at the beginning of the year, India really entered at as a very strong, with strong growth and better economic fundamentals. So what we are seeing right now is an outcome of external shocks. And the thing is, the government is also being very proactive, be it bringing initiatives and reforms. And I think a couple of more reforms announcements, and I think things will really fall into the zone where investors find it much more comfortable to invest in India. Very important is we really need to bring FDI back. Net FDI has been negative last year, and that is something which is not good for India. India needs investments, especially at a time when private investments are also low. So, I think that will help in bringing the bond yields down.
Apart from tax measures, which you rightly pointed out in your initial remarks, what else can the Government of India in conjunction with the RBI do to attract FDI?
I think a few structural measures and reforms. That is something which the government has to do. I mean, in fact, I sometimes do mention that, when things were going good, people tend to become complacent. And things were going good for us at the beginning of the year. So now suddenly when things going bad, now is the time when government should bring in really difficult reforms, because that is what India has to tell, that we have the potential to grow. Somewhere in the whole AI race, people are kind of suggesting that India is probably not investing enough. That's fine. We need not be the first to invest. AI is going to be here. Let us weigh in opportunities, weigh in risks, can invest. We are not a country where we can just throw in money and wait for results to come after many, many years, right? So let that, and because AI race is much ahead everywhere else, people are just taking money there. But then I think somewhere, if India shows promises in manufacturing sector, especially in critical sectors like semiconductors or EVs or renewables, that is when you will, and defense, and that is where you will see suddenly a lot of interest coming back. So, those were the reforms that India should bring in. Yeah.
So essentially, it's the reform on the economic side of the balance sheet where you want more sectors to be opened up, ease of business to be done, so on and so forth. Right?
Absolutely. RBI can only manage short-term things. It's a long-term aspect that India needs to address. India has done well, and this is a time where India can actually take very, very difficult decisions, because I think politically it is very stable. Yes. It is economic fundamentals are yet not showing extremely bad numbers yet, and may not do so either. But then this is the time the government should actually act and bring in schemes to at least get money in manufacturing sector.
Because yours is an international organization, you have colleagues such as yourself, both in the Western geography as well as large parts of Asia. What's the general feel that you get about this war ending? What are your peers in the US saying? Will it likely end this Friday, or at least Hormuz will open up? What's the gut feel that you're getting?
I think the focus is now, people are more worried about the Hormuz Strait opening up, because that, if that opens up, a lot of the issues will probably get sorted. Of course, war as such should end, but there are many conflicting opinion around that. So whether or not that will continue for long is a very difficult question to answer, because it was supposed to be signed yesterday. Now they didn't even virtually sign. Now they're saying they're going to sign it in Switzerland this Friday. We'll see how it moves. But very importantly, I think the supply chain disruptions have to come down, and that is something which everybody will keep an eye on. The thing is, even if the war ends on Friday, if they come up with a deal, the opening up Hormuz will also take a few months' time. The supply side will become regular. Even after that, will take about a couple of months more. So till then, I think India have to be resilient and ensure that the movement towards reforms continue.
Okay. When we look back in the month of May, April and March, the two biggest negatives were, oil hitting $160 a barrel, if not more. And of course, rupee plunging towards 96. They both seem to be temporarily under control and in favor of India. Now, it may not be a tailwind, but it is no longer a headwind. I'm just asking you to look forward into the crystal ball for, say, the next 6 to 9 months. Do you see a better macro picture for India, or is it still hazy?
Contingent on what happens on Friday. If suppose things go well, I think the next May, June probably will suffer. July onwards, things will look up. But the inflation probably could be a challenge, because we are also seeing an El Nino effect kicking in from July, August, September, and that will directly hurt the food prices. Given that we had a low inflation last year, so the base effect will also kick in. So on inflation side, I think there will be challenges even though the war ends. But other economic parameters, especially capital flows, pressure on import, will probably come down.
Right. Let's hope we have a better tomorrow, given the pain that we've had over the last 2 through 3.5 months, as also markets haven't done anything at all for the last 80. Let's hope the worst is behind us. On that very hopeful note, Rumki, will call it time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Nice speaking to you.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was senior economist Rumki Mujumdar at Deloitte. Thank you for watching. I'll be back at 3 with the market. It's looking good so far.
welcome you watching Business Today. This is Astha Chopra. Well, today is a very, very great day for Vedanta Group, and for that we have the man of the hour, Mr. Anil Agrawal. Congratulations, sir, and it's a very, very good and big news for Vedanta Group today. So let's start with the listing ceremony first. Why do you think that this is a very initial time to get listed, and how important this is for you and for Vedanta Group?
No, it's like we started with a natural resource company, and we developed copper, aluminum, zinc, everything in one company. And it is a time it has grown like a banyan tree. So everybody should have his own identity, and every company will be like a Vedanta. Absolutely. For sure. So that if we give them independence. So each company, I have a vision, each company will be $100 billion company, because the effort, technology, natural resources, what required, not only in India, all over the world, demand supply gap is there. And we have really worked hard, our people has worked hard. So this was very important to have this 5 company listed company and independent management.
Absolutely. So, sir, please tell us how the shareholder will benefit from the demergers of the company, individually placement in the market. How important is that, and how will it happen?
This is the best benefit they will ever get for the investment, because you will get the 4 share, and each company has the potential to be the same level of each company. So it is a win-win situation, and I'll be very pleased if they keep all the 4 shares, but whatever they decide for them, one thing I can promise, that I'm very conscious that we should be dividend paying company, and the value must be created for our shareholder.
Absolutely. So you said on the stage ki sama band gaya. That was actually true. Let's talk about more power. You spoke about a vision of producing 50,000 megawatt power. What timeline, what investments are we looking for?
At the moment, we are just starting as we started everything, because demand supply is tremendous. So time to come, power is a different way of producing power. I'm very focused on thermal, because we have a amazing coal deposit. At the same time, we are doing up to 20 megawatt power in the brown field, because we have all the infrastructure. And then futuristic, what I'm talking, this company should go 50,000 megawatt, part of the nuclear, and part of the thermal technology, AI driven, absolutely environmentally friendly. So this is what we are looking. India should be the cheapest producer of the power, and we create value for the company.
Also, so you mentioned nuclear as well. Vedanta is the only group, I think, who's producing thorium. You were saying.
Yeah, thorium is the huge reserve of thorium in India. So we are the mining people. We are ahead of that. We know how to mine sustainable. So we'll be the ahead of for everything. But the demand supply is so high. So more and more people come is the most welcome.
Absolutely. Let's talk about steel as well. It aims to increase from production from 4 million to 15 million tons. So what do you expect will happen in coming future?
Yeah, the demand is 300 million ton. Even everybody comes in, still there's a huge gap. And we have the company which produce all the raw material, coal, and we have acquired 2 companies, Gujarat Anari and other company. We have Sesa Goa, we have Odisha bauxite, iron ore, Karnataka iron ore. So we understand iron ore, and we are not going to go very special steel. Very keen on electrical steel, green steel. So 15 million ton, time to come is very important. We have start planning for 50 million ton of steel in this country.
Also, so you were talking about that there will be more 5 companies ahead because of the demand and supply as well. So
yeah, this is my vision, that all these company make the raw material. So I'm very keen, सबका साथ सबका विकास. तो जो entrepreneur हैं उनको मैं बोल रहा हूँ exploration में जाइए, और इनके साथ में we can develop at least 150 product. So increasing yourself. Young girls should not look at the job, they should look at provide the job. So there is an entrepreneur residence. So join the entrepreneurs. So time to come, we'll have all the downstream can be 500 industry. And I'm looking that this company can come and list in the Bombay Stock Exchange. And that's what investors are looking, exchange is looking. That's how the country will grow.
Absolutely. So just two more questions. What would the success look like for these 4 newly listed companies according to your eye vision?
These are all 5 companies, including Hindustan Zinc. All will be $100 billion company. $100 billion company, and that has the demand and supply, which has a potential, and we will be technology-driven company.
Technology-driven company. Okay. So, sir, after this demerger, is Vedanta Group a structure? Vedanta Group structure is complete now, or should investors expect something more out of this company?
Like each company has its own vision. Hindustan Zinc have a lot of product being developed. So, if they want to remain one, how we create shareholder value, that is the important.
Absolutely. Just one more question before we close this. So in oil and gas, you have spoken about 1 million barrels. So what are the biggest challenges in achieving this, and how do you plan to scale it more further?
This will be the biggest contribution I can give for my country, because we have what we have enough resources. So there was a lease period which was 5 years, 10 years, which investors, the supplier was not very comfortable. Now government has completely opened the door. So now we are going to produce every kind. We have a deep sea water production, we have a shallow water production, we have a shale, we have a tight oil, we have a huge block in the northeast at gas. All these 5, for all 5 is like a separate company. And that's what I'm looking, let them grow. And for me, I'm looking forward to produce 500,000 barrels and then aiming for million barrel. And you will not believe, we produce, our cost of production is $10. So why should we, if 50% energy security is not there in the large country, we will be vulnerable. So it's very important for us to self-sufficient, at least 50% for our energy security.
So government has also played a very important role in expansion of businesses as well.
Absolutely, they are our Maibab. We go with them, and they are, because they are there, that's how we have a strength. And
double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Visit!
SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Good afternoon, dear viewers. You're watching the Business Today show with me, Sakshi Batra. This is where I get you all the closing action on Dalal Street. But first up, let's take a look at what's hot in the corporate and the financial world. Markets continue its winning streak for the 4th session, supported by lower crude prices and easing geopolitical worries. Sensex also gained about 200 points, near 77,000. The Nifty is hovering around 24,000 points. IT, PSU banks and consumer durables rally. Mumbai's water crisis is spilling over to the real estate sector. Shares of developers with strong Mumbai exposure have slipped in trade after the BMC has suspended water supply to construction sites and stopped new connections as reservoir levels have dropped to critically low levels. Telegram has approached the Delhi High Court challenging the government's temporary ban until June 22nd. The move comes amid fresh controversy after CEO Pavel Durov has alleged that Reliance has interfered with access to the messaging platform outside India. India's defence sector reaches a new milestone as production touches 1.78 lakh crore rupees in FY26. PM Modi credits the growth to Atmanirbhar Bharat, innovation and local manufacturing, while Rajnath Singh has highlighted policy support and increasing private sector participation. And India-US ties face a key moment as Prime Minister Modi is set to meet President Trump at G7. Talks will focus on trade, energy and defense. G7 leaders also highlighted Indo-Pacific stability and committed to reducing dependence on the Strait of Hormuz while increasing energy stocks. Let's quickly look at how the markets are trading. Right at the beginning of the show, you're looking at the Nifty hovering at around 24,087 odd points. You can clearly see there is an improvement after some dip that we saw. 0.5% rally for the Nifty Bank, which is outperforming the Nifty at this point in time. Several sectors are aiding the kind of gains we are seeing. The PSU banking space is up by 1.5%. It's the top moving sector right now. Metals are shining bright. You can see an 0.8% rally there. Even the IT stocks have recovered now. 0.8% rally can be seen on that front. Even the broader markets, the small caps and the mid caps are hovering about 0.5% higher in this session. When we look at the losses, autos, real estate, FMCG, these are the pockets that are showing you some declines, along with India VIX, of course, which is down by 1.65%. That indicates that there is more confidence into the markets and less volatility. Let's quickly go across to our guest of the day. We have Ambarish Palega, market expert, joining in on the program to share with us a fresh take on the markets and how do we look at the current text. A warm welcome. Good afternoon to you, Ambarish. Good to have you with us. Well, first up, the fresh round of rally that we are seeing in the markets, extending of the gains for the fourth consecutive session. This is right after the hopes that the US, Iran, peace deal will be signed very soon, and we've also seen a reflection in the Brent crude prices slipping below $80 a barrel, something that has been a major pain point for Indian economy and for Indian markets too. How are you looking at these fresh developments, and what does it mean for an average retail investor who's been waiting for the finality of the war to see some good days coming back to the D Street?
In fact, this is what we have been waiting for the last 3 months. So finally, it seems to be in place, but still, I mean, it is about another 3 days to go, and there can be a slip between the cup and the lip. Looking at the unpredictability of President Trump, so just keeping our fingers crossed. Just hope it goes through, signed off, and peace returns. And we've already seen a preview of that with the oil prices coming down sharply. Possibly once it's signed off, we could see oil prices another $5 to $8 lower. Which is good news for globally as well as especially India. I think the only issue which we are facing right now is the monsoons because that's got delayed. And in case the coverage is not as good as expected, already the forecasters have talked about the rainfall being the lowest in the last 11 years. So if it is better than that, then I think it is positive. But in case not, then I think we'll again stare at food inflation going ahead. So that's the only thing which we are worried about. Otherwise, when you talk of geopolitical front, I think things should fall in place, hopefully. So in that case, we are in fact looking at a decent move up as far as the markets are concerned.
Okay, and what about the oil and gas pocket, especially the OMCs which have been rallying with a fresh breath of air? Are you looking at this sector positively?
Yeah, surely, because they were making losses on every liter of diesel and petrol sold. And with oil prices coming down to where they are right now, in fact, all of them should be making profits. Unless, of course, the government goes ahead and decides to reduce the fuel price, which I don't think they may do, at least for the next 2 or 3 months, because that is the time required to make good the losses they have made in the last 3 months. So, if you're looking from a short-term perspective, yes, I think most of the OMCs should do better, and the stock should move up from here.
Okay, got that. Let me also ask you on the global front again. We are seeing Prime Minister Modi set to meet President Trump at the G7 summit. This is the first face-to-face meeting between the two countries' representatives after 16 months. And this also comes to be the first face-to-face meeting after the relationship between the two nations was seen to be having soured after Operation Sindoor as well. Finally, we are seeing some developments which are indicating to a positive move as far as even US-India trade deal is concerned. That's been a major overhang as well for the stock markets and for retail investors. The entire 2025 calendar year was washed out because of this tariff tantrum. It continued to grow even in 2026 before the focus shifted to the war. Your sense of how should the market and the participants look at this development now?
See, when you look at the visuals of President Trump and Prime Minister Modi's meetings, the body language looks quite positive. So that's giving a sign that the relationships should get better from what we saw in the last 12 months, 12 to 15 months. So hopefully, since the trade agreement is more or less getting finalized, I think should get done, which should be favorable to a certain extent to India. That again should be positive for the markets, but I think that should happen possibly over the next 2 to 4 weeks.
Okay, got that. I also wanted to understand from you, once, there were these signs we've been discussing with you over a period of time, that once things start to move in the positive direction for the markets, which are the pockets that one should be really looking at? How are you looking and, probably selecting some opportunities for your clients at this point in time? The moment we see things progressing well, you did also put, a caveat, and that's as far as the monsoons are concerned. But even then, where are the valuations indicating to a fresh move?
I think it should be across, but the ones which should outperform should be the EPC players. Especially those who have operations or those who have a footprint in the Middle East and West Asia. So I think they will be the major gainers because there'll be a decent amount of reconstruction happening in that space. And this also includes, those who are into water, sector. So that's the other sector where I see extremely decent orders coming in. Specialty chemicals is the other space where I think that China Plus One, which was supposed to play out in 2021, will start playing out now. And we have seen the earnings from most of them starting to improve in the last 2 quarters. So I think that's going to continue going ahead. Along with this, I would be quite positive on pharma. I would be positive on autos to a certain extent. And at the same time, the products which go into construction and infra, for example, cement and steel, I think that these are the 2 sectors which should continue doing well.
All right. Okay. So I hope all our viewers have noted that down, the key sectors that are showing you some signs of a turnaround right now. We'll take a short break right here. When we return, of course, Ambarish is going to be with us to spot some more opportunities on D Street. And we'll be, of course, discussing a fresh development on Telegram. Stay tuned for that.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said! Well said! Well said!
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Look, this is...
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching the Business Today show with me, Sakshi Batra. We'll talk about the fresh development in Telegram, which has moved the Delhi High Court now against the government's temporary ban on the messaging platform till June 22nd. The move comes after Telegram has faced scrutiny over its alleged misuse in the NEET exam paper leak row. Meanwhile, a fresh controversy has also erupted after Telegram CEO Pavel Durov has actually made allegations against Reliance Industries. In a post on X, Durov has claimed that Reliance Industries is disrupting access to Telegram for millions of users outside India through what he describes as a BGP hijacking. BGP, or Border Gateway Protocol, is the system that helps route internet traffic between different networks and directs data to the right destination. Durov has also alleged that the move could be linked to competitive tensions involving WhatsApp. He's also claimed that the disruption may benefit Telegram's rival messaging platform and raise concerns over the misuse of global internet routing. We'll also move forward and talk to you about LinkedIn. If you're worried about AI impacting your jobs, Business Today televisions may have some answers for you. We've actually got in touch with LinkedIn and we were given some insights on the subject as well. The big takeaway being freshers who are embracing adaptability, entrepreneurship and new skills will be best placed to succeed. Let's listen into what the conversation unfolded as far as AI-linked job losses and concerns around it is concerned.
You did talk about India, and I do want to emphasize on the young Indian workforce, which is quite large in number. And while they're all very enthusiastic in looking forward to opportunities, they're also the most unemployed when it comes to white-collar jobs. Do we blame AI or do we just blame the geopolitical circumstances?
Look, it's tough to find a job. It's exceptionally tough if you're a fresher, if you're coming into the labor market in India. Our data shows that a lot of that is interest rates. If you look at sort of where hiring was pre-pandemic to now, and if you look at entry-level work with other work, generally it's interest rates. But I would say certainly the uncertainty of what AI is going to do to work is in the swirl. Companies are really wrestling through what is this technology, how are we going to use it, what does that mean for our workforce. People who are coming into the workforce are wondering what does this mean for the jobs that we need to get in order to build the experience that we need to have in order to become leaders at companies. I will say in the past, and I've been global now with this book, in the past few months, there's a really good conversation happening, which is that companies need entry-level workers. That is the future leadership. And those entry-level workers bring strengths. They know AI tools, they're more entrepreneurial. Entry-level workers, freshers, are starting to get more creative about how they think about the job search. If they can't get that one job at that one place, they're, with curiosity, as we talk about in the book, thinking about other sectors. Small businesses are a huge growth story already. They're hiring, they're looking elsewhere. And I think and hope more and more people are going to build businesses as a side project or eventually as their full-time job. So the creator economy and founders on LinkedIn is a great signal for us. Founders is up over 100% year over year on LinkedIn. Of the top 3 jobs for new grads, the number 3 one is content creator. 7 in 10 Indian professionals we surveyed want to work for themselves at some point. So this younger generation, I think, is starting with a need to rely on themselves, be resilient. They don't think they'll get one job at one company and be okay. I think that's going to bode well for them as they try and figure this out.
Let's also shift focus to the real estate sector, and we have Ambarish with us on the platform. Real estate sector is the one that has really taken it on the chin today, about 0.5% lower. And one of the key reasons why the sector is down today is because BMC has announced restrictions on water usage, including the suspension of water supply to construction sites across Mumbai. In addition, it has imposed a 20% reduction in water supply to industrial, commercial and sports establishments as well. According to the BMC, the objective is to preserve the potable water supplies and to prevent any kind of wastage. The move has definitely triggered some concerns around potential disruptions to the real estate sector and project executions, because Mumbai is definitely seen as India's largest and most profitable property markets as well. Ambarish, I want to understand from you, how are you looking at the real estate sector amidst this fresh development? Of course, this comes in as the delayed monsoon concerns, which you also alluded to, have been one of the key reasons why BMC has taken this step as well. BMC has talked about how the reservoir levels have dropped to critically low levels because of the delayed monsoons, and that's why they had to take this move. How would you look at the real estate sector on the basis of this?
No, in fact, I mean, this is a short-term negative because if you see every year, by the time the monsoon starts, you have the construction activities slowing down. And that normally happens in Mumbai by the first week of June. So this time the activities went on till at least mid-June. And now because of this restriction, I mean, there would be a stoppage of work, I mean, possibly for the next week or 2 weeks. Because the way I see it is, once you have the monsoons in shape, I mean, again, we are expecting monsoons to hit Mumbai by at least 20th or 22nd. And maybe 2 weeks after that, I think these like restrictions may go off. So the way I see it is, this is a short-term negative. And I think people should utilize this opportunity in case the stocks correct. I mean, we have seen like some of the Bombay-based real estate stocks correcting. In case they correct further, I think it's a buying opportunity.
Absolutely. What would you do with the stocks that have fallen about 3 to 4% in the session today? Oberoi Realty, Lodha, Sobha, so many of them have seen a decline today. Would you see this as only a temporary blip and therefore an opportunity for investors to dip in? Or is there going to be a prolonged impact that the sector could face?
No, I don't see a prolonged impact because, like I said, typically during monsoons, the construction activity slows down. So, I mean, the only difference is right now it has stopped. And it may stop just for a week or maximum 2 weeks. So I don't really see that this is a major negative. So I see it as an opportunity. So something like a Oberoi, which is more Bombay centric. I mean, I would surely look to buy it at lower levels.
Okay. What about, the ancillary space with linked to the real estate space? How are you looking at those sectors and segments? Which are the pockets that you're looking at for better opportunities from here?
No, in fact, most of the ancillary space had suffered because of the geopolitical issues and because of the supply chains getting hit. Now, since there's a positive news on that, over the next 3 or 4 months, we'll see the supply chains again getting back to normal. So, from that point of view, I think for the ancillary space also, it's a positive news, and one should be looking to buy.
One should be definitely looking to buy as well. Apart from this, I wanted to also ask you on the broader markets, the mid and the small caps. We have seen a considerable amount of improvement with the way mid caps, small caps, and even micro caps have performed over the last couple of months after a long drawn underperformance. How are you seeing their, the outlook on those vis-a-vis the large caps? Just to understand when the market starts to move, which are the pockets that will see a fresh wave of momentum continue?
In fact, like rightly mentioned, the last 18 months till about March 2026, we have seen most of the mid cap and the small caps underperforming majorly. And in fact, we have seen some of them even correcting to the levels of 50% to 80% lower than where they were in September 2024. But at the same time, quite a few of them had shown performance which was better than the sort of losses which we had seen in the price correction which we had seen. So because of which we saw interest coming back into the mid cap and the small cap from April onwards. And once you see momentum coming in, there are a lot of people who jump in for short term to medium term gains. And right now we are just seeing that the momentum continues. And as long as the performance continues to be good, I'm talking of the earnings, which again, at least for the next couple of quarters, I see quite a few of them performing better than what the analysts are expecting. So I think this rally in the small and mid caps will continue for at least the foreseeable future. But at the same time, I think one should be quite careful. Just because the stock has moved does not mean it's a buy. I think one should be looking at the fundamentals and then look to buy it. Unlike the large cap and the blue chips, where you don't need to do much of research. But as far as the small caps and mid caps are concerned, I think one should do some research before buying.
All right, Ambrish, we'll thank you then for being with us on the program today and helping us decode some opportunities for our viewers as well as always. About 90 points higher. We are holding up at 24,077 onto the market. So happy set of green and the fourth consecutive session when the markets have moved higher. But let's shift focus to our discussion of the day, and that's on the real estate pack. Like I said, the BMC has announced restrictions on water usage, including the suspension of water supply to construction sites across Mumbai. So let's try and decode the impact of this across the residential real estate sector, the commercial real estate sector as well. And we are going to be joined by two experts who are joining in to share with us their perspective on this entire platform. We have Dr. Prashant Thakur, Executive Director and Head of Research and Advisory at Anurag Group, now joining in. And we also have Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, the MD of Hiranandani Group, also joining in on the platform. Welcome to both of you, and thank you so much for taking the time out for this warm discussion. Mr. Hiranandani, I'm going to be starting off by understanding from you, what do you make of these measures that BMC has taken, and what does it mean for the entire real estate sector? And do you really see for yourself also, since you have a big, of course, presence in the Mumbai metropolitan region, how do you see the impact of this for your projects as well, sir?
This happens every other year, that all the economic channels come back to me because the monsoon is delayed and there is a water crisis and they don't stop the construction thing. So we get all these stories every year. Monsoon will be another 7 days away because it has reached Kerala. So we hope in 7 to 10 days, all the discussions that you have on India Today and other channels will get over. BT Today will all get over. But you know the real problem? The real problem is that we don't use water efficiently. We put all the sewage water in the sea. If we recycled all the water, we would have 30% more water available to the whole city. So our racecourse, our gardens, our football grounds, all the other industries are using fresh water. Actually, for air conditioning, for flushing, we can use recycled water. The city of Nagpur recycles so much water and they sell it to industry and make a profit out of it. And their requirement of water actually has come down. We put raw sewage into the sea. We are now putting up sewage treatment plants, but we have no provision for the purposes of recycling the water and reusing it. Because water is given very cheap. So that is the difficulty which we have. The cost of water billed to the people is so low that they use it. There are buildings which have got recycled water available, but they don't use recycling machines because it's cost, while they get free, very low cost water from the Municipal Corporation of Mumbai. So that's a problem. But look at a company now, let me show off a little bit. My own company, we process 7 million liters of sewage water every day in our projects and use it for gardens, flushing, commercial and other aspects of the thing. So we have been doing it only for 30 years plus. But the whole city of Mumbai does not process 8 million liters. And we do it only in our company. So the question is, instead of coming every year at this point of time for a 10 minutes discussion, what we need to do is to start a discussion on how we can actually use water efficiently in our cities, recycle the water and do it. Of course, there is water distillation possible from the sea, and you can do that also, but that is cost effective. There's another way to enhance water supply, that is put up more dams. And that is what we are planning to do. We are going to put up 3 new dams for Mumbai. But we don't want to recycle water of Mumbai. We have a turf club where we have the sewage line coming into the sea. But if we just put a sewage treatment plant, a small one, on the turf club in Mumbai, the turf club, which is 200 acres, can be then have water from that line instead of using fresh water which comes all the way from Vetarna and is chlorinated. And you don't need chlorinated water for the grass which is there. So you don't have to actually treat it. So all in all, it's a wonderful discussion to say what are the problems of the construction industry in this short period of 10 days or so. I'm very happy. I'm very grateful to you that you're considerate to bring this issue up in your channel. But the reality is that we feel there's a better long-term provision that we need to do. And I'm glad that you've called me over here so that I can share that with all the people in Mumbai.
We'll dive a little deeper as well. Thanks for your opening comments, Mr. Hiranandani. I'll also go across to Dr. Prashant, who's with us from Anurag. Give us an understanding of how are you assessing the current situation, the segments that you believe will be most impacted. Are you looking at the newly constructed places, those places that probably are affordable vis-a-vis the expensive ones? How are you analyzing the impact? And also, would deliveries get impacted because of this step is the key question.
Tachi, I would agree to Mr. Hiranandani to a greater extent that, every year this becomes a recurring problem and there's hardly any lessons learned until unless the economic cost of these kind of disruption becomes too, high for the industry. Now, let me give you an example from data point of view. If we talk about total under construction project in Mumbai alone, it is close to 5.25 lakhs units. And the city was expected to complete and deliver close to 1.45 unit by end of this year. And though this disruption might be for 10 days, 15 days, we don't know how long the monsoon will get delayed, but definitely it would have some kind of negative impact on the construction timeline. We were already trying to kind of cope up with the disruption in supply chain because of the disruption that we saw because of this war. Luckily that has come to an end, but this new spanner that has come in place is also going to put some kind of pressure on the construction timeline. It does not only kind of has a sentimental impact on the overall industry, but also would impact some kind of new launch pipeline in the next coming 15 or 20 days. So I think the economic cost slowly is getting too high to ignore. And I think we need a long-term solution rather than these kind of knee-jerk reaction that we kind of stop the water supply or have a heavy kind of cut on these things. Because, it will not only impact your residential real estate segment, but other walks of life, other businesses also will get disrupted. So, to be very focused on the real estate point of view, I think Mumbai has always kind of adhered to the strict timeline thanks to the strong RERA that we have. But these kind of unforeseen disruption and that to back, definitely will have some impact on the overall construction timeline.
Okay. Dr. Hiranandani, I'll come to you. And I want to understand from you, sir, when you say that, of course, it's a recurring issue, long-term solutions need to be sought at this point in time. What I'm trying to understand is, of course, that is a discussion. I will also take from you the suggestions that you are passing on to what the state, what the center, and what the citizens together can do to curb this problem going forward from here. But on the immediate basis, we're given to understand, like you pointed out, 7-8 days is when the monsoons will start coming in. Will there be an immediate relief? Will that also take time? And in the meanwhile, will real estate developers have to face impact on their financials?
The answer is yes. I mean, the simple question is that whenever you delay anything, it's bound to create some problem whatsoever. The question is not that. See, the question is what is going to happen next year? It's going to be the same. So the story continues. So it doesn't matter if it is 7 days. I wouldn't mind taking a sabbatical for 7 days. External measures are something which obviously happen. There's war, there is other issues, there's Middle East crisis, there's a gas shortage. There's so many things which come. So yes, but when you have proper solutions are easily available, technology is affordable, cost of putting up a new dam is much more bigger, the environmental issues are definitely better, you're putting bad water into the sea. Singapore, for instance, uses 100% of its wastewater again by recycling. Now, question is, I'm saying use only 30% of that. And we'll have 30% more water, and you won't have to have that much water supply. You will get 24 hours water supply coming from municipal corporation if you just did recycling of the water. So this is something that we really expeditiously need to do. And once we do that, every year you will have one more issue on the channel. But that's the good thing for long-term issue on this issue. And the point is technology is available. Idea is available. Money is available. We know what is to be done. We know how it is to be done. It is already done in other places. It is done in other countries. It is done in India. It is done in Maharashtra.
Yeah.
What's the great new thing that we are asking for? I'm not asking for some new AI technology that has to come into the race. I'm asking plain, simple recycling water, which we started 30 years ago in Powai. So what is so new to be done? And this is used everywhere in the world now. So please, let's start looking long-term and doing it. As to continue the issue of the problem that is there in the short run, the answer is yes. There is a problem. We are going to be affected. There will be timeline issues, and it's been correctly told by Anurag very accurately. He's even given good figures and numbers of how many are going to be done. But having said that, think long term and solve it for perpetuity so that my children and grandchildren don't keep on coming to your channel and say, oh my God, here is the problem.
I hope they do keep coming to our channel, but maybe not for this issue. That's the only thing. Thank you so much, Dr. Hiranandani, and thank you so much, Dr. Prashant, for being with us on the platform. Completely out of time on this edition, but stay tuned on to India Today. Much more coming up on the other side.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment guru tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Well, hello and a very warm welcome to Business Today TV. I am Chetan Bhutani. Well, the government of India has notified various blends of ethanol blending program in petrol. And of course, today I am joined by Distillers Body, Ms. Bharti Balaji, Deputy Director General at the All India Distillers Association. Thank you, Ms. Balaji, for speaking to us. Well, India actually achieved E20 ahead of the schedule. Why is the government now actually moving beyond E20? Do you really feel there are substantial amount of savings in the offering when it comes to E21 to E30 now?
Yes, thank you so much for having me, Chetan. See, for the notice